Good afternoon, everyone. I Brickbat, am here joined by Flop to cast the first few blocks of the John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday Open Invitational. Or Open. Yeah, Open. John Fortnite Super Surge. JFSSS. That's what we've all called it. But I'm here to super excited to cast another community-funded tournament, and I am in the loading lobby right now as we are getting team members into the game right now. I don't have the roster pulled up right now, so this is me on air asking for Saya to give me some production advice here. Can I? Well, what were the teams? What were the teams? It's very fast news. I've been left. I've been left waiting by the voice of God. Oh no, I haven't. Okay, hold on. Okay, cool. So we've got RDJ versus, I believe, Zoro and crew. Zoro, Coin, Potat, and 3Des. The Fools. That's what their team name is. These are both Lift or Launchpad qualified teams. You will be seeing more of them later. Check out BestieInSlot on December 1st and 2nd that weekend or 2nd and 3rd to see Liftoff, where both of these teams will be participating in a full best of three tournament setting to qualify for NASA or NASL. But we'll get to see a little bit of a slice of that here per se as we see these teams face off. The Fools qualified in Launchpad 1, whereas RDJ qualified in Launchpad 2, and I think the general rule of thumb is that Launchpad 1 is slightly more competitive than Launchpad 2, considering that the teams that qualified in Launchpad 1 are not going to be in the pool for Launchpad 2. But that being said, there's enough of like the Venn diagram between like LP1 and LP2 participants isn't completely a circle, so I personally don't hold too much weight onto it, just like a little bit of weight. But Flop, I'm joined by a fellow co-caster here. Before I talk for 5 minutes straight, Flop, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. A bit of a rush, almost missed it, but yeah, we are here. We are ready. I am excited to cast, and I'm expecting everybody to bring their best. You know, like this is one of the biggest tournaments that we have in terms of prize pool, outside of like NASL or like NASA. So I think we're gonna see a lot of people really playing their best, trying to give it their all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is there's something interesting here as well, because like we had the Africa Invitational, but that was like invite only to a lot of NASA teams from season 2. But this one is open invite. We're going to see a lot more new blood here in this tournament, which we're seeing right now. Right, the Fools and RDJ are both relatively new teams. They did not exist at the end of season 2, and these are, for the most part, newer players to the competitive scene. 3Des, of course, being like known like as a solo queue brawler menace, but he hasn't seen a lot of competitive play relative to a lot of the teams that we've come to know and love here in the competitive Omega Striker seed. So super excited, and the same applies to pretty much every single player except Potat and Zoro. I think Potat and Zoro are the two people, both on the Fools, that have an actual significant amount of tournament experience. Zoro, of course, playing with the SLU Strikers in collegiate and getting a very respectable finish there. And then Potat as well, having been around the block in the Seraphim tournaments, in a lot of the open entry tournaments that we've seen before. So those two will have some competitive experience going into it. But it looks like for this game, we are going to Night Market. And I don't know what the starting Awakenings is, but Flop, are you familiar with these players? I don't have too much of an insight on a lot of them outside of Zoro because of a lack of like competitive history, but you've been out in the solo queue ladder quite a bit, right?
Yeah. 3Des very notable in the solo queue. He's very consistent. He seems to always be finding the kills he needs. He's always making value out of that X pick and those brawlers that he plays. And then Zoro is also kind of outside of the tournament, the organized play scene. He's also very consistent in the box. I don't see as much of him as I see the others, but these players have shown promise in solo queue, and while it is very different, everybody starts there. Like, we'll have to see if they've got what it takes to turn their solo queue skills and put them forth in a coordinated setting.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into the game, we are going to have a Big Fish Egoist start. I think this is a really interesting decision to make, especially for the eras. We do see both eras opting into that size, and on Night Market, I think Size is a little bit more competitive of a stat line, even post like kind of the really huge nerfs. But Egoist is also pretty, I think, in a really interesting spot, right? We're living in a post Catalyst world, right? A post Catalyst world where Quick Strikes also doesn't give two energy per strike anymore as well. And with that, I think Egoist's power level, its synergy level as well, goes down a little bit. But what are your thoughts on that? And especially on Night Market too, where do you think you'd put your choice?
I think Size is definitely the better option for pretty much everybody. I think I think you're right. Like Quick Strikes and the Egoist, they pair very well, but with those being the only two that grant energy and everything else being kind of removed, removed. They're not even in the game anymore. It's really hard to find like value out of Egoist compared to just being able to take up more of these lanes. You know, like we can see, we can see it here. You know, it's really hard to get it around. In these small, like, choked lanes where you have to, like, push this core through. The extra size just makes you a menace at doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see some of that size in play. But for now, unfortunately, we are going to see both goalie nets being open. And we're going to see Potato Player being sent off the map here as well. But right now, Zoro and 3des playing so recklessly aggressive. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get it in, which is going to unfortunately cost them. And even though that was such an exciting play to see, and that's kind of I think a little bit of a trademark of Zoro, and pun completely intended. I think that, yeah, that's going to cost them a little bit, and already we are seeing the Fools down 2 points. So we are going to get into this point here, though. We are going to see a Shrink Ray come out from Patat, but he's going to be low on Stagger and Dodge as well, which will make things pretty hard. We are seeing Zoro go up and play that midfield, allowing Patat to kind of, you know, sit back and get some of that Stagger back. Maelstrom does come out, almost takes out Retry in the process, but he's barely going to live with the skin of his teeth. Not going to find the goalie barrier as well. Josh as well has that flip if needed, but he's going to find himself staggered as 3des is probably going to put a little bit of effort to sending Josh off the map. Flip comes out from Retry, though, and good patience means that it's going to almost go in with the assistance of Josh's flip, but nothing found right now. 3des now with possession of the core, has the flip, elects to use it offensively, but it's easily knocked away by Dran. Now Josh has an opportunity to get it in, but the tap player is there to intercept. Zora now on the defensive, trying to get it out, barely does, but nothing found by Retry and crew. Now Maelstrom winding up, may try to find something here, but nothing again found so far, as Josh unfortunately misses a little bit of a dribble play, with gives 3des another opportunity here. Retry again with a dribble, trying to find something, but again, it's going to be dropped, unfortunately, as now Zoro finds himself with a little bit more pressure yet again, and a good bell ringer by 3des is going to snipe away that final barrier, though. But now open nets for both teams. The Giga Blast comes out, trying to get some core possession again, but nothing found right now. It looks like the side of the Fools is really struggling to get the core upfield to get scoring opportunities here against Dran, but for now we'll see Zoro hold it down on the Kai. Flip is there and available if needed, but barely manages to hold against the special of Retry, and now Tofu Fortress is out, and no, a midfield interaction goes the way of Retry CX, who gets a nice little pocket at the top corner, and that's the first set going over to RDJ. And you know, I want to talk about it. We're getting into draft here. There's actually some really interesting decisions here, I think. We do see the Chrono Boost being hovered already by Zoro, but I'm actually really interested in seeing what Retry is going to take here. Well, we do see it go over, but Flop, if I were you, would I pick this Fight or Flight on this Zentaro pick here?
I think so. There is an argument for Sparks, and it is Spark of Focus. It's one of his best, one of Zentaro's best Sparks. You know, you want the cooldowns for the Siphoning Wand procs, so it's very good. And then, you know, you get 2 or 3 Sparks, and you're sitting pretty comfortably. But I think Fight or Flights, even post nerf, is still really strong, especially on Night Market, where you it is very brawl heavy. But at least me, I kind of value that speed a lot, and you do get the secondary refresh if you stagger somebody. Like, you can get out a lot of mobility while still not losing too much compared to the rest of that draft. You know, I think that's the big difference, is do you play for mobility here, or do you play for the scaling of Spark? And
yeah.
I don't really see a way you're going to find kills with this comp, with the era of the Zintara, right? Like, you just don't have a lot of damage, and a lot of damage in terms of like you don't have a lot of like just straight stagger damage. You know, you have a lot of like surprise kills with like the era NATOs maybe, but that's it. You know, I don't think Zintaro can really full stagger anybody by himself.
Yeah, especially without like anything like the heavy impacts, anything like the super surge, anything like a buff of the damage. Only really has a lot of that, like, you know, the non-damage awakenings. Of course, egoist and fighter play, of course, you know, really good awakenings in their own right, but they're not going to help you kill people, and I think that's really showing here. I mean, they're not finding anything. 3deaths is able to play his own game right now, but I think the only reason that hasn't mattered is because right now Dran is not feeling a lot of pressure on his side of the net. But look at that. I mean, as soon as pressure shows up, pressure will get the side of Fools some advantages, as right now we are going to see Potato Player get sent off the map, but retry with a little bit of a whip. Hey, every forward, not every forward gets their one, but he's going to get that one right there. As retry again, trying to get that final goal barrier, not going to find anything. As now Potato Player is back up and looking to help his goalie clear it out. We're going to lose some critical strike war engagements, which means one goalie barrier is going to go down. We now have an open net for both teams, and this is going to be a flip inside the net. It's going to be so hard to defend. And retry CX is on a rampage right now, getting goal after goal after goal.
Zoro looks so calm in all of these situations. You know, a lot of people, I think, a lot of people would like panic there with that flip, you know, like, but Zoro just stood there and he looked at it. And he might not have won the interaction. He just looks like he's so perfectly calm, and it's kind of neat to watch because not a lot of players have that like discipline that Zoro has. It's very impressive.
Yeah, and like going into this, we were talking about like who has actual tournament experience. I mean, these are all really new teams, but when you're a new team, when you're a bunch of players kind of coming out of the ladder and trying to find anything, having a little bit of veterancy can mean a long way just as someone who stays calm, especially, you know, your goalie, right? Where staying calm is such an important like mental factor. I mean, we saw like at the end of Launchpad 2 yesterday, right? I was literally sitting in staff calls and we were talking about like how like some of these teams were playing like they were just full panicking, right? Like, you know, heart rates at 120 beats per second, right, or per minute. But for now, we are going to see some heart rates accelerate as we are in an open net for both teams, and Potato Player is unfortunately going to whiff a core flip, which means things are a little bit even for now. Now it's going to be 3deaths opportunity to potentially score a goal if he could get his hands on it, but nothing found so far. The Tofu Fortress almost going to find a goal in its own right, but 3deaths now has an opportunity. Nothing going to be found though. Flip comes out from Josh, and the shrunk core is too hard to hit. It looks like RDJ is completely running over this game right now, and it looks like Retry is going to be the one leading the charge here going into draft.
Yeah, this is a very scary draft. I think the longer the game goes on, the worse it looks for those. The worst it looks for Zoro and crew. It just the Zintaro in the era and the Dubu, they all scale so hard. You know, you think about this Dubu getting missile prop, or if he gets a dancer, right? Like any sort of mobility.
That's a replicator dancer too, yeah.
Yeah, that is really scary. I'm a little amazed it went through. That could be problematic. We've seen how strong dancer is, especially whenever you like just dancer by itself, but then you get replicator with it, your whole team. You don't even really need Ponderer at that point for it to be worth value. Just having that 40% move speed, up to 80% if you get it fully stacked, it's really strong. And on a map as closed as Fight Market, you can't really move the core around this era if she has that move speed proc.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I also want to point out as well is that like it was such a checkmate. Like 3deaths had to be denied specialized training as well. I mean, like there's just so many things to deny from this X and from the Dubu with 2 orbs up that it's just impossible. And it looks like the Fools is going to really be feeling that checkmate in draft right now. They're really struggling right now. I mean, Potato Player has, you know, as I say that, Caster's Curse happens, 3deaths gets an absolute dimer from the Giga Blast of Zoro, but even with 1 goal down, this is still going to be a mountain to climb for the side of the Fools. Is I think they're really trying to just find anything right now, find those opportunities. And even though one goal happened, it felt a little, you know, serendipitous. It felt a little lucky, and maybe, if you are good enough, luck will smile your way again. As right now, Zoro and Potato Player are barely holding on to their lives. Retry CX with the fighter flight, able to reset secondary training right now, give him enough damage to send 2 members of the Fools off the map, and now it's 3 deaths in a 1v3 situation. He's holding for now, but how much longer? Pass from Retry to Josh, back, mixes up the side of the Fools, and with that, Josh is able to preserve his flip as well, which is going to be really good for momentum coming into this next point here.
Yeah, I was talking about earlier how this Centauro doesn't have the damage Awakenings really to kill by himself, and it might look like Retry kind of just murdered everybody there, but most of the heavy lifting that round, in terms of damage anyways, was from one of Josh's nados, from the Monu, the Monu value. Like, it took both the Zoro and Potato Player down to like half HP both, and Zentaro, you know, once you're clumped at the end of that NATO, Zentaro does really well at finishing that off. And that, I think those situations are things you really have to avoid into this team comp. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if this Zentaro has damage or cooldowns, because they'll just kill you anyways, you know?
Yeah, and we're going to see that right now, actually. It looks like Potato and Zoro are also struggling with health bars, but Dran actually able to make a clutch save. The core was going so fast off the flip, and retry CX with the critical strike win in front of the net against Zoro, and now RDJ find them 1 point away from taking the point and moving on in bracket.
This is brutal. I gotta say, the checkmate. I was kind of hoping, like, you know, that checkmate you were talking about would bring a little bit of life to the Fools, but it just Dancer and Ponderer are continuing to show that when they're in the game, it's such a strong, like, combination. I don't think Ponderer's getting too much value this game, but that doesn't mean it can be slept on. But Dancer especially, right?
Yeah.
That move speed is brutal.
Whoa. And, you know, just as we're talking about that, Zoro, I mean, with the Giga Blast goal out of nowhere, that's the second time this game that Zoro has had such a clutch Giga Blast. And so, like I said earlier, sometimes luck will smile on you if you've got the skill to earn it. But we are going to see 2 flips from the forward of RDJ right now, but 3 deaths can convert. Able to get 1 barrier. Zoro's there as well, but not able to convert to 2, and unfortunately that means that Josh and Retry have another opportunity to take this final goal barrier to push the Fools into what could possibly be the final situation of the game. Now Potato Player and Zoro playing up a little bit, trying to get it past Dran, not able to get it through. Dran barely able to hold, but it finally goes down to the offenses of Potato Player and 3 deaths. Flip comes out from Potato Player, almost gets to 3 deaths, but it's saved just barely in such a good strike war from Dran. Dran is still holding down against the offenses of 3 members of the Fools right now, but it's just not enough, as 3 deaths uses that size of the big fish and the built different to find that strike war win and take us to a set 4.
This draft, yeah, this draft's looking pretty good for Fools. Oh, wait a minute, I lied. Just
That's
kidding.
a Super Surge Twin Drive 1-2, but
yeah.
Perfect Form is going to be there for the X. So I don't know, both brawlers getting their, you know, best in slot, some of their best in slot trainings, but we are going to see quick strikes also go the way to Josh. But it looks like Potato Player's just going to follow up with a prime time. So I'm actually really wondering, yeah, like, who won this draft? It feels like everyone got something really, really good to their kit.
I think I want to say it's RDJ that won. Just mostly because of the quick strikes, right? That double up they had in the draft for 2nd and 3rd pick. Quick strikes, it has been nerfed, but it's still on this map where you're forced to take strike wars with the era, right? You don't really have a lot. You can't just maneuver the core around her. You have to take those strike wars. I think you get a lot of value on quick strikes on this map. A lot more value of it than you would on another map like Auten or something. But on Night Market, you can't. Quick strikes era, quick strikes anybody really in the midfield on this map feels pretty bad to deal with. And then you also have the Super Surge and the Twin Drive.
Oh man, yeah, it's going to be really hard to get past this Dubu, especially with the momentum boost and the Orb Dancer. I mean, he's going to be able to be in the right place at the right time pretty much the entirety of the game. And right now, things are looking bad for the Fools again, as we see both forwards of RDJ are going to have flip, but just as I say, the Caster Curse strikes again, and Zoro is going to be the one that finds himself one goalie barrier for the team. And now we are going to see Josh being sent off the map. An excellent flip from 3des is going to find a very critical KO, and right now we're going to see Tofu Fortress blown. We are going to see 3des take another barrier, and a good Maelstrom sets 3des up for potentially something. Yes, he gets it the size on the X Maximus, plus the Stagger Swagger, honestly, keeping him alive in that situation as well will make it so that 3des could find a critical goal, and now we're tied up again on the set.
Fools are putting up a really good fight. I think it's really easy to get, like, lose Dancer and like the rep, and like see those go through, and still have the capability of competing. But I think if you do survive the initial orb, the orb spawn, you have a pretty good chance.
Yeah, and for now, we are going to see, Zoro making a critical flip save against Retry CX, which means he's going to have his goalie barrier up only for a little while longer, unfortunately. The flip mix-up from Retry as well, that looks sick. Is going to mix up Zoro and Potato Player, and he's able to nab a second goal right under the noses of the Fools. And just like that, we're already going to go to potentially game point here.
Retry has been in the lab, I see. That wasn't something you see every game. Not every Zentaro. That is the dream Zentaro play, I think. Getting those mix-ups, but Retry is showing that he's very comfortable on it, you know.
Yeah, and it is going to mean that, the Fools is going to find themselves in a really disadvantaged position right now. The 3des is going to find himself knocked off the stage now. It's up to Zoro and Potato Player to keep the dream alive, but it's not going to mean anything. An absolutely perfectly coordinated offense from Josh and Retry will stunlock Zoro and just redirect the core too many times, and just like that, RDJ, the Launchpad 2 qualifier, is going to find themselves on top of the Launchpad 1 qualifier and looking good going into liftoff in a couple of weeks.
It makes you wonder if Launchpad 1 really is that much higher quality. Probably not, but it makes you wonder. You know, it is a little key. A little.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one like data point to throw in the face of people who say that. I mean, we do see really, really good performance, like, no doubt, right? The 43,000 damage coming out from 3des, of course, Potato Player and Zoro, and no slouches as well. Zoro, especially, too, making a lot of clutch saves in those earlier points as well. And like you mentioned, was able to stay calm, was able to keep probably... I'd imagine that him and Potato, with the experience, also were the ones kind of keeping that mental, right? You lose that orb rep, that orb dancer, and you think that you're out of it, but they were able to put up a fight. I mean, they did not go down, they went down swinging, and I think that even if you take a loss, you're still pretty proud of that performance, and that's a good VOD review to look over and see, and kind of, go back to the lab and see what you're pulling out for the next critical tournament that'll happen up next. But enough about the Fools. They're the ones that lost after all. We are going to go over to the side of RDJ, and honestly, I think the MVP of that game, even with all the flashy plays that Retry was doing, a lot of really, really cool goals, and a lot of, like, honestly secures, I'm going to be a little biased in the midfield here and say I think Josh really performed well, was able to win so many critical strike wars when it mattered to set Retry up, but maybe that's a bit of bias. I mean, Retry looked so good in that last game, honestly.
Yes, they did. They did. It was very impressive from everybody on the side of RDJ. You know, it's really easy to get lost up in the brawler and the goalie, but Dran didn't really have a lot of too many pressure situations, and I think that's just because he was putting a lot of pressure by himself. Like when he had those chances with the orb rep and the dancer, right? He was right up in there, right behind his era or across when he needed to be. He was kind of playing like a third forward, and I think that's something that can make it really rough to get the core through and to build any real pressure against, is dealing with that Dubu, right? With the size start. On top of the era, the Zentaro, there's a lot there that you have to get through, and if you're not super confident in winning all your strike wars, it can feel absolutely brutal, and you just get suffocated.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that that suffocation, that that claustrophobia that RDJ was able to place onto the fools showed really good team play. I mean, we saw in that very last point there, that was a brutal stuffing attempt. It honestly required probably a little bit of coordination, a little bit of mind reading from the side of Josh or Retry. And I think that sort of team play, that sort of coordination, is something really, really impressive for what is relatively a new team, right? I think that's super exciting for me, especially to see in a new team. I think I think about it, and I'm going to talk about them, even though they're gone. But Destroyer Mega Noob, I think one of the kind of things that like drew a lot of people to be fans of that team was the amazing team play, right? The amazing team play between all three members of the team. And unfortunately, even though they're not going to find themselves in Liftoff, if they have spiritual successors, I'm going to be a fan of that team too. And that's what RDJ might be shaping up to be at this point. So super excited to see those guys in the future as well. But for now, I think we are going to move on to our next game soon enough. I'm going to pull it up, but it looks like we've got, looking at the, I don't have the bracket pulled up right now, but I'm looking at the loading lobbies right now, and it looks like we might have a treat coming in here. I mean, I see Obscure, Bread, Scrimella, and Threezy Breezy, which means we're going to have an appearance from the Soon Dubu Strikers here. Let me bring up the bracket so I could fully tell everyone what's going on. Oh, and they're going to face, whoa, this is, what is this? NASL, they're going to face their contemporaries in the North American Strikers League, Oshino Coreflip, who these two teams are incredibly close in the power rankings, I think. I think both of them made it to playoffs, got knocked out in the first round, and they're going to be 5th and 6th, respectively, coming into this, or coming out of the second season. So, again, we're going to have a really, really nice, litmus test game coming up. Even though it is a best of one, it's not going to be series. I think that there's still some interesting data that could always be pulled out of these games. Like we saw it with the last game. Yes. Okay. Give me a sec. Has some technical issues that need to be solved really quick, but they're solved. I'm a technical wizard. I can hit a right click button and then the left click button, so we should be good again. But going back to this, I mean, we're gonna see Oshino Coreflip versus Sundubu Strikers, and if I'm correct, actually, we're gonna have an interesting substitution coming out from the side of Oshino Coreflip. Instead of Merchant like we normally see with this roster, we're going to see Mori Cameraman going in, actually. I'm going to be biased a little bit. He's my goalie for Westy Wednesday tournaments. I think this man is such an incredible goalie, and he is able to pull out so many X Factor saves, hold it down in so many awesome situations that honestly, I think that I think he's super, super good. And honestly, I would put him in that same category of players of Obscure Breads where I think their main strength are these clutch, hold it down or 1v3 saves. And I think both of these goalies are absolutely completely able to pull out those kind of things. I don't know. I'm probably a little bit more familiar with West Coast goalies, but what are your thoughts on this flop as well? Do you have any experience with these players?
Not on the side of Oshino Coreflip. I do have experience with Murrayback. We've ran into each other. I've midfielded for him for a couple times in the solo cube ladder. I think I've played with everybody on Sundubu. Grimella was watching me play yesterday in LP2. I think we all know Sundubu, but Oshino Coreflip, I don't really know them. I've heard good things about Cameraman. I didn't think anybody, I thought he was somebody new, but apparently the word on the street is that Mori Cameraman is a bit of a demon in the box. He holds it down. I've heard a lot of good things about him, and then Murraymeg's been very consistent since he's got made his appearance, with the Asher and the Julie. And Kashikoma's been pretty consistent too. I think we have a really good game here. Mm-hmm. Just a really good, high quality game. I think.
Yeah.
If you were tuning in to maybe learn a thing or two, this game will definitely have something for you, because both of these teams are just very, very good, high quality teams that I think can offer a lot on the table, and each of them with their own strengths, each with their own picks. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that going into this, one X factor I think we might see going into this game is that now goalie. This is something that Maury Cameraman has been practicing over and over in in-houses. He's been playing as well with me on his team in Westy Wednesday. And I think that with these now buffs, I think a lot of the general consensus in the high elo community is that now has been pushed over the edge. The numbers are too large. This character can do so much. And even despite like basically locking out pretty much any sort of kill composition, but on top of that, being able to join a kill composition herself, able to pump out a lot of damage. I mean, we saw some previous games with now literally doing damages upwards in the 40,000s in like a standard 4-set game. And we're not going to see it banned out as well. We are going to see Maury Cameraman's signature champion to some extent. I think being that Atlas, it was something that he played quite a bit in the North American Strikers Academy, and that definitely fits his playstyle as well, of locking it down, making sure nothing gets through the 1v3 clutch ups and all of that. But we aren't going to see him do that. Instead, he's going to be bringing out that now goalie that I was talking about. We're also going to see Kashikoma back on his signature champion, the Aimi, which I think is going to be super, super exciting to watch. Kashikoma often the target of bans in Oshi no Core Flip, especially when Merchant's not around to draw that vice ban as well. But we'll see if Kashikoma lives up to that legacy, and we'll see if Maury Cameraman lives up to that legacy as well, as it looks like we are going to have an Orb Dancer start coming into Oni Village here, and I think that definitely warps some things, especially in draft. Flop, what are your thoughts on Orb starts?
Orb starts are... I don't really mind. I gotta say, I'm kind of a fan of orbs. I know the large part of high elo community is that, like, oh, orbs are terrible and they suck, and yeah, you're right. But they're so fun. You know, like, they're not fun to play against, but to watch and to like play as, it's so fun because everybody's just moving around the map. You know, everybody's going like Mach 10, and it just, to me at least, Orb, specifically Dancer, Ponderer doesn't feel too good to watch, but Dancer, right? As a speed addict, I really enjoy Orb starts, and I think Orb starts aren't really that bad, you know, like, because you don't get a lot of value out of them for a forward unless you're on Often, and really only the goalies end up picking it up a lot of the time, so I think they're okay.
Yeah, and I think one player that's really, really interesting to watch with Orbs is 3Z Breezy. 3Z Breezy, of course, being a little bit, kind of having a patented play, and we're going to see Mirmeg actually get a goal, but it's the early Village goal. It's all good, you know, it happens. But talking about 3Z Breezy, I mean, this is a character, or this is a player who really, really values orbs. Even when we didn't have any orbs in the Awakening drafts, he has those instincts. He always wants to get that little bit of extra energy, that little bit of extra health, that little bit of extra XP. And so we often see himself kind of sacrificing positioning, even like sacrificing some opportunities to go get orbs. And I think that's already showing. I mean, 3Z Breezy with 3 orbs himself versus the 1 of Mirmeg, his contemporary, and even matching the goalies who often find themselves with easier access to orbs. But so we'll see how that goes out. If 3Z Breezy is the one that gets the orb replicator, I mean, we talk about Evil True Danger quite a lot as being the one who likes orbs, but probably no one talks about 3Z Breezy. I think I should just mention that for a little bit. But speaking of mentioning 3Z Breezy, 3Z Breezy finds himself with a scoring opportunity, but unfortunately Grimella is not going to be there to help him. Going to spend some time knocked out of the arena, and now Kashikoma and Mirmeg find themselves with the ones with the scoring opportunity, but unfortunately nothing going to come from it. Obscure Bread's able to lock it down on that Drakkar, and now 3Z Breezy with a death touch, able to pull the core upfield, but it's going to get sent right back to the box of Obscure Breads as we get into overtime here. Grimella tussling out with Kashikoma, trying to find some opportunities, and Mirmeg not able to convert on the win. Not much he could do though. Everything is up from this Drakkar, as now core bouncing back and forth. A good shotgun from Mirmeg and a good read from Obscure Breads on the Xenocloak, forcing Mirmeg to guess which direction to send it in, and he's going to use that ambiguity to set himself up for a 50-50 win. Now it's Maury Cameraman's time to hold it down as Grimella and 3Z Breezy find themselves on the offensive right again, but the Oni Village Monkey's Paw rears its head as now the core is going so fast, and Mirmeg ready with a nice little death touch on Obscure Breads, able to yoink him away before he could respond to Kashikoma's play, and that's going to be 2-0 on the side of Oshino Core Flip.
Something I find really interesting, I think we see this direct pick get thrown around in the box every once in a while, right? Breads is a pretty big fan of it, but everybody just likes to think that, like, oh, it's, you know, you pick it because like it's really good at stalling the shotgun. But I think that invis play, right, is a really good like upside that this Drakkar pick that a lot of other goalies have, right? Most goalies don't have an element of surprise the same way that Drakkar does, and you can get you can get away with things like that where you just have to make the forward guess, you know, and that was really interesting to see, at least for me, because I'm a fan of the less than meta picks, and
as a Kai word player for the longest time, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And you know, speaking of like off meta though, I do know that like Now had a very rough launch, I think, in terms of the eyes of many players. Like there wasn't too much like people could view, and already we're gonna see the one weakness I think of Now goalie is that anti stuff when you don't have your primary, right? The ground Dorito to work around. You're gonna find yourself kind of in a lot of those situations where you're gonna see, you know, the Estelle Thorns come at you, you're going to have a brawler in front of your face, and there's really just nothing you could do. You don't have that get out of jail free card like the Tofu Fortress, so you're going to have to sacrifice some of that. But getting into this game here, we are going to see Mirrormeg on the offensive, but nothing found of it. Now, Kachikoma, unfortunately, is going to blink away and not find that scoring opportunity that he wants. And Breezy, I'll call that a mix-up, but pocketing into the bottom side, sending out the death touch not causing the core, and I think that mixed up Mori Cameraman quite a bit, as he's going to let a little bit of a slow core go through. So honestly, hey, if it happens, it happens. Well played to the Sundubu striker. Now Obscure Breads using that lock-in low to help Grimella win that engagement against Kachikoma, and he's going to get a double barrier as a result. Now Mirrormeg and Kachikoma trying desperately to hold onto the play here as Sundubu Strikers is in it for a reverse sweep. And 3Z, Breezy, and the Sundubu Strikers hold strong, able to yoink the first set away from the jaws of defeat.
A beautiful pull from 3Z. That was amazing. But we do have a lot on the table here. You know, with the quick strikes, the stacks, the big fish. I think those are the notable ones. 3Z picking up the stacks. That make I don't really know. I'm not too sure on how Rasmus plays. I don't know if you value the size or the speed, but it is Oni, so I can see the speed maybe.
Yeah, and we are going to see actually an interesting pick. I think the size on Drakkar is something that people don't like talk a lot. I think when it comes to like size on goalies, Rasmus is like the big player, right? You want the pauldrons even, right? Just to get more size because it synergizes so well with his kit, but I think when you're big on Drakkar, that means quite a lot because your sweet spot shotgun hitbox is bigger, which means that you could get hit stun against forwards more frequently. And even though Drakkar likes to play at range, if he's able to get that hit stuns, he could make some pretty incredible saves against the enemy forwards. But for now, unfortunately, as I say, Mirrormeg's going to find himself finding some gaps in the defenses of the Sundubu Strikers, and that almost costs them a goal as Mirrormeg once again finds himself with the core, intercepting the pass from Grimella to 3Z and able to set him up for a perfect pendulum swing. Two things have gone to the net now, the core and Obscure Breads, and things are looking up and up for the side of Oshino core flip.
Yeah, this is a like, we just see the proficiency that Mirrormeg and 3Z both have on this Rasmus character. Both having their moments to pop off. You know, 3Z might look more flashy with that dancer value and with the hooks, but Murray's just playing it consistent. You know, he's making sure those passes are cut as he needs to, and it's just really, you can just see like how like these players are here. They whoa.
Oh,
okay.
That was a little bit. That was a little bit too scary to watch. So many abilities flying out, all of them whipping the core for a little bit, but Sundubu Strikers were able to find that goal in the end, and that, you know, that's all that matters at the end of the day, that you're able to get the goal. It was messy, but you get it done, and that's what you like to see if you are a fan of the Sundubu Strikers. Is now Mirrormeg and Kachikoma are going to be the ones finding themselves with Flip, but Kachikoma electing to use Flip to try to maybe get a sneak kill onto 3Z Breezy, but Mirrormeg still has that. Going to elect to use it, going to try to get a nice little angle onto the bottom barrier, but nothing found so far. Firewall Sentry will put up a little bit of pressure, but it's easily defended away by Obscure Breads. But the Dorito and the power of Now coming out on full display here, I think. Able to get that one nice final redirect there, and already we are going to see scoring opportunities come out from Grimella and 3Z Breezy, and they're going to be able to convert nice little dribbles off the Oni Village using that stacks move speed to his advantage. I think 3Z Breezy putting himself in the right place at the right time to get that goal, and now we're going to see 2 points go in the favor of Sundubu Strikers on the set.
Yeah, this is looking, we're seeing a lot like you mentioned earlier, of that weakness that the now has, especially in the box. But you just cannot deal with any sort of real pressure on you. If your primary doesn't clear it, you're in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
Partially, a lot of that has to do with the fact you don't have a third ability that hits the core, right? Your ult is just a heal. It's a very big one. It's a very impactful one. But when you don't have that third ability, you can't really take any sort of pressure, right? Because you'll just lose the cooldowns to most characters.
Yeah, and we are already seeing some of that. I mean, Breezy using the hits on that Rasmus to nag those goalie barriers, and with only the cooldowns of Breezy blown, we're going to see Grimella having a lot of autonomy to take those goals and take Soon-to-Be Strikers to a 2-0 set advantage as we get into this game. And already, we're going to see a missile propulsion probably for this Drakkar. Things are looking good.
I would be a very happy Drakkar right now. But it's still not bad. Like, you get the Chrono Boost for Murray, a very, very strong awakening. Chrono Boost is just a little strong, but this still isn't terrible. You know, Amy gets Egoist. I was thinking maybe a Deadeye, maybe even a Spec Training, like something just do a little bit more damage. But Egoist was like pretty good too, right? Does she have Quick Strikes? She does have Quick Strikes, guys. I was wrong. Yeah. But yeah, she has Quick Strikes, so you can get a lot of Egoist value here.
Yeah, and actually something I want the little analyst brain to go on, but for now, actually, I probably should be casting, is we're going to see goalie barriers go down for both goalies immediately, basically, and now Mirameg and Kashikoma find themselves with a scoring opportunity, and just like that, Mirameg makes Obscure Breads feel a little claustrophobic. Kashikoma able to get the core before Grimella could show up, and that's a quick point going over to Oceano core flip. But going back to it, that Deadeye pickup, I think, on the Amy would have been really interesting to see, because right now, Breezy finds themselves with stacks and orbs. KOs against him are super impactful, so even though you have that synergy from Egoist and Quick Strikes, I'm like wondering if you just actually want to get more damage onto the competition, maybe be able to shut Breezy down, but I'm not too sure. What are your thoughts?
I think that is definitely like, I don't want to say the correct answer, because there is no like correct answer in game, but that is what I personally would have gone for. I feel like you need to shut 3Z down. Otherwise he's just gonna do this. He's oh no. But yeah, you can see 3Z just puts out so much pressure with this speed that he's got from stacks and orb.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the power of now there, able to stop a core flip in his tracks, but it's just not gonna matter, as 3Z Breezy is going to find himself in a strike or winning against the more cameraman. And we're now 2 points away from a nice little sweep coming out from the Soon-to-Be Strikers, a team that, like, you know, the superstition historically around this team is that they wind up as the series, you know, as the season goes on, and every time playoffs ends, the Soon-to-Be Strikers find themselves as a blank slate team once again. But that's not looking to be the case, as right now the Soon-to-Be Strikers look to be in form, and Mirameg, unfortunately, is going to try a little bit too hard to grab that angle, which means that he's going to lose his core flip, but it won't matter anyways. They're going to see that second goalie barrier go down, and now we have an open net for the side of Soon-to-Be Strikers. Mori Cameraman using that strike shot to destroy the dribble of 3Z Breezy, and 3Z Breezy struggling to find core control again, but he's going to get it with the assistance of Grimella, but it's not going to be converted into anything just yet. Now Mirameg is going to be the opposite end of it, trying to get a goaling opportunity with Kashikoma here to assist. Has that Egoist, has that flip, elects to blow it, and there it is. A good little shot into the center of the net, using the bumper to bounce it off. Grimella and Obscure Breads not able to react in time, and now we're getting in a familiar spot yet again, with Oceano core flip ahead in the set. Just one more to bring us to a potentially critical set 4 here, as we are getting into the rally here. And now Mirameg trying to find anything, but 3Z Breezy is going to be the one that answer. Has that Orb Dancer. Look how fast he is running. This man is sprinting around the field, looking a little bit like a stacked Octavia, but nothing going to be found just quite yet. Now Obscure Breads has that missile propulsion Drakkar to keep the core forward if needed. That strike shot goes such a far distance, but still nothing's going to be found. Mori Cameraman and Kashikoma hold strong defensively, giving Mirameg more and more opportunities to potentially find something to glitch pop. Not able to find anything, nor the strike shot on Mori Cameraman, but a good read onto Obscure Bread or 3Z Breezy's mind means that we're going to actually have both core flips from the forward of Sudubu and the goalie of Oceano core flip blown. But now We're going to see the Dorito trying to find any aggressive pressure. We're going to see potentially more stuffing opportunities from the side of Oceano Core Flip, and there it is. Now Kashikoma finds himself in front of the net and able to win such a great strike war against Gramella, and just like that, Kashikoma clutches up, and we're going to set 4.
Kashikoma decided that he didn't need the flip. He was just gonna strike it in. Hey, I understand. Sometimes you have to ego the flip, but we do have Bonderer on the board. Be taking that from that will actually go towards Mori Cameraman, which there's no rep in play. So he's looking really strong if he can get his hands on rep, right? If he can win this set, and if he's the MVP, he's guaranteed, pretty much. Yeah, he is, right?
Yeah,
if he wins this
I think
set,
it's MVP. He's guaranteed to get orb rep, which is a really good spot for the side of Oceano Core Flip, and a really interesting pickup as well. The hot shot on Kashikoma over Super Surge, which a lot of people think are like such a key awakening to take on that character. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually don't think it's as needed as everybody likes to say it is. I think it helps. Having the extra range on dash.
Wait, 3Z Breezy's dead! That's all of his orb stacks!
Wait, yo, you're right. What killed him?
I don't know. I was thinking about the Super Surge pick, and just like that, 3Z Breezy's going to be taken off the net, but it won't matter actually, as Gramella finally there to pick up the slack, able to win some key engagements and get a goal. But if you're the Sundubu Strikers, you might not be happy right now, as an orb and stacks reset is going to be critical. But yeah, I mean, hey, that we were talking about Super Surge being like something that could maybe be really good on the Amy, especially for those KOs. But yeah, side of Oceano Core Flip showing us it's not even needed is now Kashikoma's going to find himself with the Egos proc, has the flip, going to use that to get the second goalie barrier down from Obscure Breads. Glitch Pop mix up, not able to find anything just quite yet, as now 3Z Breezy almost gets himself a double barrier for his troubles, but nothing found so far, as Kashikoma almost able to score a goal right off of that Glitch Pop, but it's going to be cleared away by Sundubu Strikers. And now 3Z Breezy and Mori Cameraman going to be trying to get those final orbs, but nothing found so far, as now Gramella uses flip, blocked away again by Kashikoma. Absolutely soul reading his enemy midfielder right now, and the flip comes out from Mirmeg, almost gets a goal, but he's able to blow so many cooldowns and flips in the process. Now, momentum is in the side of Oceano Core Flip, as the pass goes to Mirmeg, not intercepted though by the fellow forward, which means that Gramella and Obscure Breads can hold it for now, but it's going to cost Gramella a lot of his stagger, a lot of his dodge, and now a KO is on the table for the side of Oceano Core Flip, but the Pendulum Swing is going to miss. Not going to find anything right now, but Kashikoma again with the Egos has the flip. One more opportunity is all it needs, and Gramella is now going to be sent off the map. Now a power play situation, but 3Z Breezy able to stall for so long. Will it matter? Has the flip to work with. Kashikoma working his way up the field. Flip does come out, but it's blocked by Obscure Breads, and now Gramella is back on the field. The power play is over. Crystal Thorns come out, but nothing found so far. Flip from 3Z Breezy is started and is not able to get that final critical goalie barrier now. All of Oceano Core Flip is here on the defense, and they are not able to dig it out, as 3Z Breezy again finds himself in front of that goalie barrier. But again, it's held by Mori Cameraman. Now Mirmeg, a few more redirects away from a flip, but it's not even needed, as a nice little death touch onto Obscure Breads guarantees that bottom pocket. And now Oceano Core Flip find themselves fighting for their winners at life right now.
This is it's so we saw right there just how much like pressure both of these goalies are under, and I think this Orb Ponderer is really making the difference. Not that orbs don't be confused. Orbs are always making a difference, but
right.
With Mori Cameraman, specifically with the now weakness, right, of being like very bad defensively, right? These cooldowns to let her play, put more Doritos up, more of the secondary backs, right? Mm-hmm. You just make your weakness a little bit easier to play around, you know? And then you also have the hot shot, you know, you have the cooldowns. You don't need the kills because you're just not letting the core get to your goalie. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Just like that, though, we're going to have an open net for the side of Oceano Core Flip, and it's barely held away, but there's so many things hitting the core, and Mirmeg not able to get that final key redirect, the final key Strike win means that Soon-to-Boo Strikers will find themselves taking out the 5th seed of the the 5th place finisher of the North American Striker League, in a nice little clean fashion. A 3-0 victory, of course, looks good if you are the Soon-to-Boo Strikers, especially when, you know, you feel like you're at your weakest point in the season.
Yeah, we saw that 3Z, even with a build that I think a lot of people wouldn't really consider that good, you know, with that dancer start. That's not really a game. I feel like I'm gonna feel too comfortable picking Rasmus on, but he just showed that with the dancer speed, he is able to do so much with just that 40%, right? And then whenever he gets the 10 stacks, the 80%, and then even whenever he lost it, right? Whenever he lost it off the death in set 3, he still showed proficiency with the awakening, that like he just was able to it didn't matter how much of the speed he got, so long that he had a little bit of it, he was able to just make so much use out of it with the dribble plays, with the core maneuver and the hook to help him out with that. Like it was so much speed. It was just like, what do you do, you know? And I think it just took too long for Oshino Core Flip to get those awakenings they needed, and when they did, they just didn't have the time to like put it into play, you know? Like I don't think they had the aggressive pressure that they could use in order to offset the now weakness.
Yeah, and I think one statistic paints a perfect story of this game, especially in an Orb Dancer start. 31 orbs for 3Z Breezy, 34 for Obscure Breads, and 17 from Mori Cameraman. I am not the one to accuse others of crimes, but I think in this situation, it is appropriate to say that 3Z Breezy has pulled off the heist of a century. I mean, I think that all 31, or most of those 31 orbs came at the cost of Mori Cameraman, to be completely honest. I mean, we saw in so many of those plays, 3Z Breezy was literally standing like on the top side of the barrier, against like near a barrier that was already taken, just to grab an orb away from Mori Cameraman. And even though Mori Cameraman was able to get the 10 stacks, eventually was able to get the stacks, get the coveted 10 stacks for these orbs, he wasn't able to use it as much as he would like to, because all the orbs were gone. 3Z Breezy stealing all the eggs away from the nest, essentially, right? To kind of feast in an all you could eat orb buffet, so to speak. And it's very rare that we see a forward get so many orbs, but that's the play style that 3Z Breezy, it's kind of a signature thing. It's the thing that he does. It's the thing that he believes is the correct thing to do. And in this situation, it was certainly the correct thing to do. Is, I think, on an orb start, if your team gets literally twice the amount of orbs, you're getting more value out of that awakening.
For sure. It's also just, I think, with, even if you're not getting the value, just denying the orb value, right, from that goalie, and specifically the goalie, right? I think it's really good on forward too, but especially the goalie, letting them be able to have that 80% to walk up and play third forward for that moment. That is really powerful, and just denying them of that swings the momentum in your favor so much.
Yeah, and I think the two forwards of the UCLA feeling really good about themselves. I did get a message earlier from Gabella, of that gif of that person boxing the bear, getting himself hyped up, the Bruins GG mascot and all of that, and I think they followed that momentum going into this game here, and hopefully they'll be able to keep that momentum going into the later stage for the bracket, as now they are sitting pretty. Of course, one unique thing about this tournament right now is I believe top 7 get prizing. So if you're able to make a run through winners, even if you don't go all the way, getting that guaranteed prizing in the later stages of I'm sorry, update from production, top 8, which, top 8. If you're able to nab top 8, if you make a winner's run, you might guarantee yourself prizing really, really early on. So honestly, right out the gate, you want to keep that momentum that you're grabbing in these early rounds to potentially nab yourself a couple bucks down the line. So well played to the side of the Soon-to-Boo Strikers, getting a nice little victory against one of their NASL peers, and that's going to set them up for a really good position. They're going to be facing the Sad Boys actually later down in bracket. We'll see how that ends up for them, but for now, we're going to be, I believe, waiting on another game, we're going to be seeing Double Down, which I believe is kind of a spin-off of Double Down versus Era Kittens Club, and Double Down being a sort of a hybrid roster of Orbits and Goats Esports. We're going to see the roster of Lumos, Killiest, and Fudgy Waffles, who are all NASL players, joined by an NASA champion, Zay Forever, in that forward position. And normally, I think the dynamic I've seen, because this team has entered Westy Wednesday, is that Lumos and Fudgy Waffles share that midfielder spot depending on like availability or their matchup. So I think the two players that we are guaranteed to see here is going to be Killiest and Zay Forever. And it looks like, from what I'm seeing from the lobby right now, Lumos is the one in the lobby, so I believe that's going to be the midfielder rounding out the team for Double Down. But definitely an interesting dynamic. I mean, playing against them, Lumos, of course, an excellent player, but more importantly, an excellent player who has a now midfield pick, who, of course, right now, a lot of players are saying, is the linchpin of the meta right now, is one of the strong characters that you have to be aware of and know how to play around in order to be a successful team. And we'll probably be able to see that coming out. And notably, I don't believe anyone from the side of Era's Kitten Club has that now, but I might be wrong. These teams have been in the lab for a very long time, even though Era's Kitten Club is kind of a Launchpad 1 qualifier. Did play in Africa, did play in a lot of big tournaments, and are some storied players. Of course, Soren being the current king of collegiate, sitting pretty on the top of the throne, the best goalie in the collegiate league, as well as the number one team to pull that victory against, I believe was UTD, my own home school, unfortunately, was able to pull out that victory in grand finals to solidify their spot as the number one collegiate team. So Katsuna, kind of an upcomer on the scene, and NXCD being a little bit, at this point, a veteran of the North American Strikers Academy, as well as attending a few key tournaments with other teams as well. So I think that, that's a storied team. Even though it's a relatively new roster, it's still a new roster of storied players. So we'll see how they match up against the absolute, honestly, God, just the absolute veterans that are Lumos, Killies, and Fudgy Waffles. They've been around the block for a long time.
Yeah, I'm pretty torn, because on one hand, right, I've played in teams with Soren before. I really like playing with Soren. He's given me a lot of tournament time that I probably otherwise wouldn't have gotten. But Double Down is a team that has been around for, I think, a lot longer. Soren's been around for about the same time, but NXCD and Katsuna are pretty new to the scene, I think, right? And
I mean, like, relative, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, in comparison. But also, Double Down shares the same name as a team I played on, and the Checkmark Coliseum with Achi and Z Yoshi. So I think I have to vote for them. I think I have to root for them just because they share the name. But
yeah, of course. I mean, you were the founding roster of the organization, surely,
of course.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, just chatting it up. But,
hey, they didn't ask me. That's all I'm saying. They did not ask me for permission to use the name, but it's okay.
That's fine. You just get to claim you own the royalties, right? So you get to claim that legacy. I think that's a fair trade-off.
Yeah, that is definitely how that goes. But
no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if anything, I think Fudgy Waffles should personally be apologizing and thanking you for such an opportunity. Fudgy Waffles, I know you're listening to this, or you will be listening to this in the VOD. You should do that. Smile. I love Fudgy Waffles. Don't worry. But we are gonna see these players loading up to the lobby right now, and again, this is another kind of like, I mean, gosh, we're seeing so many things. I think part of it is like, we're approaching liftoff. We're approaching what is probably the single most important tournament in the scene very, very soon. So pretty much every single team that we see here has some connection to that tournament. NXZD, Soren, and Katsuna on Era's Kitten Club is a liftoff. They're a launchpad qualifier for liftoff. They're going to be in that tournament trying to get that top 4 to qualify for NASA, or at the very least be in that top 10 to qualify for NASA. And as well, Lumos, Fudgy Waffle, and Killius are all players that, while not on the same exact team, are going to be defending their spot in landing, going to be playing those relegation series against the top 4 teams of liftoff for that coveted spot in the North American Striker League. So again, if you follow the scene, if you know the storylines going in, this is going to be a really, really interesting game to watch, to see how these players are looking like 2 weeks away. And of course, the scene it develops very fast. 2 weeks is a little bit of time here in the Omega Striker scene, but I mean, this is still a really interesting litmus. We're going to still see so many players. We're going to see the power rankings and how players match up, and we'll see how these teams scale up to each other, basically.
Yes, it is there's a lot. I think while this one may not be as important, there's still a lot on the table here. Around $1,200, but I don't like what I'm seeing. I have a feeling we're looking at a Castellast or a Chrono Start.
Yep. And that sucks. I mean, it looked like NXAD was like, oh, we're not going to do it. We're going to play the X. And then as soon as, I believe it's probably going to be Fudgy Waffles or, no, it's going to be Zay Forever. I think that's that team's resident Octavia player. Pick up that pick. He immediately pivoted over, and now we're going to see an Era Octavia mirror going into Atlas's lab here in an open map. So not much counterplay, honestly, against the Octavia. You don't have the tight corridors that, search for KOs against that Octavia, search for damage. And so we're going to see how it matches up. I mean, already that Atlas as well is going to provide even extra healing. So already when your team is struggling for damage with that Octavia Era, you're gonna struggle to find any KOs. And it's going to be actually Fudgy Waffles going to be the one that's playing that Octavia with Lumos playing it out in the midfield. But for now, NXCD is going to be the one finding himself with a flow state, but nothing found of it so far. And as we're getting into this game here, I talk with Frightfully Fresh a lot. We're buds. He's a super cool dude. But one thing I want to talk about is he's a little bit of a doomsayer. He says that one day we're going to reach, the 20XX of Omega Strikers, where basically every team picks Octavia in every single situation because it's correct. And even though we do have a Chrono Boost start, which is what brought out the pick, we are going to see Lumos actually get a nice little gold 2v1 against Soren and Katsuna and earn a nice little free in XDD. You earned that goal, or you earned those emotes, Lumos. But this is not looking good if you are someone who holds out hope for the diversity of of picks in the North American Strikers League, as we are reaching that critical point where at least every single team will be able to field an Octavia player. And in situations like that, you'll have games like this. Is right now we are getting I should be talking about the game itself, as right now Soren and not able to find anything with his flip, which means that Kilius and crew will be able to hold strong, but NXCD is there with a flip of his own, but it's gonna whiff. But he doesn't care too much. He's getting those refreshes on his secondary. He's going to be able to play around Fudgy Waffles, no problem with that speed, even past the Flutterfly from Lumos. And now we're going to have an open goal for the side of Double Down. Now Soren trying to get the core upfield with the Firewall Sentry, but it's not going to mean anything, as Lumos with an excellent core flip able to get an open net for the side of Era's Kitten Club. And now Fudgy Waffles is going to be spending some time in the KO box. Good awareness from Soren to send Fudgy Waffles off the map, and that power play is going to allow the two forwards of Era's Kit Club to even up the set 1-1.
I'm a little curious about how the Octavia went. I feel this isn't like an off Awakening pick where you might get away with banning it. No, this is a Chrono Boost start. I feel like the odds of this going through are really low, right? I feel like just neither team, I guess both teams were like really wanting to play it. But
yeah, I mean that's the doom. That's the doom of the North American esports here. Is that no team is going to be going into the next season. Teams have been grinding out. They've been scrimming. They've been practicing, and at this point, I think it's unwise to not have a Pocket Octavia. If you don't have a Pocket Octavia, you are at a massive disadvantage, because on a cast start, on a chrono start, you just lose a ban if you can't play it. And if you are able to play it, though, you're able to play chicken against the other team. You really are able to play chicken, see if they'll ban it out, and you get basically a free ban for a major draft advantage. But when you have a situation like this where both teams call each other's bluffs, you're going to have an Octavia mirror, and when that happens, may the best Octavia win. And that best Octavia right now is looking to be NXCD, who finds a nice little pocket into the top side of the net. And speaking of Octavia mirrors, Castellas is still on the board. If you're Octavia, you better be MVP in each of these sets that your team wins, or else you're going to have someone who needs to deny that away on that Octavia, and on top of that, deny it away from yourself. And in a game, decided by which Octavia gets better resources, has the better player, you're going to want Castellast. You're going to want that. You're going to want the aerials. You're going to want anything that could help your kit out. But for now, we are going to see the base drops traded by both Octavians. Now, NXCD finds himself in a precarious situation. No stagger, which is the quote-unquote counterplay you have, but Lumos with a critical strike or win, almost able to get a goal himself, as now Soren and NXCD, Katsuna and NXCD find themselves marching up the field. Katsuna does have flip, gonna dribble away that Celestial Expanse cooldown as well, and now Soren finds himself in front of the net, able to get that goalie barrier, but he's gonna have to take the walk of shame back to cover up for his eject button wearing bout. Now Katsuna does have that core flip. If he's able to get his hands on it, that might be a goal, but no, it's defended away by Kilius. But Soren's pressure on this IME is impressive, playing as that third forward, kind of a signature thing he did in CCL as well, and he's doing it here with even more impressive teammates. And now Lumos gonna try to find any sort of scoring opportunity he can, but nothing's gonna be found, as now Fudgy Waffles is going to be spending some time in the penalty box. But now NXCD has that flow stay up. If he gets the core again, things might be curtains for the side of Double Down. Katsuna covering the clear, but Kilius with a good read on the shot will now keep the core in play yet again. We're going to see Lumos healed up with that Celestial intervention. Fudgy Waffles now dribbling to get his flow stay up, but it's going to be blocked away by the glitch pop of Soren. I believe the cyber swipe of Soren. Fudgy Waffles now eventually going to lose his flow state, has that strike war opportunity, but is not going to be able to convert. Now Soren barely able to save it with a nice little strike at the edge there. Flip comes out from Kilius, goes over to Fudgy Waffles. Lumos now has a scoring opportunity, but no, cannot reach the core before NXCD gets there, but he does lose his flow state in the process. Flip from Soren goes wide, does not have this here on the defense. Things might be looking good for Fudgy Waffles as he's able to stack up his flip, or his flow, apologies. Now NXCD being danced around a little bit, but Fudgy Waffles is able to lose his flow state, but an unfortunate strike from Lumos is going to go right into the Celestial Expanse. And an unfortunate own goal means that Soren's going to be finding himself as MVP in this first draft.
Yes, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately, but, both of these Octavias, nothing on the board for them, really. I doubt Stacks could get to the end, but we do have some pretty powerful things. We have the Timeless, the Orb Wrap, which will go to the Atlas. That's not too surprising. But we also have, the Stacks and the Hot Shot. I think, we've opted for spec training, not something you normally see on the era. I know Muncher was quite vocal about his distaste for spec trading on era.
And as an era player myself, I'm inclined to agree with him. With that spec trading, the knockback is actually long enough where if you have dodge, you don't get trapped in the Aranada. You literally have the time to live out the hit stun and just use your evade. So that makes era trapping basically it kills it. It kills arrow trapping with the NATO, and it becomes a much less significant ability other than the damage, of course, which might be useful here against an Octavia, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why they picked it. They might have wanted to deny it from the Octavia because the specialized training on Octavia, I think, is kind of a sleeper pick. I think he could do really, really well forcing out those dodges and, getting KOs against people. You KO from so far with that spec training. But for now, we are going to have an open goal barrier for the side of Double Down. Fudgy Waffles getting some damage on NXCD, which will cost NXCD his life. But now Soren and Katsuna sitting pretty, looking to deny any sort of power play from happening. Flip does eventually come out from Soren, though, as NXCD is going to be back up in just a second. There he is, making a nice little appearance. And now Fudgy Waffles is going to find himself not with the flow state, and just like that, NXCD able to get the core first, pocketing in against Kilius and taking the first point in the set over to Era's Kitten Club.
I'm really, if I'm in the driver's seat of Double Down here, I'm a little scared, right? I think in this Octavia mirror, it's one of the most volatile matchups, at least in terms of Awakening draft, right? Where one Awakening can sway. You really don't want to lose early sets, I feel. You don't want to lose any sets, but especially early, right? Because if this other Octavia, right, for the side of Era's Kitten Club, ends up getting it, you're not sitting comfortably. Every set will become a gamble, and I feel like you just really have to get these initial rounds. But it's really hard, I feel, to score on this Atlas with these picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are actually, speaking of being hard to score on, Lumos and Fudgy Waffles able to eventually get it past Soren and Katsuna, but Era's Kit Club was absolutely bunkered down for that point. And even though they were able to get that goal, it's looking like an uphill battle. Soren and Katsuna are playing so well on the defense that even in these power play situations, right, the win con you have, one of the win cons that you have against that Octavia, if you're not able to convert because, you know, the midfielder and the goalie are able to hold it down so well, things are going to be really, really tough. But just as I say it, Fudgy Waffles able to win a lot of key engagements in the midfield, and now he's going to nab one goalie barrier, trying to make it 2 with the flow state and the flip. But right now, NXCD is going to force that flip to come out, but it won't matter, as unfortunately the base drop does mean that last goalie barrier is going to go down. Now Fudgy Waffles with a base drop of his own, trying to maybe get a cheeky little kill on NXCD, but it's not going to be found, as Soren now barely able to hold on, able to use that glitch pop to get it clear kind of comfortably, actually, as now Lumos is going to be fighting out Katsuna in the midfield, able to win it with the Bewitching Beam, but nothing found again, as we are going a little bit into a lull. But just as I say that, Fudgy Waffles with a flow state, able to intercept the pass from NXCD to Katsuna. And yeah, I've been Caster's Curse quite a bit today, but that was probably one that I could have seen coming. That was the flow state on Octavia. He was going to reach that. And now, just like that, we're 1 point away from... Well, Fudgy Waffles going to be spending a little bit of time in the KO box for his troubles, but 1 point away from Double Down taking the set and evening up the game. And like you said, if you're an Octavia team, you want that MVP, you want the first pick. But on the other end, if you are not, you know, the Octavia, if you get MVP, if you don't get MVP as that Octavia, that means that Castellas or Aerials is probably going to get it denied away from you. So if you're Fudgy Waffles, you want to farm XP right now, which it looks like Fudgy Waffles is actually kind of doing. He's trying to get a higher level than Lumos and Achilles, which he does have right now, but in the case that Lumos gets the goal, you don't want him to take that MVP. So there's going to be a little bit of experience juggling around, I believe, for both teams right now. As right now, actually, looking at the levels, things are looking a little grim level-wise for the side of Air's Kitten Club. NXCD is the lowest level on his team right now, which means there's a good chance he's going to be last or second to last on the draft pick, which means Castellas will be denied away from him if needed. But for now, a good little tornado from Lumos is going to take out Soren, which means that Katsuna is going to be the one to play as goalie for just a little bit. A good pass to NXCD and a good redirect means that they're going to be able to make a reverse power play and open up the goal for the side of Double Down. But Lumos and Fudgy Waffles are there, trying to win a strike war, trying to get that last goalie barrier, but nothing is going to be found against the defensive Era's Kitten Club. Now, Katsuna trying to find any sort of advantage that he can. Fudgy Waffles losing out on flow state. That will be big. Now, NXCD going to be the one with flow state, trying to stack that, forcing the evades away. But Fudgy Waffles is there to trade it. A heroic sacrifice from Fudgy Waffles. Losing his flip in the process won't mean anything, as Katsuna able to get a nice little bottom pocket into the net and even up the set. Now, we are going to go into the final point of this set. Not potential, this will be the final point of the set, is now one goalie barrier goes down for the side of Fudgy Waffles and crew, but Fudgy Waffles is there to answer in kind. Now the Maelstrom is out, but Fudgy Waffles in that flow state is just able to outrun it. It's all too easy for him, but he has to win some strike wars here to dig it out, which he does. Now Soren with a nice little sword angle mix-up. Will it mean anything, though? No, it won't, as the ball just comes right back to him, and Fudgy Waffles with the base drop, preventing Soren from doing anything. Even if he was able to save that, he would have been sent right into the net. And that's Double Down now eking out. And there it is, the MVP for Fudgy Waffles, but no cast to last critically. And with the Orb Replicator there on Achilles, someone from the side of Aaron's Kitten Club is going to have to deny that Orb Dancer. But we are going to see a Twin Drive pickup from the side of Fudgy Waffles.
Yes, you're for Ares Kitten Club. You're kind of not, with the lack of cast last year, right? It's such a sigh of relief, I feel like. But then you get to looking at it, and it's really not. Like this Twin Drive. While you would probably prefer the cast to last, right? You can't sleep on the Twin Drive either, because it's just more. It's more of what makes Octavia so strong. It's just more secondary, even if it's not as fast. But you've also, you also have the Dancer, which you do manage to take, so you're probably feeling pretty good about that. But still, Fudgy ends up with this Twin Drive, and it just sucks. It really sucks playing against Octavia, because you see these drafts, you're like, man.
Yeah,
really.
I feel that, and yeah, I mean the thing that makes Octavia just so strong right now, the thing that makes Octavia so good, is that she is probably one of the hardest, checkmates in draft possible. Like, like something will get to this Octavia, and even though they may not get the God builds, as Lumos gets a really good Strike War win, able to get earning that free emoji against the side of Ares Kitten Club. But going back to that point, I mean, yeah, this Octavia will find something maybe, and whether or not, I mean, look at Fudgy Waffle's build. It could be the Castellas, it could be another Spark, it could be Twin Drives, it could be Aerials, it could be Super Surge even, right? It could be anything, right? And if an Octavia could get that Octavia could absolutely run away with a game. But speaking of running away with things, NXCD is going to be the one running around the map with his flow state, as the assistance from Katsuna is not going to be enough to get that final goalie barrier. Now Fudgy Waffles finds himself with Flip, and fortunately is going to kick it right into the maelstrom of Lumos. A little bit of miscommunication, but it won't matter anyways, as Lumos and Fudgy Waffles are able to get 2 goalie barriers. It's like, Lumos hit that flip, and now the base drop comes out from Fudgy Waffles. Doesn't find the goal, but does find Katsuna in the process. And oh no, the base drop from NXCD is going to lead to an own goal, and now Double Down find themselves 2-0 up on the set as Kilius shrugs it out.
This is, yeah, you're absolutely right. That it's so hard to take anything from this Octavia, because you just really can't. It's brutal. But the big thing is it's something else that's also sort of odd, right? Is this era matchup they've got into it with both teams, right? Opting into the era, probably because of the Chrono Boost start. But it also means that you don't even feel bad for denying what the Octavia wants, right? Like if you locked a Julie here or something, right, with an Octavia, the Julie might feel bad about taking a CDL, right, or something along those lines. But no, you feel very comfortable locking the other options. And I wonder if that was done with the draft in mind, or if they just saw Chrono Boost and thought, it's another awakening that works really well, and opted in for that. But it is an upside, right, for whatever team is winning these rounds, because while you do have the Octavia mirror, you've just made it significantly harder to ban out, or to pick out an awakening draft.
Yeah. And we are going to see an open net for the side of Double Down here on the set, but Lumos finds himself in front of the net with a flip, but it's actually defended away by Soren and Katsuna here, who are only 1 point away from losing what potentially could be, again, a key set. Fudgy Waffles is level 10. If he gets his hands on that Castellas, it will be curtains for Ares Kitten Club. So this is probably the most important point of the game right now. Lumos, though, able to clear it out with using that core speed, but he's going to find himself again trying to win that midfield interaction against Katsuna, which he does against the flip. That's a critical win. Now Lumos and Fudgy Waffles find themselves in front of the net, and Sword's going to find himself in the goal box, not even in his net anymore, denied that spacing. Now NXCG and Katsuna holding on to dear life for their team. A good strike from Katsuna clears it away, but that means, and that buys Soren time to show up again and take his rightful spot in the goal box. But now Fudgy Waffles has the flow state, has that time to build up the speed. A good shrink from Lumos will give him that permission. Fudgy Waffles unfortunately losing his flow state just as I say it though, but Lumos now a few redirects off of the flip. The back pass from Fudgy Waffles almost goes super wrong, but Lumos with a flip from downtown sends it past Soren right into the net. Throw those XDDs out, Lumos. You've earned it, and you've earned an MVP for Fudgy Waffles, as there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the cast to last coming out for Chrono Boost. Of course, NXCG has the quick strikes, has the fight or flight, of course, those also being Octavia's misses, but if I were Ares Kitten Club, I would be scared right now. This flow state is going to last so long, and even if you deny that fight or flight or take quick strikes, that era from Lumos is going to get something. And again, Sword's forced to deny an orb Ponderer from Kilius. Now, he does have that double orb to himself, which of course is really good, but it won't mean anything right now as he's only 1-1 in the stat count. If I were Double Down, I would be feeling so good right now.
Yeah, you mentioned that it's he had to deny the Ponderer, and I wonder, is it really even a deny anymore if he's already got the other if he already has Dancer? But it is also something to note is that Soren was pretty high up in stacks. He lost it off that death. Something that sort of went under the rug in that death while we were caught up in the moment, but he doesn't have the stacks up, and you can't really build up orb stacks that quickly like you can with the stacks on stacks or something like that. It is much more of a time commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see an open net, though, for both teams. Lumos with a Maelstrom, able to get it downfield, but NXCD is going to be flying around with that flow state, able to get refresh after refresh after refresh. And even though Fudgy Waffles is the advantage Octavia in this situation, NXCD is still making it hard for him. But NXCD eventually will have to lose that flow state, which he does, and now it's Fudgy Waffles' time to shine. Core flip comes out from Soren just to deny that extra bit of timing to get that flow state away, and now Killius finds himself in the defensive as now Fudgy Waffle is going to be sent off the map. Flip comes out, but it's easily intercepted by NXCD. Now it's up to Lumos and Killius to stall out these remaining 5 seconds. Dribble from NXCD is not intercepted by Lumos, which means now we're going to be a little bit claustrophobic, but Fudgy Waffles is back and at it, using the base drop to refresh his secondary, but is actually going to be denied by some good clearing strategies from the side of Era's Kittens. Now, he's almost going to be sent off the map again, but a pass from Katsuna to NXCD allows that core flip to come through, able to get a straight shot right between the two teammates of Double Down, and just like that, even though it was it might have been a disastrous draft for the side of Era's Kitten Club, they're going to be fighting back with a nice little goal of their own.
Yeah, it seemed like that round, Era's Kitten Club figured out, if you can't beat the Octavia in the speed matchup, maybe you just kill her. And that's exactly what they did. They got the damage on him. You saw NXT just run at him, run at Fudgy to shut him down, and that's kind of what you have to do in order to win this matchup, and you can't just mirror it anymore.
Yeah, and we are going to see actually some valiant defense coming out from Soren, but it's not going to mean anything. One goalie barrier goes down. Fudgy Waffles is just ramping up right now, but he's not able to touch the core, but he's able to touch Katsuna, but that won't matter, as a nice little snipe from NXCD will prevent that flow state from mattering. Now, again, Killius finds himself in an all too familiar spot in a 2v3 power play situation against Era's Kitten Club, but Fudgy Waffles is finally back. Firewall Sentry is there. This play is really claustrophobic, but Fudgy Waffles able to win critical interactions. Now Katsuna trying to dribble it away from Fudgy Waffles, trying to prevent this flow state from stacking up, but nothing can be done. It's Chrono Boost cast to last, ladies and gentlemen. Now NXCD, if there's an Octavia to beat an Octavia, it will be this one. And now NXCD finds himself on the mid half of the field with Flip coming up. He just needs a few redirects, but no. Fudgy Waffles with the speed, with the stacked up shots, is able to be there, but it won't matter as NXCD finds that critical flip, able to get it back past the astral projection of Killius. And despite potentially disastrous draft, I'm going to say yet again, Era's Kitten Club look real nice and pretty coming into this next set here.
Yeah, they do. And I think you could see just off this round and every other round so far in this set, they've changed up what, at least that's what it looks like, is they've changed it up. They are no longer just looking to mirror this Octavia. No, they can't, right? This Octavia has Chrono Boost cast to last twin drive. You can't beat her in speed, right? Like, even if you do, she's just gonna hit it again. What do? You have to do the damage, and that's what they're doing. They're just pressuring Fudgy off this core so hard that the Octavia pick doesn't even really get that much value, if you're not getting the speed.
Yeah, and that's honestly really impressive from the side of Era's Kitten Club. But I also want to talk about really quickly, Soren has that double orb stacked up, and you know what he's doing? He's using that cooldown to literally just do nothing but love tap Fudgy with the cyber swipe whenever he can to prevent that regeneration, and I think that's making a big difference here for that KO pressure that you were talking about. So going into unfortunately an open goal situation, but they're going to be evening it out just fine. And again, Fudgy Waffles finds himself, timed out, and that's going to mean that NXCD and Katsuna get a really nice clean 3-0 set against the side of Double Down, and all of a sudden NXCD finds himself with the MVP, and Aerials, I believe, is still up, and he's probably going to be enjoying that. Of course, Super Surge there as well, which means, wait, this is a really good draft for Era's Kitten Club. Aerials for NXCD and Super Surge for Soren, and that's going to be really good.
It is. I actually think, and I could be completely wrong, but I think leaving Extra Special open might be really bad for EKC. Because of their only win con, right? Their only way of building any real pressure here is keeping Fudgy down, right? And sure, Atlas ult is long, but with that Extra Special, it makes me wonder if they can keep the damage up, is he just gonna drop ult? Oh, I guess not, he's dead, but
Hey, that's what happens here out on the court, out in the arena that is ending up to be this Octavia's domain. And just like that, NXZD taking advantage of the power play yet again to get it past Kilius. And now Era's Kitten Club, despite the Castellas, despite it all, are looking like the dominant team. Now going to this next point, the Butterflies come out from both eras. The Monumentalist is there as well, trying to find anything, trying to find any sort of trapping that Lumos could find against the side of Era's Kitten Club. But right now, Fudgy Waffles is going to blow a flip from Soren, but the Celestial Intervention is there, able to save that, save your Octavia against the enemy Octavia's base drop. Now your own base drop is coming out, and NXCD does not have that same luxury. He's going to be sent off the map. Now the Maelstrom there, sending it up the field. Fudgy Waffles with possession of the core. 5 seconds for NXCD to come back, and that power play will cost EKC dearly, as they are going to lose that last goalie barrier. Fudgy Waffles, no flow state, no stagger to work with. Base drop does come out, trying to find Lumos, but Lumos perseveres and survives. The Maelstrom is there, able to ping-pong the core back and forth, but now things are going to be so claustrophobic. Now Soren with the flip, with that speed from the orbs, able to find so much pressure, but it won't matter because now we're seeing a reversal of fortunes. NXCD is going to be finding themselves in the penalty box for quite a bit. But Soren almost with a clutch play, almost able to get that last goalie bear in a reverse power play. Has to burn that flip defensively, but NXCD is back. The base drop is there, but it won't matter as Fudgy Waffles with this speed, able to grab onto the core, able to get that point, and we are even in set 5, Flop.
Yes, we are. This game is looking like it could go either way. It really could. I think Era's Kitten Club they're proving that they do not want to just lose because of the Gasolas, the Gigabyss that this guy has. But it's still Gigabyss, you know, and like they're really having to work for it. But they're showing that they can and that they're willing to do it.
Absolutely, and right now they're showing that perseverance. Right now, getting 1 goalie barrier. NXCD trying to make it 2 with his base drop, but nothing found right now through that Celestial Intervention. Now, the center of the map is going to be exploded. NXCD finds themselves with no stagger, but is able to limp away and grab 1 orb. But no, it won't even matter. Fudgy Waffles with a nice little primary, able to get a piercing, not a piercing shot, sorry. Able to get a KO against NXCD, but he's going to be sent off the map himself. Now, Lumos, critical strike war win means that Soren has to play defensively. He is not going to be able to focus on any sort of reverse power play, and now Fudgy Waffles and NXCD are back. The Octavias are on the field again, and now Fudgy Waffles is looking to scale. Back pass comes out from Katsuna to NXCD, trying to deny all they can from Fudgy Waffles, and that they do, but it's sent right back, but it doesn't even matter. Soren, with the nice little cyber swipes, are able to send Fudgy Waffles off the map yet again. Now it's NXCD's turn to be almost sent off the map with the black hole explosion, but he stays alive. Nope, there he goes again. Nice little bewitching beam from Lumos is going to send him off the map, and Soren not able to hold against the flip. Now Lumos, one more opportunity. Fudgy Waffles is going to be the one that gets it through, and all of a sudden, game point is here for the side of Double Downs against Era's Kitten Club, and we are 1 point away from these teams advancing in bracket. Now, Katsuna, Soren trying to get the core upfield at NXCD. Nothing found so far. Fudgy Waffles here with the base drop. That's no barrier down. Soren remains cool, able to see where the ball is headed and not to sacrifice a goalie barrier. And now, Kilius, 1 barrier down. Celestial Expanse plays out. All members of Double Down are here on the defensive and barely able to hold on. Such key strike war wins to prevent that open net against the Atlas. Now, Lumos and Fudgy Waffles trying to get possession of the core again, but Soren and Katsuna able to dribble around and play against Fudgy Waffles perfectly. NXCD with a flip, able to snipe away that final goalie barrier. Now we're at an open net. Fudgy Waffles barely saved away by the Celestial Intervention. Now, Fudgy Waffles with a flip. Lumos halfway on his bar as well. It's going to be blocked away one time by Soren. Can Soren block it away again? Yes, he can. The firewall sentry is there. Soren is holding. The clutch goalie of the CCL remains the king of collegiate for now, and Soren not able to find anything right now, but it's NXCD and Katsuna who find a KO. Kilius is down. Fudgy Waffles is down. Lumos is just a single era against the stacked Octavia, and NXCD is able to even up set 5.5, ladies and gentlemen.
Match point to keep your winners run running. Both of these teams, they do have another chance in the lower bracket, but you don't really want to go there. You know, you really want to, you need this early, like you want this early like spot, and Gatsuden and Soren, while they're trying to play around Fudgy, it's really hard.
Yeah.
You can see they're doing these passing plays to keep the Octavia state down, but just look at him go. Fudgy just has perma cooldowns. It's very, very rough, but they're managing to do it. They are making gods bleed.
Is there one goalie barrier down for both teams? Now Soren's gonna almost basically solo stagger Fudgy Waffles. Now Fudgy Waffles has dodge to work with, has evade, but no staggers. The same can be said about NXED. A critical shrink ray comes out. Now Fudgy Waffles is gonna be off the map in a set 5.5 situation. 8 seconds. Lumos trying so desperately to make a reverse power play. Kilius almost able to find a KO of himself with a strike shot, but nothing found so far. Kilius needs the hold. No, he cannot do it, and now the core is looking so bad, but now it's NXZD's turn to be sent off the map. Soren has a flip to work with, elects to use it against Fudgy Waffles, but the Maelstrom is there. Oh my god, Kilius almost able to save it with a strike shot, but Soren, in his trademark IME play, shows up right place, right time. The cyber swipe is there, and right under the noses of Double Down, Eris Kitten Club snag the victory and move on in the bracket.
Yeah, as is goalie fashion, you have to score the final one yourself. But it was beautiful. He was just there. He saw it. It was a very good save by Kilius as well. But that's this power of the Amy, right? That third forward. And I think you can't, especially in those power plays where you think you're safe, right? You have the numbers advantage, but with that Amy being able to just blink so far forward because of the Chrono Boost start. And with the permanent cooldowns she has, you're able to put up so much pressure. And I think we saw that game with just the amount of firewalls that went down, the tails or the tail swipes, all of that from Soren, just able to put out so much pressure. Alongside the NATOs from Katsuna and the Octavia flow state, like there's just a lot of pressure that you kind of just suffocate, and then you have orbs on top of it, right? So that even through your pressure, you get more. You just get more. You just get so much more, even without Replicator.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, I think Soren, final point in the game, able to win it out, and honestly, in my opinion, complete MVP of that game. I think Soren, 56,000 damage, by the way, from this IME in the net, with all the firewall sentries, all the glitch pops, all the cyber swipes, doing one thing. And that's keeping Fudgy Waffles from regenerating and playing his game with that Castellast. And that 100% made the difference. There were so many critical KOs that we saw in all of that point, especially in that last set, right? The extra pressure on the power plays with Fudgy Waffles dying through his own net meant that NXCD and Katsuna were able to get some critical goalie barriers. And Kilius played phenomenally that game, but unfortunately just wasn't able to find the clears that he needed against basically the overwhelming, forward pressure of 3 enemy members, not even the 2 forward duos, right? Soren was there too. I mean, 4 goal participation for himself, and I mean, phenomenal play. Soren is an X-Factor goalie. Soren is one that, not a defensive X-Factor like Obscure Breads and Mori Cameron, but an offensive X-Factor. Can find so many clutch plays, find so many clutch KOs, so many clutch goals in situations that you needed it. And that will be the difference that Eris Kitten Club needed to pull out this really, really close victory against the side of Double Down.
Yeah, he just proves time and time again that King of Collegiate for a reason, Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
He is him.
He is him. And yeah, Soren looking pretty on his collegiate throne. The skulls of UT Dallas, SLU, UCLA all below him is the picture that I have right now. And now he's looking to bring his conquest over to the next stage, over to Liftoff. And of course, John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday, they still have their run. They have the opportunity to take it all, and we'll probably be seeing them later down the line in bracket. But this, if you are a fan of competitive Omega Strikers, this is a really interesting game to watch, because we have people defending their spot in the NASL versus a team that wants to nab it away from them. And right now, it looks like, Eris Kitten Crew or Eris Kitten Club is looking to steal, is looking to take the steal away. And of course, it was super close. It was an Octavia mirror, and things could have gone either way. But this is scary. This is scary, and just shows how close that competition is in Liftoff and all of those other tournaments and stuff like that. But for now, it is going to be Eris Kitten Club that is victorious on the day, and they're going to be advancing forward in the bracket. And I believe that's I believe that guarantees a top 8 finish for them, if I'm correct. So congrats to Air's Kitten Club for at least getting a little bit of that prizing in John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday.
It does, and they still have. It is a guaranteed top 8. So yeah, they've made it. They've made their money. I'm sure they're gonna go for more, right? But hey, they've made minimum, which is very impressive. Like, you know, I don't have the funding up for each placement right now. I don't know where to find it, but it is still very good, and they played very well. Both teams did.
Okay. And an update from production. I have to cut you off, Pop. I'm sorry, but apparently we have a very fast transition that we need to make, as we will be going right into another game soon. And so I'm gonna have the intro right now. I'm Brickbat, joined by the wonderful Flop Drop. We've seen some very amazing games, and Super Surge Sunday is looking to be an absolutely super duper tournament. But if you are a fan of competitive Omega Strikers, stay tuned, as we will be going into our later rounds now, or sorry, in just a little bit, as we transition to our new casters. But for now, stay tuned, stay watching. We'll be there.
Hello everyone, welcome back to John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday. I am joined by Potat, Potato Player, as some might know him, and we're here for a bit of a banger matchup. It's the Sad Boys versus Ares Kitten Club, who you just saw off of their win against Double Down. So it'll be a bit of an interesting one, and yeah, what do you think?
I'm looking forward to this. I know that Ares Kitten Club hasn't. It's a new team. It's like fresh blood. Soren and NXCD, Katsuna, all really good players in their own right. But they haven't really been on the big stage yet with because this team didn't happen in NASA last season or the season before that. But the Sad Boys, on the other hand, are these well-known this big team. I mean, they're one of the best in the world, if not the best. So I'm looking forward to this. Both teams are kind of the opposite ends of the spectrum. One's been here forever, the other's quite new. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and as mentioned by the earlier casters, I think a big thing for Ares Kitten Club is Soren, fresh off of that collegiate victory, Lakeland University, the best collegiate team in the world, because there's no other collegiate championships other than the American one. But the Sad Boys, of course, the best team in North America, won the Season 2 of the North American Strikers League, have won countless tournaments, have triumphed over countless foes, but Ares Kitten Club have had quite good results recently too. I believe 4th place at the Africa TV Invitational, one of the most stacked tournaments in recent memory, and have not showed any signs of slowing down, especially here where they are in the top 6. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one, as on Atlas's lab, the Kai and X and Aimi Comfort coming in. Not the Juliet, of course, on the side, which is a little bit confusing, right? With Juliet up, you would expect Bells to pick the Juliet.
It's a bit of an interesting pick, but previously, yeah, I mean, it's Spark of Agility, Swagger, Stagger, Start. And so it's going to be a bit interesting, because X has a lot more kill pressure, but Julie has those instant kills, and so it'll be a very interesting match.
Yeah, and with Kai forwards on both sides, the core is sure to move fast as Vaughn. Immediately, the barrage into Giga Blast, the combo will take his counterpart out on the other side. The Juliet going down, NXZD is gone. Katsuna is also low, the Giga Blast whiffs, and Bells is in there. The strike reset into another strike. Soren being harassed by Bells, and the Sad Boys. Although I looked over at the Vaughn stream and they had dropped a set to their earlier opponent, it looks like there are no signs of slowing down, as the Giga Blast from downtown, Vaughn dunks Soren into the back of the net, and that's the first point already gone.
Yeah, Vaughn catching Soren a bit far back, prepared for Bells, but not prepared for a Giga Blast to just come in striking and taking him out. And now they're up 1-0. I mean, they could take this very far.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And that's one of the dangers of playing goalie, right? You're getting ready to defend. You're getting ready to get that last second strike. You space back, you know the X is not in range, but Vaughn always seemingly is. Getting one barrier, getting a flip, looking for two, getting both. Using the Giga Blast on that one, and now Soren's health bar looking low, looking staggered. Using the cyber swipe to get the core out of there, and Bells is the one taking damage here. Soren healing up. NXCD cannot connect the dash punch, and Bells lives to see another day. Katsuna has flip, but Vaughn just dribbles slowly. NXCD no meter as well, passing to Bells. The cyber swipe forward from you already lose. It's a battle of the goalie Aimis, and still for now it is you already lose, holding strong.
You already lose. Yeah, has been able to keep that core out, but on the other side, Soren is also keeping it out, keeping it on the side of the Sad Boys. Vaughn is going to be able to keep it away from Kostna, and has been doing really well at that, but oh my gosh, now Bells is looking really low, staggered on the side, and that's a special coming out from NXCD, going to take him out, and now it's a 2-on-3 power play for Ares Kitten Club, and NXCD is going to be able to take that barrier, and oh, but now Bells is back up on the stage. Oh my gosh, that's you already lose out. And that's Soren with the core flip, going to get that core straight in.
Yeah, the power plays chained together expertly from Ares Kitten Club. They find an advantage and they do not let go of it. And well, maybe a little bit of a weakness for the Sad Boys here if the striker advantages can be pushed by Era's Kitten Club. NXCD unable to get the strike on it, and look at Vaughn and Caleb. You already lose standing at the bottom, Vaughn at the top. They're clumping up a little bit more now, but they're dividing goalie duties. Vaughn played goalie for quite a bit. He is very proficient at the role as well, so it's not surprising that he can lock it down as well, especially when You Already Lose is taken off the map. But this time, Vaughn has Flip available, a chance to create a play on the other side of the map. Barrages it right through the Flame Flurry from NXCD, does not let the barrier go down. Still, the strike war won by Bells at the very end of the X Maximus. The dribbling play is coming through. Vaughn is Flip available, does not use it quite yet. Has to use it to avoid the KO and stays alive barely. So does NXCD, but again, it's another incredibly close point.
Yeah, and that Stagger Swagger is going to come in very handy in this match. With both NXCD and Vaughn having looked really low, Vaughn was able to get back up, and NXCD wasn't. And now NXCD has been taken out, and Bells is just able to catch that. There's no Julian. What can you do?
Yeah, a bit of a unfortunate moment for Soren. There weren't many angles available. Clears it up, and Bells is right in front of you. That massive X doesn't even have to use Flip. Soren now trying to get the outplay immediately on the barrier, but it's not quite. But NXCD snipes out Vaughn. The heart of the Sad Boys is taken out for 8 more seconds, but You Already Lose is defending from long range. The Glitch Pop comes in, and the top barrier does not even go down yet. Finally taken. No, it is a double barrier. The top one is taken second, and Era's Kitten Club have a bit of an advantage here, but NXCD is looking low.
Yeah, and I mean that's Stagger Swagger again. But now they're all on the offensive. Soren, Cosna, and NXCD were up for a second. Cosna gonna look to get it past the kind of double goalie here of Sad Boys. But as of right now, Vaughn is able to just keep it out. NXCD and Cosna are passing it back and forth, going to try and get it past You Already Lose, but You Already Lose does have those angles, is able to get it out. Oh, has the core flip. Use that secondary boost up, gets the barrier, and now Soren, both goalies are at an open net. And now it's just who can get it past the offensive side. And right now the Sad Boys are looking really powerful on the other side, on the side of Era's Kitten Club. But they're going to be looking to change that very soon.
Yeah, but Vaughn has Flip available. Bottom side, Soren gets the strike, but it's not quite enough as Bells is there to cover. And that's a set going over to the Sad Boys. As expected, they're emoting on them. And Vaughn with the first pick is sure to look for something good. The Orb Replicator available, the stacks on stacks available. It's going to be interesting what is picked up here, because your Orb Awakenings are so powerful, but speed is always a constant in this game as well. Pick up the Egoist this time, values the energy utility here, but what else do you see?
I see an IME that just got timeless. Is the first thing that I see. So that with you Already Lose getting that timeless, there's going to be a lot more pressure for the side of Sad Boys on that offensive. But on the other side, Gotsno was able to get that stacks, and so now they're going to be trying to scale that speed, get some things kind of going.
Oh, and NXCD with already a KO onto You Already Lose. Now Katsuna on the bottom side looking almost taking too much damage here, but still staying alive, spacing back from the strikes of Bells, passing it back and forth to NXCD. The punch is enough follow-up, and NXCD now has a strike, but You Already Lose is there. Katsuna still looking, searching, but no, it is Bells on the top side, assisted by the timeless turret of You Already Lose, but the core goes past a little bit. The Glitch Pop has to be burned. Soren loses control of the core. Great cyber swipe from Yao. And yet again, it is the Sad Boys creating opportunity out of what seems like a lost point. Passing it up. Katsuna still unable to get it. Trying to pass to NXZD and still defended away by the Sad Boys. Meter available now as they headed towards the striker advantage. The Glitch Pop does not connect. Katsuna has to defend here, has to be the midfield presence, but look at the meter on the side of the Sad Boys. So much Vaughn with the dribble across the entire map, and still defended away by Soren. You Already Loses. Glitch Pop can't get there in time, and Era's Kitten Club, hold on.
Yeah, NXCD was taken out, but at the same time, Vaughn got a little bit greedy with that. Used that core flip, sent it a bit wide, hit the corner, and that was just sent way back to You Already Lose. And then You Already Lose barely missed that with the cyber swipe, couldn't quite get that save, and I mean that was the goal, first goal in this set. Oh, NXCD going to take both barriers from the Sad Boys. Now You Already Lose is stuck in an open net, But Vaughn is going to be there helping out. Oh, NXCD able to get past Vaughn's barrage, and that's going to take the goal. They're up 2-0 now in this set.
And wait a second, maybe it's them activating, and especially with how volatile drafts are in the game of Omega Strikers, this could blow the game wide open in the favor of Era's Kitten Club, but Bells will not allow it so far. Trying to KO Katsuno, but still, it's snuck away. The bottom barrier is soon to follow. And once again, it is NXZD just disrupting Vaughn, not letting Vaughn play the game. Bells now finally finds his way in front of Soren. Katsuna has to be the one to rush forward, but Bells again finds himself alone with the barrier, and the slight mispositions from Era's Kitten Club are just taken advantage of by the X.
And now Vaughn and Bells are both the entire team of Sad Boys is very close to a core flip, or has a core flip right now. So if they can get their core flips going, if they can just kind of take advantage of this, you already lose using that core flip. Oh my gosh. Bell's going to take out Kasuna, and it doesn't matter though, as that's just going straight in. Kasuna very, very close to saving that with that Giga Blast, but not quite able to get it there. And now it's a 2-1. They can, the Sad Boys are down, but definitely not out in this set. And XZD going to use that Flame Flurry in order to take the first barrier. Lose now tries to keep it out using that timeless Firewall Sentry in order to keep that away. Oh, but now Kasuna has been taken out. NXZD also looking staggered. The Sad Boys are just going to try and take this. XZD is still looking staggered, not really able to kind of get anything going. Bells gets, oh, doesn't quite get the barrier actually. Soren is going to get the barrier from You Already Lose. On no, able to keep it away for now. Bells trying to get it in the corner, trying to take advantage of Soren's lack of kind of stuffing abilities. And he does. They're able to, Sad Boys are able to open up the barrier here, and now Vaughn looking to keep that away. Open nets for both sides.
Yeah, and apologies, I kind of left you alone for a little bit. I was a bit absent, but this is crazy, right? This open net situation. Vaughn dribbling, Bells forced away by the glitch pop, and when Bells is staggered, it's so easy for Soren or Katsuna or NXT to just punch Bells away, but Bells is now unstaggered. Katsuna is now the one in danger, and the situation reverses itself. Vaughn has flipped as well. If the Kai can push up forward fast enough, that is a death sentence for the Soren goalie here. The Giga Blast is almost enough, but not quite. Bells cannot reach the core. A bit of a saving grace for Soren in that moment. NXCD also staying alive. A great cyber swipe by Soren to send it away all the way across the world. But just another opportunity for Vaughn. Katsuna picks it up this time. NXCD in position, and NXCD is knocked back perfectly to get the strike. The sets are even up 1-1. Era's Kitten Club take it.
Yeah, Era's Kitten Club just found that ship in the Sad Boys defenses and was able to take that so far. And now we have Orb Dancer. They're going to definitely be blocking that away off of Bells, who just took that Replicator. But they have a lot of great awakenings here. That's extra special. I mean, going to first of all block off You Already Lose, but also have so much more defensive pressure. And that draft definitely went the way of, going the way of Era's Kitten Club, but at the same time, Bells is going to lock in that Cast Blast, which is going to be able to do so much, going to give them so much more offensive pressure. As we get into the third set, it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting here as Bells immediately taking a lot of damage. But importantly in that draft, of course, you saw that Orb Dancer denied away from the Replicator of Bells. Maybe in a different universe where Bells was earlier on in the pick order, it would have been harder to deny, but it's just casually taken away. But it looks like Bells is just fine with that as Soren, no! The Soren Angle 2.0 strikes again. A slightly misplaced glitch pop is just a little bit unfortunate, and the Sad Boys will take those.
Yeah, very, very good offensive from Sad Boys, but then Soren, very unfortunate glitch pop. But now they're going to get into the next point. Bells is going to take that first barrier away from Soren. Vaughn gets the pass NXCD. Oh, Soren, excellent. Uses that core flip. Doesn't quite get the core on that. URLU is able to keep it away from their goal barrier. Oh my gosh, Bell's going to get it past Soren. Bit of miss strike, and that's going to open up the net for the side of Yaris Kitten Club. But now, Vaughn and Bell's able to put up this pressure, keep it going. You already lose coming in. No core flip used quite yet. But that Firewall Sentry isn't going to be able to save it, and Vaughn and Bells are just going to be able to push it right past Soren and Kostna on that defensive line.
Yeah, even though all the members of Air Skating Club were fighting desperately in the bottom right corner, it was just not quite enough here as the barrier almost goes down. Soren burns the Firewall Sentry, but it's an extra special one, so he'll have many more to come, but doesn't have it for this situation. Vaughn with so much speed, but on the other side, NXED with the flip KOs Bells. The striker advantage has been so good for Aris Kitten Club over the course of this game, but that Firewall Sentry is a little bit too much to deal with here. The barrage comes through from Vaughn. The flip from Katsuna, the KO from NXED, another striker advantage. They're being chained back and forth by the side of Aris Kitten Club. We've seen this story before. We've seen them win points. We've seen them dominate points like this. An ace for NXED, and they are just so good in the 3v2.
Oh my gosh. I mean, we saw it earlier in the previous set. We're seeing it now. Once Aris Kitten Club is able to get one striker off, they're able to get all of them off. They're able to take that advantage so far. And if they can just keep doing that, they've done it twice already. They can keep doing that. They can keep getting kills on Sad Boys, and they can take the game potentially. But now, Vaughn and Bells going to fight up, but Bells is going to get taken out by an XZD and Katsuna, and now that's both barriers gone. A striker down for Sad Boys, and they aren't looking too happy right now. Soren going to use that Firewall Sentry, keep it away. NXED going to send it up to Katsuna, not quite able to get it. Oh, NXED gets the kill on You Already Lose, and now it's a 2v3 once more. That's just going to go straight in. Vaughn can evade strike that all he wants, but Soren is there. Soren is ready with that glitch pop with that strike, going to just get it in, and now it's a 2-2 set, 1-1. The game's all tied up.
Sad Boys believers might be shaking a little bit here. A monumental upset might be occurring at the moment because it has been so good for Aris Kitten Club. They have found that first KO. They have pushed it forward all the way, but right now in this particular point, Soren's having to do a lot more work than he should have. And Bell's finally getting the barriers, getting the goal, and this is what happens when Aris Kitten Club can't get the KO train rolling. A Sad Boys domination in 20 seconds. Absolutely beautiful set, and another set win on the board. Another draft pick order in the favor of them. What do you think about this one?
Looking at this draft, Bells and Katsuna are the ones with the Orb Awakenings. Theoretically, we could get a Ponderer, Dancer, Kai, but we do not see that, nor do we see a Primetime actually coming out. Now, NXCD and Soren are going to get some really good Awakenings, but also Bells on X is going to get Ponderer and Replicator, so oh my gosh, wow. I just saw, because now Katsuna has Primetime as well. They could scale really, really well with this.
Yeah, and they're taking a bit of a gamble. The Aris Kitten Club, they are so confident that they can KO Bells before he reaches 10 stacks of orbs. And given how the last few sets went, I might be a bit confident in that, but Bells is able to just refund the cooldowns of his entire team. It's so scary. Thankfully for Aris Kitten Club, that barrier isn't taken there, and the barriers are taken on the other side. But that's NXZD going down. The striker advantages for Sad Boys have been very good for them as well. Katsuna now still looking to try and make the difference. Soren, what a redirect off of the Cyber Swipe. The power of the Super Surge range is incredible, and they take the first point in the set.
Yeah, you may be down the striker, you may have a great offensive going for the other team, but I mean, if you just run in there with that Super Surge, you got it, and that's exactly what Soren did. Oh, but now Bell's going to use that core flip, get both barriers down. You Already Lose has that core flip ready, uses that Firewall Sentry, doesn't quite get anything off of it. Vaughn just going to dribble it back in his own net, and Bell's gets Soren Kostna cornered. And with the core coming straight at them, Bells can just use that X Maximus and get that core straight into the net.
And even though Bells only had 2 stacks of orbs, it is still shared cooldown refund for the entire team thanks to Replicator. Any amount might be just enough to push Sad Boys over the threshold in terms of scoring, in terms of damage, in terms of anything here. NXED though stuffs out the core flip. Katsuna chasing the core with Soren, getting the strike war win against You Already Lose in the corner. NXED pushing forward, unable to get it so far, and the barriers are threatened on the other side. The Timeless Imitar coming through. Bells pushing forward, and Soren is out of cooldowns after that firewall sentry. Has to be so careful, but the core is in the possession of Ares Kitten Club. The Giga Blast to follow up from Katsuna, and what a combined play to score the goal there.
Yeah, that was some really good team play. Katsuna and Soren were able to just kind of collapse in on You Already Lose, and I mean, you really don't have much that you can do there, and that's exactly what they took advantage of. Now though, Vaughn has that Egoist going to be trying to make a play, get something going here. Oh, uses that flip, not quite able to get anything off of it just yet. We're to lose. Vaughn, Bells all going forward, trying to get this last barrier from Soren. Soren uses that core flip, not quite able to get anything off of it. Oh my gosh. But Bells just going to put it past all three of them, get that goal. Soren has no energy now, so this could be their downfall. Sad Boys are 1 point away from taking this match home, but Ares Kitten Club is 1 point away from tying it all up, so you can see what's happening.
And trade of strikers immediately. NXED getting the dash punch to equalize, but otherwise it would have been an incredibly scary situation for Ares Kitten Club. Sad Boys with a massive advantage, but no, as the respawns come through, Vaughn intercepts the clear from Soren, and this is a situation where Sad Boys have confirmed their goals, where they have converted. The strike war won by Vaughn over and over and over again. Bell's in there with the X Maximus stunning 3, forcing the elusive out, and the strike is not there in time. It is the Sad Boys, as predicted, as projected by anyone, moving on to the winner's final.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a very close match. After that first set, Ares Kitten Club just pulled something, and were able to just kind of do so much. I think that was the scariest match that Sad Boys have had so far this tournament. And I mean, Ares Kitten Club definitely kind of put them on the backs of their feet for a second there, with that ace, with all of those KOs. As we see here, NXCD got 12 kills on Sad Boys, and they were just able to keep that advantage up for so long. But the Sad Boys, I mean, it's tried and true that I'm a goalie. Vaughn, Bells, they know what they're doing. They've played as a team forever, and so they were able to just not let themselves get taken advantage of. Ares Kitten Club couldn't quite pull it out though, and so Sad Boys just took it.
Yeah, just an incredibly clean performance from Sad Boys, but Ares Kitten Club really good at pushing the striker advantages. When they had the 3v2, they turned it into a 3v1, a 3v0, and even just scored the goal before that even happened. So I think they are a force to be reckoned with in the lower side of the bracket here. They will be absolutely tearing it up as they drop down. They are forced to play against the winner of... Okay, well, there's a lot of teams before they have to play, but there are a lot of fearsome teams that may be walking up to them, and I think they could very well take it in that lower bracket matchup. So definitely a bit of a menace down in the loser side.
Yeah, and it looks like it's hard to find who they're gonna pick, who they're gonna have to fight against, but they're going to fight one of Last Call, Bun Bun Bonanza, PP Legends, or Who Let Us Cook, and they're already top 8. They could go farther with this. They could. They're guaranteed 5th right now. If they win one more, they're top 4. I believe they're already in payout. Do you know about that, Saya? I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
but either way,
they're guaranteed top 6, I believe. So yeah, that is
So, I mean, they've already done so well, and now they're in the losers bracket. They could go so much further with this.
Absolutely. But our next matchup is coming up as soon as possible. It's Demons Raw versus Every Villain is Lemons. The acronym is evil, but I feel like there's some context for this that I am randomly unaware of and that I should be aware of.
I have no idea. I mean, I'd assume there is, but I also don't know.
But I don't know where they are. We might be even having a bit of more of a delay because they are missing in action.
They are.
Where are they?
I mean, I can't see the match chat, but it's a yellow match. It has been called, but not started, so I got no idea.
I'm just gonna ping them. Oh wait, never mind. They're here. They're here. Gumi is
They're
here.
here.
Okay. So the map pick ban will proceed shortly, but this is a bit of an interesting matchup. Demons Raw is, of course, the undefeated regular season team in the season 2 of the North American Strikers League. They got second overall in the playoffs, and every villain is Lemons, Leo, Leon, Slop, and Joker. So 2/3 of Core Overflow and the Joker. You know him, you love him, and he's definitely a player to watch in this matchup.
Yes, I mean, they're all really good players. I believe every villain is Lemons was made today, or it's a. I don't think it's an actual full-on roster. For like NASL, NASA, I think it was made today. It's just a bunch of friends. But I mean, they're here. They beat Last Call. They're right now they're doing exactly what they were expected to do, except they aren't. They beat Bozo Bunch, or no, they beat Last Call, who beat Bozo Bunch, and so now they're up here, already past where they were expected to be in the winners bracket. So now they're gonna try and take this as far as they can. They're already guaranteed top 8. They're guaranteed 5th or tied for 6th, and so I mean they're gonna be trying to take this far. But at the same time, Demons Raw, they know what they're doing. They, as you said earlier, they went undefeated in the week stage of NASL Season 2, and so, I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah. Especially given the map pool featured in this tournament, right? It's the ranked map rotation, except we have decided that, as a collective community, that Autumn City with orbs may or may not be competitive, and because of that, we have reached a conclusion that it is probably best to replace it with Oni Village, which has been a staple of competitive for quite a while now. So, but most teams do find themselves going to the 2 quote-unquote more neutral maps, Night Market and Atlas Lab. Even though this is Omega Strikers, no maps are truly that neutral. Both Atlas Lab and Night Market are not very open maps, which is why people also go to Oni. But Oni's not going to make an appearance in this particular game, as the first 3 map bans are Oni, Atlas Lab, and Clarion. That leaves Night Market, and I'm losing it. What's the other one?
Night Market and oh my god, I'm gonna have to check that.
What
Let's
am I
see.
doing?
So
It's Night Market and something.
Night Market and Demon Deus.
Oh right, Demon Deus, it's back. Please pick Demon Deus. I want to see it. I have not seen it in ages. And apparently it's a little different now. Apparently the barriers are smaller.
I've only played a few matches on it today, but I feel like there is a difference. I'm not too confident in that, but they definitely feel a bit smaller. They definitely feel a bit easier to defend, and easier to get around. But they don't feel that substantially smaller. So I mean, it could make a big difference here, but we will just have to see.
Yep, we will absolutely have to see, as the last pick should come in any second now. Oh, it's Demon Deus. Let's go.
Let's go.
We are on the map that has not been seen for ages and ages. It has finally made an appearance in Super Surge Sunday, which actually before the patch, I think it was already planned to have Demon Deus in the rotation just for fun. And then the patch arrived and brought one great decision and one thing that we've already talked about.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's really played a whole lot on this map. Like, very few people know exactly what they're doing, know exactly what's going on this map. But I mean, the team comps were already established. The teams, I mean, everybody except for maybe Now and Kazan have already been figured out for the most part. So, I mean, they're coming in. It's maybe a little bit rusty, but either way, it's going to be really interesting because, I mean, everybody already has an idea of what they need to do, what they can do, but it's all like new-ish.
Yeah, it's so old that it's new again, pretty much. It's a
Yeah.
blast from the earlier days of launch, which isn't actually that long ago, but it feels like an eternity ago. So it'll definitely be a little interesting as the demons are still not in the lobby. Gumi is actually having a bit of an altercation with Slop at the moment because of a certain grammatical thing. So Slop actually said, we are down with the Deus ban Night Market, but without any commas. So it could mean they are down with Demon Deus, we ban Night Market, or we're down with the Deus ban, we're going Night Market. And that is one of the most ambiguous things ever that I've ever read, and I don't blame Gumi. But I don't know. I think back when Demon Deus was still up, the Demons Raw were incredibly good on the map, right? They were just piloting the KO very, very well. They were so coordinated on it. And I think I would trust them more over Every Villain is Lemons on that particular map.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I think I remember the Demons Raw had a pretty well thought out comp for this map. I mean, it was so long ago, as in a few months ago, but I mean, they know this map. I think they did really well on this map. But I mean, either way, now Demon Deus was back when you couldn't pick the map, when there were no map bans, which I mean wasn't that long ago. But either way, you can now choose Demon Deus, and that's what they have done, unless the altercation means that we aren't going Deus. But either way, it should be interesting.
All right. Oh man, we have another delay.
No.
These two teams. Oh my, Omega Strikers players. And being punctual is not the strongest suit. I'm also guilty of that. I did not show up too early to this particular tournament's planning. I was out replacing my phone actually, and arrived like 1 hour before start time back home, and I had to like rush and do a bunch of things. But we're here now. We're okay. And I think a big point in the favor of Demon's Raw is that in this tournament filled with pickup rosters and I guess like cobbled together groups of friends who don't really have their main roster fully, etc. This is just the Demon's Raw main roster. This is just Demon's Raw, and they have been playing together. Like you said about the Sad Boys, they've been playing together since basically forever. So that's just a massive, massive advantage in a tournament like this, especially given how big the bracket is. Exactly 32 teams. That's a lot of double elimination to play through.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a whole lot of teams that haven't made it this far, but I mean, it's clear that Demon's Raw and Every Villain is Lemons. I had to pull up the roster name. They've made it this far. They're already in payout, guaranteed $60 each team. But I mean, either way, they're looking to take this as far as they can. I mean, a goal of a tournament is to either win or have fun, and if you're doing both, you are doing very well. And from what I've heard of both of these rosters, not that I've heard anything from the evil roster, they have a lot of fun, but they also win. So, I mean, either way, this could be a very, very interesting match.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors here that go into it. Another one is actually server select. Denver servers have not been the greatest recently. The famous coin flip of 90-something ping, it is not exactly the greatest situation to be in for players. So they're opting out. Both teams are opting out of playing on Denver for this one, which means it will be on Dallas. And that means, of course, while watching, I've been reminded by the Joker that he will be on 90 ping here. And to any spectators, please be aware of that fact. This is just a PSA from BestieInSlot here as you're about to watch the Joker kidnapped because there's no other way, unfortunately.
I think we should just get like the Joker server, where if you're playing a match with Joker, he gets best ping. He suffered so long with that 90 ping. He should just get his own server, obviously. But I mean he has to be used to it at this point. He's had to play on 90 ping for so many matches for so long. So I can't imagine it's gonna be new to him. So I mean, we can expect the same old Joker, same Octavia Joker. Just solo queue LeBron James. What can you expect? He's gonna do what he does.
Okay, the teams are finally ready. Teams will totally ready in game. Please, let's get started. I want to watch Demon Deus, but I didn't want to wait this long for it. I'll be real.
Yeah, I mean, Demon Deus is fun, but maybe not that enjoyable to the point where you can't you're gonna want to wait half an hour. It hasn't been half an hour, but it feels like it.
Alright, we're finally loading into game. Finally! On the Dallas server, on Demon Deus. That's a lot of D's in the name for this Demons Raw versus Every Villain is Lemons. And you know what's evil? Demons, I think. So, lots of synergy going here. But, maybe with the return of Demon Deus and the removal of Inky Splash Zone, where the Bozo Bunch took the throne of Demons Raw on that particular map. Maybe it's time for them to just take over their namesake of a map. Not their namesake, sorry. Their most associated map, name-wise, in Demon Deus.
True. I mean, they're on their home field. They know exactly what they want. They have their game plan. If they defend, if they have fun, I mean, they can do so much here. I think we're looking to do a whole lot here. If this is an interesting team comp being pulled out by the side of Demons Raw. We have Julie, X, and no Era, but some other character, and now, this will be interesting. Now, almost never. Oh, I don't know what I'm looking at here. We got Snake locking in the Zentaro. And on the other side, we got an X coming out. Kainoob looking to pick Amy right now. I don't know. I mean, it all feels new.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the now is being picked on Demon Deus, right? This is such a damage-heavy map. It also makes sense why it's being picked on both sides. And the Rasmus goalie also making a lot of sense here. So much reach, and the damage also helps, especially when that pendulum swing range is basically enough range to reach over in Demon Deus, where the barriers are basically right next to each other. So as the kickoff starts, the starting awakenings are revealed. It is built different. Orb Ponderer, and this is going to be even more violent than usual.
Oh my gosh. More damage coming out from Kumi, Kainoob, Snake, and the other side too, Evil. I mean, there's so much size, so much damage going around. I think Strike Wars will be all the more important here, but more importantly is going to be kills. As, I mean, with Now, you're going to need to keep up the damage, but, I mean, Now is not the thing that we need to be talking about now. We should talk about how both goal barriers are gone, and that's a goal for Demons Raw. I mean, it's already a point. I'm just chatting right now. It's very, very intense.
Yeah, and as this kickoff starts, I think the big thing to highlight is the Luna goalie from Slop. That goalie is so hard to play on Demon Dance because you lose your barriers so easily. You have even less defense than usual, but on the other side it is Leon pushing forward, and Slop defending the barrier on the top side. Meter available for the Joker, healing up Leo a little bit, but still the damage is continuing to tick up, especially because Gumi, with that goal zone buff, with the Rasmus, just does so much damage to Leo. And the Joker, wait a second, gets the KO, traded back on the other side. And people are just flying across the entire map. This is Demon Days, like we know and love. Slop with the flip will not be quite enough, but the Demons need to capitalize here. They need to get both the barriers, need to make the most of this play, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, we started with 6 players on the field, and then with that interaction, we went down to 3. And now both goals are open. Luna able to kind of keep things going, able to keep those long distance goals away, but Gumi with the amazing hook going to keep it away from Slop, who shot it, but Gumi's going to send it straight back into the side of Evil, and Snake going to get it past Slop, hit that goal. Now they're up 2-0.
Bit of a big advantage, and like you said, that Gumi hook was incredible. That touch straight behind, no fear, knew the trajectory of the core at that moment, and now the barriers are being taken even more rapidly in the favor of Demons Raw. But on the other side, the barriers taken once here. Leon punching forward, but is staggered. Not long for this world, especially on a map as cramped as this one. But some cooldowns are with. Leon starts regenning, gets unstaggered for a moment, and maybe can start being a menace again. But this is still the first set X, not scaled yet, and won't be nearly as powerful. But on the other side, wow, just his Snake just dies.
Yeah, and I mean, oh my god. I mean, I'm speechless right now. They're able to put on so much damage, and even with the now, they're gone. And that wasn't just a raw kill; it was a damage kill as well. And now Gumi and Leon is trying to just keep that pressure going. Uses that primary, going to try and get a goal in. Not quite, but we just see here kind of a pretty even match. And as I say that, Snake going to get it straight past Slop with that secondary, going to put it just right by, and now Demons Raw took that set in a pretty powerful 3-0, and so now is their best chance to stack.
And Twin Drive going to be denied away from Slop, but that means the Orb Replicator is available for the Luna, and this is a very hard decision, right? Twin Drive is just better on the Zentaro compared to the Orb Replicator when Zentaro didn't even take Orb Ponder, I believe. Unless I'm wrong on that, then it's completely flipped, but this is more of a logical way to look at it, I think. Especially looking at the draft right now, I don't think Snake would have taken Twin Drive otherwise. And as the Awakens are shown again, of course, it is revealed that that is indeed the case. But I think the big pickup here is actually the prize fighter on Gumi. Gumi will not be the one dying, generally. It's so bulky with the Pauldrons, and that additional power just goes such a long way for the Rasmus.
Gumi has those Pauldrons, has that size, is able to just kind of let his forwards take all the damage, and in a game with a now and kind of the health at an all-time both low and high between the damage going out and the awakenings, I mean, Gumi doesn't really have to worry about anything. And so with that prize fighter, he can get those kills, he can get things going. But as we see here, just kind of not a back and forth exactly. Demons Raw has been looking really powerful so far in this point, and they're looking to get this barrier down. They've the other side has already lost one. Evil down a barrier, looking to make that 2 potentially. Oh, Leon healed to full. Snake looking very low, no health and no evade to his name. Oh, going to just look to keep that out. Gumi is able to shift a bit further up though, and now Snake going to take that barrier, open up the goal for the side of Evil, and Gumi loses that barrier. Oh, almost going straight in from Leon. Kainu maybe going to get a heal on Snake here. Yeah, looks like it. And now Snake and Kainub are both pretty much up to full. They can get something going. They can provide a lot of pressure here. And Gumi and Kainub going to work together to get that goal. Now it's a pretty open match, pretty open set.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward in these open spaces. Leo Leon gets the KO, but Kainub in the front. And now it is just so difficult for Gumi against this flip. Having Leo Leon to bounce is not what you want to see there. And unfortunately could not find the angle. It was such a difficult situation. Kainub marking the spot where it should have gone, but unfortunately it could not make it quite there. But I gotta say, now, not just the healer, so much damage output by this now character, especially after the buffs. It is ridiculous. I think the fears of a lot of top players surrounding the balance changes for now were very, very accurate, because this character might have just gotten a little bit too much of a buff. She can heal, she can dish out so much damage, and even has a speed buff, can teleport across the map, and both teams have more than proficient now players in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, she's more or less the second. She's the only other character than Atlas that can heal, and I mean, with a game that happens to have a distinct lack of Atlas here, she can provide so much more health, so much damage as well, though. And as I'm talking about that, Kainub is going to score that goal. It's a 1-1 set.
Yeah, and with this 1-1 set, it's just a very hesitant 1-1 set, right? The Demons have been showing that they convert much more often, but if you pay attention to Slop, as long as Slop stays alive, those stacks of Orb Ponderer are so dangerous in the favor of every villain is Lemons. With the Replicator, this is just incredibly swinging the damage race in the favor of the team on the red side. But as I say that, Leo Leon is just healed to full by the now, and Snake is the one at the damage disadvantage, is near death here. Gumi has to be the one defending, but Gumi seems all alone. It is Kainub now converting on the other side. Gumi has flip available. The Joker does as well, has to fight. You're in 90 ping. Snake now 1v1 with Slop, and the Luna has no more cooldowns left, no orbs to gobble to reset them. And the Demons, despite all of that, are still up.
Yeah, and Snake making it clear that, I mean, you can have all the kill power in the world, but if you can't get that kill, then you don't have any abilities, you don't have anything left to keep it out, to get those goals away from the other side. And that's exactly what we saw there, but as I'm talking about that, Gumi and Co have no abilities left to their name, going to lose both of those barriers, and now they're looking at potentially losing this point really quickly. Yes, and they do. That was a 25-second goal. Not that fast, but still a pretty fast goal here, as Slop just going to run up with that core flip and get that straight in.
Yeah, given Demon Deus, it is pretty fast, given that you need to get through both barriers. You can't really double barrier the traditional way. And keep in mind, Slop is at 10 stacks of Orb Ponderer. This Luna is supercharging the team, but as I say that, Lumos goes down. That's one member off the field. Slop dashes forward but cannot get through. Clears it away desperately, but both barriers will be taken. The Demons, despite going to this point 5 here, are looking to be in command of this set, looking to make it a 2-0 lead in this game. Pushing forward still, Gumi down to the bottom side, flip available, but burned by Snake, unable to get the core flip off, and Kainub now back and forth with Gumi, looking for an opening, but there's so many cooldowns on the side of Evil. They have everything and the kitchen sink, pushing it forward over and over again. Leo Leon with the bell ringer still. Slop with an amazing dash all the way across the map, creating an opportunity for the forwards, but Kainub has flip. You gotta be so careful if you're Evil here, because the Demons are pushing forward still. Slop now rushing forward, not quite enough. And even despite that, both teams are holding as overtime strikes. So the core gets so much faster. The Joker rushing through, and Leo Leon zones off. Gumi Kainub not there in time. And after what seems like an eternity, the sets are evened up.
Yeah, and I mean, it was looking pretty powerful for the side of Demons Raw for a while there. But then all of a sudden, I mean, Slop just came in with that boost, was able to get that core into the barrier, open the net up. I mean, it was just a back and forth, but at some point, with no net, with no barriers, what can you do? And while I'm talking about that, Luna Slop has Deadeye now, which will provide so much more damage for the side of Evil.
Yeah, that Deadeye, that extra special. Heavy Impact is fine and all for Kainu, but I'm just so much more scared of Evil right now. Their pickups, just the Luna and the X, more like, but Slop has become a damage monster. That Orb Ponder with the Replicator, even if there was no Replicator, this Slop character will be throwing out craters left and right, will be throwing out whammies, basically unlimited, no cooldown as long as there's an orb available. And, of course, can defend with that dash as much as he wants as well. The superpowered Luna, though, is still losing both barriers to Demons Raw. But the Joker, an amazing primary, perfectly timed to win the Strike War against Gumi to basically frame trap the character. And still, it is Leo Leon in the front, staying alive, pushing forward. The Joker now, Gumi, no more cooldowns left. And Evil continue their march towards their potential win here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just... with those pickups, with the Deadeye, with that extra special, they're just able to provide so much pressure, so much more damage and offensive power than they had in the last set. And I mean, they won that set. So Leo Leon, as you see there, uses that special, is able to get both barriers open, doesn't quite get the core flip off, but now I mean it's an open net for the side of Demons Raw and the side of Evil now. But they're just looking to kind of take this advantage so far. Snake is going to be able to get that through, though. Not quite able to... Evil not quite able to defend, but, I mean, Evil, even while losing that point, looks so powerful in the process.
Yeah, but Leo Leon now pressuring Gumi, forcing the flip out, and again, Snake finding a way to get the barrier. Gumi misses the strike, but will take that clear regardless. The Joker, though, the primaries have been very good so far, and Leo Leon there with the strikes over and over and over again, getting the barrier just past Gumi by a few pixels. And now it is Slop, forced to defend, gets the strike war somehow, stays alive somehow, the heal from the Joker, making sure that it is definite. But Snake with the passive is not quite enough. The Joker taking a lot of damage, but look at that, so many cooldowns. It feels like everyone on the team of every villain is Lemons has all the cooldowns in the world to work with thanks to Slop. And it is still, once again, an inevitability. But right now, Kainu with the flip, defended away by Slop, predicts correctly to the top corner. And as the crisis is averted, Slop picks up yet another orb, clears it away from Snake yet again. And the longer these sets go, the longer these points go, the better it looks for every villain is Lemons, but not when Slop misses the core flip like that, unfortunately. And now it's all Kainu here. The core is randomly stopped for some reason. Snake does not hit the flip. And yet again, the situation resets. Leo Leon sending to Gumi again and again. The Joker to the top side. And still not enough. Snake now in a 1v1, but will not get the angle to the bottom side. Just the dribble intercepted by Slop. The core moves fast. Slop somehow gets it past the primary, but it's still not enough. The follow-up is there. The goal is there. And despite it looking so good for Evil, the Demons clutch it out.
Yeah, and I mean, the pressure is so like one-sided here. You see both teams kind of really putting that pressure out, but at the same time it feels like Demons Raw doesn't have that much pressure, and here they are completely proving me wrong, as they're able to right there open both barriers, get potentially take this set right here and now. But I mean, it feels like Evil has so much pressure, it has so much potential here. And I say that, but Demons Raw able to just like knock them out. And now we go to the draft. Demons Raw has the drafts that advantage here
so
going into
Demons Raw has the first pick here, and as you said, it's a little bit weird, right? This game is a little bit difficult to perceive because I think Evil is taking a lot of pressure from Demons, but it just feels like they're absorbing it so well because Slop is providing them with basically unlimited cooldowns. And that just makes it so different. But, you know, I forgot to mention, Orb Dancer is passed over to Slop. The Demons are saying, we're fine with that. Apparently, they think they can push through it regardless. With this Quick Strikes, with this Cast Last pickup, with the Stacks pickup, they think they can persevere no matter what. And we'll see if they can do it because this is the craziest Luna goalie build that I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, this is such a powerful build, and if Slop is able to get those orbs going I mean, you saw it right there. The entire team is just moving so fast right now. They have so many cooldowns, so much speed. But, I mean, Demon's Raw proving that it might have been a good choice not to pick that here as they open up the barrier for Evil. And, I mean, now they look so powerful despite the fact that they might not exactly be the have the best builds.
Yeah.
Right here.
But right now, it is an open field once again, and General Twee actually mentioned in the past that this is one of the slight advantages of Luna goalie when all the barriers are down. You just have that 3v2 in the other side of the net, Slop with the flip, and that's exactly what I'm talking about there. Because that's just the power of Luna goalie when the map is so wide open. When you need that last offensive advantage, the Luna will be there, especially when the flip is built up, when the cooldowns are built up thanks to that Orb Ponderer, and of course the Dancer allowing that movement as well. And maybe the Demons have bit off a little bit more than they can chew here, because Orb Dancer and Orb Ponderer with Replicator is quite possibly the strongest thing in Omega Strikers.
Definitely. I mean, they just have so much power on their side. Oh, but the core flip going to come out, open up the net, Gumi able to keep it away from Leo Leon, keep those goals away, and now they're looking really powerful. Demon's Raw. They said, no, you may have all of the orbs you can, but if we don't let you win, we won't. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Is Slop just walks away, Snake takes that core flip, gets it straight in. It's 1-1. Demon's Raw looking to just take this win right now.
Yeah, but it's not over for everyone in Lemons. You saw that first point. You saw what they could do if they could get the barriers fast enough. But it's all about that, right? Can they get the barriers fast enough? Because if they're at a 2 barriers to 0 deficit, if Demon's Raw push the offense forward way too fast, if Gumi holds for too long, then it feels impossible for this Luna goalie to defend long enough, even with the infinite cooldowns, even with all of the teammates having infinite cooldowns, like right here, the 2 barriers to 0. Kainoob has flip available, center of the map, pushing forward, stopped a little bit by Gumi, who has been a bit of a defender for every Villainous Lemons for half a second here, but Snake now with the passive KO'd. Maybe a striker advantage will be what Evil needs here, but Slop has no more cooldowns left. And that is match point for Demon's Raw.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it just went straight past Slop. And, I mean, there were no cooldowns. You can have that Ponderer, but at some point, if you don't have your cooldowns up, you're just going to lose that point, and that's exactly what we saw. And now, Demon's Raw is looking to just take their win, get into the winners finals, and that's exactly what they're trying to do right now, as they take both barriers away from the side of Evil, and now it's an open net for Slop. They're really offensive right now, kind of with that Egoist, with that core flip, looking to get something off, uses it all, but Joker is going to take that point away. Now, it's looking really powerful. Really strong.
Yeah, and right now, but Snake almost getting it in. Gumi now pushing forward. The goalie on the other side of the map. On a map like Demon Deus, it's a much shorter distance from their goal box to yours, it feels like. Leo Leon so incredibly low. KO. Snake in position. Slop forced to win the strike wars, but the meter is very high. The Joker will get the barrier on the other side. Slop all the way across the map, and from what seemed like an impossible situation for every Villainous Lemons. They squeeze out a point, they squeeze out an opportunity, they squeeze out a chance. They head to another point, another potential draft here, as long as they can make this early game go better than the last.
Yeah, this is match point for Demon's Raw, but at the same time, Evil is on set point, and if they win this set, they're going to have that draft advantage. They're going to potentially be able to get something going, and oh my gosh, Kainoob just going to get that kill on a...
Oh, but the barriers are both down! Slop and the Joker, the heal used, they're so low though, the meter is so low. The KO almost drew on Slop, but on the other side, the barrier's taken, even despite the goalie being down. That's a small bit of a chance, and it's all gone. They had an opportunity, but Snake does not allow it. Stuns away the Joker. Doesn't even aim for the core. It is Kainoob with the goal credited here. And it is Demon's Raw, as predicted, of course. Moving on, but when they gave over all of the orbs, it looked a little bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking really dangerous for the side of Demon's Raw, but I mean, they said, hey, you might have all of the Orb Awakenings. You might have 10 orbs. But we don't care. We're just gonna pull this off. We're just gonna win. We're just gonna beat you up. We're going to pull off this victory, whether you like it or not. Whether you have all of those orbs or not, we're going to win. We're going to pull this off, and that's exactly what they did. They're seed 2 in this tournament for a reason, and now they're guaranteed top 3.
Yep, they are heading to yet another rematch with Sad Boys in the winners final, which will be up next. But as we see these replays, it was really back and forth, especially after Slop got that replicator. So many cooldowns. But the one constant in this game was that Demons Raw always felt like they were in control of the offense. The points that every villain is Lemons won, Evil was holding for so long with those infinite cooldowns over and over and over again. And in the end, it was either the Demons finally running out of pressure, or it was Evil finding a massive opportunity. But it never really felt like Evil was the driving force in this game. Demons Raw got both barriers more often than not, and it was even the points that Evil won, it was a comfort behind victory.
Yeah, and I mean, the kills were definitely on the side of every villain as Lemons, is what it felt like. But I mean, Demons Raw doesn't care. They didn't care about the fact that the damage was on the side of on the other side. They just pulled it together. They were able to deal just as much damage. They were able to do just as much and take that victory, take the win. And I mean, it looks so powerful too. They lost the set, but they didn't lose the. They were down, maybe in the one set, but not out at all.
Yeah, but that will be it for us. We'll be passing it to the next casters here. It's been Zaya and Potato Player for these past 2 games. But the winners final is coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday. My name is Kbot, now joined by 2004 Lexus 470 GX. Was that the right order? I don't even remember. I was doing that from memory.
I've heard a lot worse. I've heard a lot
Man.
worse. You know.
How you doing
I'm
today?
good. I'm here. I'm happy to be here for John Fortnite's Super Surge Sunday. So, you know, wouldn't be anywhere else.
Wouldn't be anywhere else, especially true for most of our high-level teams. I did the math earlier. We had 7 out of 10 North American Strikers League Season 2 teams in participation today, and 11 out of 16 teams that have already qualified for the upcoming Liftoff tournament for a chance at qualifying at that North American Strikers League. So pretty high-level competition amongst the 32 teams that were standing at the beginning of the day. Now we're down to about 8, and of course we're about ready to sit down and watch the 2 that haven't lost yet. To no one's surprise, of course, it is the Sad Boys versus Demons Raw. Demons Raw, of course, highlighted by Gami. Shout outs to him in the goal box for this team. But it's the classic Lexus. Can we really say much more about these two?
Yeah, I
mean,
there's not much more you could say about. Oh, there's a lot of top teams showing up to this tournament. You know, now let's watch Sad Boys Demons Raw. You know, it's the grand finals run back here just for fun on a Sunday. So
yeah.
Should be exciting.
Winners finals, of course, will be a best of 3, so no real strangers here in the best of 3, except now it's a different map pool across the board. Inky's, of course, taken off of the table completely. Demon Day is added back in. And so taking a look at the map bans here, Demons banned first, and they took away Atlas's Lab. And the Sad Boys band Clarion will be going on the first map to Demon Deus, second map to Night Market, and then Oni Village for the third one, should we get that far. But up first here with this Demon Deus pick for Demons Raw, probably classic. I guess it actually goes to the namesake. We don't have to like make something up this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think they picked it for the namesake or what? You know. I mean,
my guess is that these guys were like the progenitors of the damage composition, so they're probably feeling pretty good about the damage-centric map.
Like, if there was a map named Sad Boys Raw, then Sad Boys would pick it every game, you know, so...
Well, that's why Demons banned away Vaughn's Lab. Because that's...
yeah. True, actually. Yeah. Perhaps true.
Although, the other thing we have to talk about here, especially that we've seen so far in Atlas's Lab, and something that I'm pretty sure the Demons have not been scared of picking is this Now character, Lexus. Walk me through what makes this character so strong, because I've been hearing a lot of complaining today.
Yeah, well, so Now came out, right? And everyone, it's classic new character release where I think she came out, and some people were like, oh, she's kind of fun, but a lot of people thought, oh, she's, you know, a healer. I don't want to play some wussy healer character. You know, I'm more of a damage guy myself. Right. Well, wait till you hear what Now also can do. But it's been coming out that she has, you know, pretty decent damage capabilities, and you're obviously winning the damage war if you have a Now and they don't. She uses a wide variety of trainings very well, from things to creation to projectiles to movement speed and buffs and all that. She can use everything fairly well. Character seems very versatile, you know, has potential as a goalie, played mostly right now as a midfielder, I believe. And I think what a lot of people have been complaining about is they don't feel like there's a lot of counterplay to the healing in Now's kit. You know, recently she got a buff where her little mine on the ground takes even longer to stand on to pop it, and it, you know, it kind of sucks to try, because if there's anyone in your zip code, they're just going to run over and step on it. if you ever try and move onto it, you know, now you're just taking damage, watching them get healed and run away. And it's not even going to talk about some of the goofy shenanigans you can get up to with her projectile. The character seems very strong. So, yeah, we saw her on stream last set in the mirror on Demon Days. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see her again here. Although I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know what Vaughn cooks in in-houses, but I'm not sure how much he has a pocket now. So we might see something.
My gut instinct is telling me that Vaughn doesn't want to play it, knows that Kainoom's been playing it quite a lot, and is just going to take it off the table. I can't imagine it stays up here, Well, of course, we'll have to wait and see. I've seen crazier things happen so far today, like an Octavia Error Mirror match. So we'll see as we get
Yeah.
into this first game,
God
as
help us.
these are two teams that never fail to disappoint in terms of the quality of their matches. Does look like, though, Sad Boys will elect not to ban the Now away, instead banning the Centauro. And I do, now that I say this out loud, and now that I see everything happening in front of me, I imagine it will be You Already Lose picking up that Now to the gold box. Real quick, Starter Awakenings getting word on this, or Replicator Deadeye is the start here.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's a very respectful Luna ban, you know, but the Deadeye start for sure makes sense. And Orb Replicator, you know, I don't have a lot of nice things to say about the orbs, so I will not speak. but it's interesting to see back at the game.
No.
And
Well,
yeah, that is the Now. Wow, this is both teams the double support with the Bruiser.
Snake will go over to the X here on that Centauro, picking up the Orb Replicator as well. Gumi going for the Era Goalie, which is a pick that we've also seen come out of Gumi on a couple of instances, particularly on Night Market with a double Brawler composition. We'll see how well it uses here, especially with this Now character being the jack of all trades that we've been talking her and hyping her up to be.
Yeah, the Era Goalie it was gaining steam on Night Market, obviously, for the double Brawler comps. You stuff the lane. You can do pretty similar stuff here on Demon Days. Bell's falling very low right off the rip, though. He needs his little goalie to come top him off pretty soon here.
Welcome to Demon Days. Expect to see low stagger bars across the board.
I
Snake
missed
gonna
it.
look for them. You missed it. You missed this.
Oh,
You
yeah.
missed this.
This is awesome.
Okay, well,
That is...
to each their own.
it's
One
a little
KO.
sick, but...
Bells gets taken off. See the Bewitching Beam come out. Almost gets it up to Snake. But Snake will get shrunk as well. Does also have the Energy Burst, looking to use it, and will send it in there just on the goal line for the extra security. It's 1-0 up for Demon's Rock.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to play your life pretty carefully here on Demon Days. Bell's going down pretty early. Didn't use his elusive really at a great time. So getting that first kill in this map is sometimes all you need to just blow the doors off of it, you know? So that should be what it comes down to. Someone's probably just going to die to something a little goofy, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Yep, there's one.
Yeah, like that. Coming through with the Sentry drone is Kainoob, and now the X-Maximus popped out a Snake to secure the second barrier. Kainoob in the corner, looking for Snake. You Already Lose, trying to set it right back to the corner, but there's Snake once more with that Bull Rush. The X-Train is coming. Loving the Oki style.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about this map. If you like the Oki style, the whole map is the Oki style. But yeah, I think that the X here might be a bit of a stronger pick on the Demon Days with this double support comp. He's better at just dealing that consistent slow damage to wear people down and find those KOs. Julie's, a lot more of a knock you off the edge type of character, but with those full stagger bars, she's gonna be able to find some free damage for the ultimate.
And we were talking about that consistent damage output. It's going to be even easier to get to that with having all of this support. You get some extra speed to move around the map a little bit better. You get the healing coming in from your Now as well on these Sentry drones. That means you're very rarely going to get taken off the map. You're going to be able to be up more, applying more of that damage, and you don't even have to bother with that retreating. We see the third go in, and now we're on the Awakenings carousel here. Both Nows up first.
Yeah, likely I think here that we see these creation trainees come out for Now. Considered very strong. I mean, the size of these triangles can get pretty ridiculous, and the zone that they can cover is very insane. Very useful for goalie specifically. Monu, I think it's a little bit nicer. The damage and size is pretty good, but nothing wrong with the duration for You Already Lose.
Certainly,
everything else
to Creation Awakenings.
Pretty standard.
online.
PD deny. Knife's Edge still picked up. Twin Drive X. Hopefully we see a Super Surge come out. Superman X can enter the field. And no orbs. No orbs yet. Something to keep an eye on this game with the orb rep start.
No orbs there. Also, Vaughn has to settle for the Spark of Focus. We'll see whether or not that plays a role later on along. But up first, it does appear to be Demon's Raw taking this first barrier right back again. Bells, though, in position. Now has the second barrier as well. Vaughn looking for the pass. Will find it. Now off the corner. This Era goalie probably going to be a little bit weaker in the open net, you have to imagine. But even still, buffing the characters forward. You see the KO come through as Vaughn's taken off the map once more, thanks to a couple of energy bursts. You already lose, tries to get in position, tries to interrupt the pass, but it's too little, too late. Demons Raw, 4-2-0.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes there with those passes. A little Demon Days moment. You know, talk about all the fighting in the League of Legends thing, you know. No one talks about everyone's favorite aspect, which is the sound waves in the middle, right? The Snake's going to take both barriers right off the rip here.
Already 2 down. Kainu, oh my goodness. So close with that proximity drone.
Oh my goodness. They hold strong.
Holding strong for now. Bells has got an energy burst here as an extra set. Now we'll find a KO against Snake, alleviating some of that pressure.
Yeah, watch out, Bells. About to get assassinated by now.
As it turns out, not all of the brawlers were taken off the pitch, perhaps.
Ooh. Run, young man. He is going to survive that. But it just feels like there's such a pressure advantage for Demons Raw here in this game. I'm not sure if it's kind of this difference in forward being aliveness. Well, maybe it is, because it feels like Sad Boy's finding a lot of momentum here off these back-to-back kills on Snake.
Wow, looking for it here, and now it'll bounce off the Maelstrom. Well done by Vaughn. Sometimes that's the name of the game when you're playing the Era, predicting where that core is going to be in about 5 seconds, and then being able to line up the Maelstrom. Well done to that. Finally, Sad Boys get one on the board here, but to your point, I mean, it feels maybe like Kainu's just able to do a little bit more damage, able to provide a little bit of extra healing, but that said, we're seeing Snake get punished a couple more times, getting close to this edge in that corner where he really likes to hang out, waiting for the core to get down there. So, see a KO here, but don't see much come of it. This looks like this penalty is going to get killed by Demons Raw.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a fumble there from Sad Boys. I mean, Demon Days is it's a bit tough sometimes to score on, especially when you don't have a ton of speed for yourself. Getting around the back of the goal is pretty tricky. But you know, you feel like they got to get something more with that opportunity.
Also, now
we'll get another one, another power play.
Second chance. Bells finds the KO. Energy burst. Burned all over the map. Bells will hit it up there. Now looking for the second one. Trying to find it, but the proximity drone sends it right underneath the barrier from Yordi Lose. It'll finally hit, as we couldn't quite see the Sentry Drone defending from Kainu. Bells low on stagger, though. Perhaps looking for a heal, and now Yordi Lose's heal comes in just a little bit too late, but it doesn't matter because the proximity drone is there to send it through.
You do. That's a little goalie skill check if I've ever seen one. Just pop a proximity drone pointing directly into your own goal box. Maybe not how they wanted that one to go.
Well, happens. What can you say? You win some, you lose some, and some get rained out. As Goomy playing that raindrop era, of course. We'll see now. X Maximus comes out of Snake. Applying a little bit of extra damage, not finding any KOs just yet. Bellbringer comes out, Vaughn low again, but is going to stay alive for the moment.
So now's her mind. Oh, Vaughn. A nice try to preempt the energy burst KO or something like that, but Keenum still finds it. I was going to say, is now's mine a creation? Because that explosion is huge.
It must be, I imagine. This point, I feel like you are right, because it doesn't normally go that large, right?
Right. Hopefully.
Well,
okay.
We did get confirmation that it is, so there you go. The more you learn. Yordi Lose got the energy burst.
Yeah, I mean, this one feels like as soon as they get into Snake's hands, a second time, then things are over for Sad Boys here.
Sentry drone, proximity drone, intercepted by Snake. Kainu credited with the goal, but that's the Oki playstyle. Even if you don't need to be there for the goal to get scored all the time. If you're just interrupting exactly what the goalie's trying to do.
I think it's maybe unfair to call Oki, and more of just, I mean, This is where X led. It's where X does his best work, is standing right there. And I don't know if that's just Oki's fault. Bells finds another quick KO. He's been doing a really, really nice job after those first couple minutes of finding these opportunities on the Snake.
Now we'll flip for the first barrier. Tries to get it right back up there. Vaughn will shrink Gumi, but the core will go away. Meanwhile, Snake once more back online immediately to the X Maximus, looking for Bells. It's one barrier down. Looks for the second one. Can't find it. Kainu down to the bottom side. Has energy burst. Can't find the core. It'll hit the barrier. Open goal gates now for Sad Boys to secure themselves a set. And now for Demon's Raw as well. Gets away here. The Sentry Drone committed. There's the energy burst. Snake can't find the denial between the strikes. Now.
Wow.
Was
a
that
second
another
on goal. The second is the mine. I believe he placed it on himself as soon as Gibby was hitting it in. Just a little lack of coordination on that one, but Mr. Noob finds the second goal on the Gami here. Sad Boys take the set.
You know, sometimes it's about whether or not you can beat yourselves on a given day. and there's a little bit of warm-up time. It's only winners finals. We got plenty more to play, but it does mean in this carousel, Bells is going to pick up this 1-2 punch. He's already been finding a lot of these KOs now. That threat has just jumped up even more.
Oh, boo, kind of boo. Your ex has twin drive. Give him super surge. Boo. No fun. No Superman. Let him fly. You know what I'm disappointed is that, well, maybe happy, but it's Orb Rep start and the Orb Ponder just got passed over. There's nothing to us.
I think when there's enough other awakenings on the map, you'll take those. And, you know, especially Snake, you figure, has the Orb Rep, sure, but gets KO'd pretty consistently from Bells, right? And especially with Bells picking up that 1-2 punch, probably thinking that not going to be as impactful to have that stacking awakening that could potentially get reset. Instead, just looking for the big fish, winning some more of these strike wars and trying to knock down some of these barriers, especially when he pops into that X Maximus.
Wow. The crazy thing to watch is that there's not really any move speed picked up here, if I'm correct, but, you know, unless you count Chrono Boost, or I guess there's Knife's Edge. These characters are just so inherently fast. Wow. My bad. Snake just punched it in. Wow. But everyone is just flying around, which I think is really interesting to watch with it feels like if you weren't mirroring the Now era, it would be really hard to play against.
Yeah. That is a fair assessment, I'd say. And of course, speed oftentimes is king. Haven't gotten the chance to talk much about that, and that's also one of the reasons why Kainu would want to play that Super Surge, right? For the extra efficiency to that buff, instead of just having it on Snake for the extra range of that Bull Rush.
Yeah,
now,
but do you consider how funny it would be to have the extra range in that Bull Rush?
Well, you might be right. It'd be funny, but they're trying to win the game.
Yeah.
It's Demon's Raw versus Sad Boys.
Oh.
Yeah, business as usual. It's Demon's Raw versus Sad
Classic.
Boys. Classic.
Well, I mean, things are a lot, but I was really concerned after the way that first set played out. I thought, is this going to be a quick one? But Sad Boys really rallied, making the most of their opportunities, and I think Demon's Raw, I mean, Snake has to do a better job of keeping himself alive. He's got a ton of healing, so, you know, you just need... He's never been really staggered, even. He just needs to not die off the edge. This game is going to be a lot easier for Demon's Raw.
Almost close there again as Energy Burst came through. He's already burned the X Maximus, now looking for some extra damage onto Vaughn. So the Sentry Drone come out here again. There it is, down to that barrier. Other drone out, preventing that core from getting preventing that clear angle. Huge placement there from Kainu. And the barrier will fall. Now looking for the pass up to Snake. There's enough drones in the way. Bells will core flip it to get it away. Passing play. Looks like possession still maintained here from Demon's Raw. Pops back out the wrong way. Snake almost hits it in. But it'll bounce off the post, and You Already Lose will be forced to dribble. Kainu nearly intercepts. Gumi will be forced to use the energy burst. Back over to the other side. X Maximus, once again, sent away. Overtime now. I'm going to talk about speed. How about the core speed that is about to go? Snake almost hit the...
I mean, it feels like with Now era goalie, something's got to just roll in on accident here the next little bit.
See what
and lately that's
now.
favored Sad Boys. Oh, Not this time, though. Nice little punch in. Snake doesn't even get a touch on it, actually. That's all just the speed from Kinub. While I was trying to do the evade clear.
Set point once more. It's raw.
This feels like this could be, I don't know. It feels like, to me, it could be kind of a pivotal one. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of fairly decent awakenings, namely Cast to Last, I think haven't been picked up yet, which I would consider a pretty high priority in this draft. So, you know, whichever team wins the set, I think is probably going to have a much better chance of just closing it out 3-1. And wow, that tornado insta-kills him.
Well done by Gumi. Now Snake closes the distance rather quickly. Buffed up with enough speed. Possession largely maintained here once more for Demon's Raw. Almost able to find the strike to the barrier, but I think that was Yordi loses drone that was able to send it away. Now Kainub finds the energy burst, gets it right over there to that corner to Snake. That play is a constant for any X player, and once again, it's capitalized on there. Demon's Raw get their pick of the litter here on the carousel. Is there Cast to Last? No, there is not, but Aerials is up.
Well, and there's this, well, Kinub has, no one with Orb Rep is up until Gumi here, but Orb Dancer actually considered pretty good. I would think that Gumi takes it, yeah, because Bells is the only one with Orb Rep on Sad Boys, and Julie really likes to, actually I think likes Dancer because getting that move speed for herself is pretty nice. But it's a bit late in the game to see it picked up. I'd be surprised if they're even stacking this until next set, if it exists, if next set is in the room with us now. So I didn't even pay attention to anything else. My mind was possessed by the orb. I'll say it, I pondered it.
You see the orb, you take the orb. It's very tempting.
Yeah.
It's a very healthy snack, too.
We got specialized training, stagger swagger, a lot of really nice pickups here, I think, for Sad Boys. I think this is what they call Sad Boys draft luck, if I'm being honest with you.
Barriers starting to get taken here. Sad Boys looking for a way back into this thing, but you mentioned that specialized training on Bells right now with that 1-2 Knife's Edge and specialized. Very nice Julie page to be sitting on, even if you had to deny that specialized training in the last draft. Away from Snake, who now has the energy burst, almost looking for it. Finds it there, almost runs away, thanks to getting buffed up with so much speed. Now Kainub uses energy burst, but can't find the strike to the core. Vaughn will collect, sent away.
Ooh. I mean, this just seems like one of the most carefully played points from either team that we've seen. Nothing absolutely ridiculous has happened. We're all the way in overtime. Both teams still have goal barriers. Nice strike work from Vaughn. It's going to keep 2 for Sad Boys. I mean, if they can just get this next one, it's a ton of pressure here. And you can see I was talking about that timeless creator on that now. You already lose just yucking it out in the middle of the field, and it just sits there and says, you know, Gumi can't clear into me for the next however many seconds. Or flip comes out.
5 buttons were just pressed there in the span of about 0.5 seconds. Bells almost will find the core. Can't there. Right back up to Vaughn. There's the Maelstrom in the corner, but it doesn't have any additional size of itself, so the core will slip by. Kainu knocked back. Vaughn looking for the strike war to go off the sound wave, and now we see both lifelines come out again. Energy burst does not connect with the core, and now here's Demon's Raw. There's a beautiful core flip out of Kainu. Hits off the top corner, open up the barrier. Snake almost finds it, can't collect. Now it's off the corner from Bells. Wow. Still, goal cannot be found in this 4th set. Kainu closing the distance. Snake not quite there in time to find the strike. Fiery Flurry out. Gumi is ready on that check. Is familiar with that game, but there's a KO coming from Snake. Looking for the pass forward here. Now to the shot, back down to the corner. Where are they going to send this one? It's hard to tell. It's going to go through all of them and right back into their own nets.
I called it. I was just a point or two too soon. I mean, when these nets get open and you get into overtime, both teams have to just be terrified. I mean, I think kind of a score as quick as we can because it could easily just roll past our goalie. Yeah, really, I think a lucky break there for Sad Boys. Although I think they played generally very well across the point. Just some crazy saves coming out from both sides as well. So game continues to be quite a battle.
Anytime that core gets close, you see like literally these now characters just basically spam the keyboard with whatever abilities they happen to have at that time.
Yeah.
You see the lifelines come out to knock the core away. You see the proximity drones used there as well. But now, power play opportunity. Despite the fact the gold bear is going to go down, Bells will win the strike war versus Gumi, find the barrier. Now here comes You Already Lose, going forward, going in on the lifeline, misses it with the energy burst, spawns back in time. It's right back up there, but there's no one to send it back. As we see power play dissipate. Now, though, Kainub and Snake in pursuit. You Already Lose, back in time. Double goalie.
Wow.
Kainub, though, finds the KO. Still power play, but this time it's back the other way. Demon's Raw opportunity. Bells low on stagger. Can't really do much of anything here. And now Vaughn catches a little bit of a break, but can't find it there. And it'll slip right past the Bubutching B.
You know, I was just about to become maybe a now apologist and say, like, well, you know, maybe she doesn't look that strong. Just looks like she's maybe boring to play as and against. And then he just one tap. You Already Lose in the back of the goal box.
Yeah.
And that will just you don't love to see that.
Yeah, watch
Nice
yourself,
looking
Lexus. I think our Twitch chat's about ready to get their pitchforks out for the night. They're getting a little rowdy. Open goal gates here. Demons Raw looking for this one as well. Snake almost finds it, but of course, sent away once more. Bells low on Sager. Probably Snake looking for the KO. No, kind of will take it himself, because why not? Takes care of business. Now's a brawler character. Can do the same tricks.
Oh,
Now,
wow. Both of Gooby's forwards get in a piece on goal barriers. Nice. Oh. And there it goes.
Beautiful denial. Beautiful
Demons
denial
Raw.
there.
You
Right
know,
back on.
it feels like their highs in this game. It feels like Demons Raw are playing better than Sad Boys, but it just feels like they can't get out of their own way in some of these critical moments. I mean, we saw some own goals, some own barrier takes, just some goofy stuff happening. Where if they can clean it up, they should be looking very pretty in this game. But Sad Boys continue to survive, and you know, I would take any issue with how they're playing at all. Although that's going to be
Open
both
goal
barriers down
gates.
for Demons.
Bells finds the KO thanks to that knife's edge 1-2 punch power against Gumi. And now there's the fiery flurry. Forced into the dodge is Kainub. Cannot find the clear. It's Sad Boys that'll send us to set 5. And Vaughn is up first. That means Vaughn's probably picking up Cast last.
Cast last. I wonder, I mean, Quick Strikes isn't worth it anymore. I mean, I feel like when you're playing in this matchup, you have to just take the cast last. Yeah, there it is.
But it does leave Primetime up here as well.
Yeah, Primetime, I'm interested that this Heavy Impact now has gone over. I think Primetime now is very, very funny because she has the two, right? You know, he could effectively block off both sides at once on a map like Demon Days, but nothing wrong with the Heavy Impact denial because Julie's already doing a ton of damage. Primetime on Era is going to feel very good as well. I think the only person who's maybe... I mean, this has got to be one of the saddest X Awakening pages I've ever seen in my life. People say X scales. He gets, you know, almost any Awakenings. He just scales. I think he might not have scaled this one. I've seen a lot better ones than this. And Sad Boy's going to take both barriers, though, pretty early on.
The Orb Rep start didn't really help Snake. But
Yeah.
2 sparks and a
Bells
size
has it as
awake.
well.
Like, yeah.
I mean, there's been worse pages. You know, he could be playing like Monu X or something, but he's when all your damage is carried by 2 spark of power, you're kind of the tickle monster. Look at him. He X. Okay, look at him go. It was
Don't you disrespect the X.
my bad. Hey, my bad.
Put some respect on this character's name, Lexus.
Hey,
Better
he
watch
was-
yourself.
Tickled him hard enough, I guess. Oh, wow, the core flip actually forced out from kind of there. What a nice
Find
native from
yourself on
Vaughn.
the
And that's
receiving
the
end.
kill. A bit of a Gumi classic. Real Gumi fans have seen this one before. Steps up, eyes to Bells, and that should be at least 1 barrier going down, if not 2. We'll see what kind of can cook up on the defense here. Not enough.
Can't save it. Vaughn in the corner, looking forward for Bells, but there's enough presence there from Demon's Raw. Now, oh my goodness, Sentry Drone almost comes up. Now we got activated, hit the corner. Gooby back in time to save. Bells knocked away. Won't be in position here. Now, Maelstrom comes through. Vaughn credited with the goal, 1-1 here in set 5 of game 1.
Yeah, Vaughn on his favorite, most exciting character era, showing once again why he has to pick it every game that it's up. I know he just loves Era so much, so I need to make sure that I kind of glaze him a little bit on it.
Yeah,
But
sure he does.
1-1. Could we be headed for a set 5.5? Probably not, right? Probably not.
Wouldn't be the first time or the last time. You'll see
Omega
these
Strikers
two
would
teams.
never go to set 5.5.
Never. How could they? Snake, beautiful energy burst there, and the X Maximus is going to be able to find both barriers. Now, though, will he be able to find the goal? Vaughn, looking a little bit low on health, has that spark of resilience for a little bit of extra stagger, but Snake is still in position. It's only a matter of time before another bell ringer comes out, most likely, and there it is! It'll catch the core right between the two goalies, and it is game point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that obviously the issue you run into on a map like Demon Days specifically, where the goal barrier is so wide and your goal barriers are so important, as soon as you lose them and you're playing this like era now comp, the defense gets really hard because it's hard for you to spread out and play the full map. So you're essentially trying to defend this. Oh wow, that's a nice kill. The flips are up.
4 KO streak. Oh my goodness! Yordilu is able to find the save there. Snake dives in, now gets stunned, and Kainu will get credited with the winning goal. No 0.5, set 5 this time, but Demon's Raw will take the first game.
They never would. Never been a set 5.5 before. Yeah, really well played. I think across the board from both teams. I really felt like Demon's Raw just were able to keep up. It felt like the X might have been more effective on Demon Days as a generalist pick, both in the fighting and in the scoring and the barrier taking. But not to say that Sad Boy struggled at all.
I have just looked over. I happened to pull up Bell's stream, who was spam clicking the damage number for Kainu. 70,000 on the now, highest in the lobby. Right up there with Snake getting 65,000. How fun must that have been to play against?
Huh. I mean, I don't have a lot to say. You see the
Rolling.
number. 70,000. Whoa. Wow.
Whew.
John Odyssey,
You know?
you have done it again. Oh, wow. I can't wait to see the next character. I can't wait.
The
I can't
last
wait to see what
character.
they do.
That's the last character.
Yeah.
So, you know it's going to be real special.
Yeah, gonna be real special.
But look, hey, at the end of the day, okay.
Get her out of here. That is boring to watch, and it also is just dealing 70,000 damage. I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
There's the most redirects in the game. That's curious. That's all. Not a lot
Yeah,
more to
well.
say with that.
MVP performance. That's what that actually is. That's not the character. That's
True.
all Kainu right there.
Yeah, I mean, he did
That's-
30,000 more damage than you already lose, and they're playing the same character. I think the truth is,
Yeah.
that's why
I mean, hey.
Mr. Noob was the NASL Season 2 MVP, right?
Only one person can be the MVP. And there's a reason why it was Kainu. But look, joking aside, right, and slight sarcasm aside, at the end of the day, first of all, you all are going to keep playing this game. Let's not kid ourselves, okay? The character might be pretty fun to play against, but you all are going to continue playing. Second of all, because you're going to keep playing, you're going to have to figure out what the most effective strategy is and implement that into your game. And if the most effective strategy is a jack of all trades now who can both brawl and heal and support and lock down creations and areas of the map, then you gotta play the character, I guess, in the midfield slot.
I thought you were going to say
I
the
guess.
most effective strategy is to ban now. That's what I thought.
Well, you could do that too, but then you're leaving on Octavia or an Arrow online. So,
I mean, you got, there's two bans. What you got to do? There's got to be something online. You gotta pick one, but I guess, I mean, it looks like everyone has adapted to now overnight. I feel like I didn't hear anyone talking about this character, see really playing her. Aside, again, there are a couple people here and there. They're like, oh, she's pretty fun. And then it feels like I woke up from my nap and everyone's like, she's so broken. Everyone plays her every game. And I was like, oh, well, there you go. The now meta is here. We got one patch to do something about it, I think. So, oh man.
Well,
Oh.
we'll get into it in a moment. I think our players are ready. We're just waiting on Saya to press the button. And part of the reason why I'm saying this out loud is so that Saya can maybe press the button. Oh no, we've gotten one unready. All right. Well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm the troll.
I wasn't ready.
Oh well.
But
this is why we can't have nice things, Lysis.
Yeah, my bad. I'm a little noob. It's okay.
Okay, we're now getting word Gumi is gone and he is restarting his PC. I haven't heard that one before either. You're gonna tell me the 65,000 and 70,000 damage out of his forwards actually overheated his PC?
Wow. Isn't that a? Am I thinking of someone else? I thought Gumi. No, I'm thinking of someone else. Gumi PC's not a classic hit, not one that all Gumi fans can remember.
No, it is.
It is?
Oh, no. It's Gumi. It's Gumi.
Okay.
Kind of has also had some problems, but Gumi has been most consistent in terms of PC overheats and crashes out of the lobby.
Nice.
And Kainu has gotten a new PC recently, and I don't think Gumi has. So.
Well. Yeah, I mean, you know what the answer is.
Saya is chatting right now. There was also someone frozen cheese. I'm pretty sure that was. Wait, who was that? That was Slop, I think. Right?
Slop with the.
I think that was Slop in the OSPL. I want to say you're getting some Omega Strikers competitive scene lore tonight.
He put
on
frozen cheese on his. Wow.
Yeah. He took refrigerated Babel cheese.
Have issues. I remember that, but
he took refrigerated Babel cheese and just put it on top of his PC to cool it down.
You know, I've seen that picture. Oh my goodness. Oh, we love Omega Strikers. Oh.
You know, we do what we do. We do what we need to do. Hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
You know, if we're
way it goes.
If we're putting cheese on our computer to cool it down, I don't know if we're doing what we need to do.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What? Would you rather put ice on the computer? No, you're not going to put ice.
I think that there's got to be a. I don't know if the cheese, you know, circles are the recommended technical support. I think if you're having an issue with your PC, take it into PC repair. He's not going to be like, oh, did you try the cheese? Did you get the cheese on there? I don't know about that. I think there might be more we could be doing.
That is true. You probably didn't turn on the frame rate or something that you're playing the game at, or like one of the 5,000 other things you could possibly do.
Gimmy's back in the lobby.
It is a good Band-Aid solution on tournament day.
Sure. It's a funny
Sometimes you need the Band-Aid solutions. There's a reason why Band-Aids exist.
Matters. Yeah.
So.
That's true. All right.
Hopefully we'll be getting into this one. Hey.
Lobby. Oh, here we go.
Game 2 is Night Market, which was Sad Boy's pick to play second. Demons Raw up 1-0. Is it a now ban here that we're going to see? What do you think, Lackless? Please. You're like, get me out of here. I'm done.
I'm hoping. I've been converted to the side of now is OP. So, you know, she was hoping it's a ban. I mean, what? Sorry, what? I totally tuned out. What map are we playing this game?
Night Market.
Night Market. Oh yeah, now sounds like she's probably also on Night Market.
So Double Brawler still works with now in the composition with Eric Ole.
Yes, I both these teams like their cooking, so I wouldn't be surprised to see us, you know, just dropping that like Era goalie, maybe even Mirror. But Vaughn's such a passionate Era player. Maybe we'll just see him taking it for himself.
Yeah, well, hopefully the cooking doesn't include PC heated cheese. And there's the ban that we were waiting for.
W.
You got your wish. And the Octavia gets banned as well. It is a Spark of Focus missile propulsion start. So interesting to see the Octavia ban come out here.
Yeah, I mean, I respect. I don't think Spark of Focus or Missile Prop are particularly good for either of those characters. I think both teams clearly just said, we don't want it. And there it is, the double.
There it is.
Oh wow, got a little bit of Exilor. Oh yeah.
We're getting a little bit of everything tonight. We're seeing some Octavia. We're seeing now be a brawler character. Now we're seeing the double brawler thing that was started to be piloted by Demon's Raw about, what was that, about 3 weeks ago or so. And now Sad Boys are mirroring it. And
Yeah,
everyone
Sad
takes
Boys,
Spark.
I think are very. Oh yeah, they know how to have a good time. And also,
Yeah.
what is Missile Prop doing over here? I think Sad Boy is very comfortable with this comp as well. This Juliet obviously a comfort pick for Bells, but Vaughn a little bit better on the X than you might realize. She's playing it in the midfield position. First barrier and first kill go down though.
Sad Boys, potential opportunity here, but Kainu is in the way. Now pops the X Maximus. Bells looks for the dribble, can't find it. Vaughn's got the energy burst here. Probably only a matter of time before he uses it, I'd imagine. Looking for the dribble off this bottom side is Bells. Vaughn not there in time either. Can't quite seem to get this pass up here and get enough pressure with that barrier, with Gumi spacing quite well. There's the dash punch from Snake. Open goal gates now. Here comes Bells, interrupts things, wins the strike war. X Maximus out of Vaughn. Lower Snake stagger down quite a bit.
Vaughn is
stuck there for a
fighting.
moment.
This core flip will be used for. He's got big plans. Oh, there's
Yes.
like a barrier. Bells is
Second barrier will
running
fall.
for his life. No way this
Both
goes
energy
anywhere.
bursts for the defenses. Snake stalls out for a moment. Alex not to hit it right then. You already lose. Burns the energy burst. Now Vaughn will actually use the energy burst to find the KO. But Gumi finds one in response. You would think that this would have been like a fire-up start or something with those three happening right there, but that's not an awakening in the game right now. Vaughn will indeed pick up the first goal.
Oh yeah, he rings the bell. A nice little dribble with the ultimate into the bell ring, the perfect angle. I wasn't even sure if it was going in. I don't think Gumi was ready for that to actually just slide it up there, because I think he could have covered it. But X Maximus popped now for Mr. Noob. That's a pretty big cooldown.
Not going to have that for some time, although with how long these points are going, it'll probably still be up by the next point. Strap in, folks. Night Market's been known to take about 30 minutes on average, I'd say. That's probably an exaggeration, but this one could very easily go the distance.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that this could be a bit of a faster Night Market game as far as the ones we're used to. Two teams are very offensive oriented. Someone should be getting scored on. I mean, the only thing standing in your way of a goal is an arrow, right? And then obviously being able to win the battle going on. But power play here, opportunity for Demon's Raw. But their barrier is open, so you can see, I mean, it's just scary to extend it all here. Snake playing his life.
Kainu almost finds the corner. Will get sent away by You Already Lose. There's the Flutterfly speed out. Bells looking for the shot. Has energy burst here as well. Vaughn off the corner. Now burns the X Maximus. Communication falls apart a little bit there, but Bells will be still in the vicinity to put that away and maintains energy burst.
Some of the stuff Kainu is doing in Gumi's goal box in this series so far, with the now, I believe he's what the kids these days are calling an op. I mean, a couple of own goals have gone down, but that's not going to stop him from picking up momentum here in this next point.
There's Maelstrom out here. Looking for the point. Vaughn strikes down to the corner. Snake on the dribble. Has the punch. You Already Lose back in time. Flutterfly speed is out. And now it'll drift right in front of the goal box. Back to the other side. Bell still has this energy burst. Waiting for the time to use it. Maelstrom out. Energy burst out of Snake. Doesn't collect the core. Now Kainu on the dribble. Here's the energy burst. Everything's covered. Vaughn's back. Able to drop back into the goal box. Now, though, both forwards are staggered for the Sad Boys. But even still, Bells will find the cheeky play up in the top corner. Now, power play. 1-for-1 trade. Snake low on stagger. So is Vaughn, though. Be looking for this and now just stands right there. Mike, what's going on? What? How am I supposed to cast this?
Bull Rush. Take flight. Pop the Sad Boys key, dude. Wow. I mean, that is just a goofy point. It's like I was saying, it's not a defensively oriented composition, and it's a mirror. So I think there should be a lot more of these goofy kills and a lot less of these defensive strongholds. Kind of just punches Vaughn off the side.
Ari Fleury is committed out of both Juliets there. Sandboys will get it away from the second barrier, but it's still right back in this corner, and Gumi's around to help keep this core forward.
Vaughn back alive. X-Max was popped. Trying to punch it.
Nope.
How did he even... I mean, he put on the extendo arms for that one. Reached out. Reached back and slapped Snake off the edge. I was going to run up and get the first barrier, and I mean... But my favorite thing is that the Julies in the forward position here are very, very under-leveled. And we have these two X's, which are level 5, probably looking at level 6.
There's a reason why. It's because it tends to be the Julies, I suppose, right now that are finding themselves off the map. 2 energy bursts out here for the Sandboys. One will be used to stall. Second will be used to stall even more. Looking for the KO and Snake in pursuit. Can't find it there. Maelstrom out from Yuri Luz also moves up, trying to maintain this triangle, and now Bewitching Beam will be used, trying to send it around. Gumi's still there in time. Overtime once more on Night Market. Lexus, I don't know. You say that there should just be scoring happening.
I think that there's
sometimes just is not
a little Scooby-Doo action occurring on the map right now. I mean, this, it's really important for these both these brawler characters. They just have to play their lives, so sometimes they can't focus on the scoring when the core's getting down to them. But I'm really interested. I mean, thank goodness there's not now. By the way, I'm sorry, I just had that thought. That's totally unrelated to what I was saying.
Yeah.
Ooh, a slightly missed strike from Yuri Luz is going to open up that second barrier, and opportunity here for Demon's Raw to stay in the set.
Overtime now. Snake low on stagger in the corner. Goes elusive there with the energy burst. Gets away from the flutter from that fiery flurry.
Wow.
Now the denial of the energy burst out of Kainoob. No one's in position as the core almost goes back into the blue gold box. It's not there. Vaughn buys some time. Bells down to the corner. Picks up the speed boost. Now looking for the passing play. Vaughn takes the shot. Gumi's in position. Now Snake in the 1v1 will slip it past Yuri Luz. It is a 5th goal in the first set.
Yeah, that was a really nice read by Gumi. Cause you pretty much have to make the decision, is he going to pass? Is he going to shoot somewhere, cover pass? And he kind of got lucky, got the right angles, defends it from Vaughn, and Demons convert. But there's just... And I also, sorry, I know I'm yapping about stuff way in the past, but I was really impressed with Yuri Luz's save on that core flip. He used his elusive so he didn't get knocked back by the core flip and could strike it in time. So I just think there's so many mechanics in the game that people are still working on improving. It's really nice, a treat to watch these top level teams go at it like this.
It's those small little micro plays that make the world of the difference.
Gumi
going in though.
Now flashes that Sandboys emote. Keeps it up, opens the goal up, and Sandboy's gonna have to try and convert something here.
Snake looking for the KO, can't find it versus Vaughn. Tries to get it up to Bells. Now that Flying Phoenix is already committed. Gumi uses that energy burst. Vaughn's right there in response. Bewitching Beam out.
Big opportunity for Bad Boys. As long as Bells can stay alive, they have core flip advantage on the goalie, so they should be able to pop it down to him pretty easily at some point. Bells trying to dribble though.
In the corner, Snake now has an energy burst. Passing play coming out of Demon's Raw. There's the flip in the corner. He'll get caught by Yuri Luz. Looked like it was going slightly wide up to that corner, but Caleb will intercept nonetheless. Vaughn drops back once more. Plays the second goalie, even still on this X. Now Flutterfly speed comes out. Enough to find the saves. It's a well-placed shot from Snake. Still gets sent away. Bellringer also will send it down to the south side of the pitch vertically. There's an energy burst. Almost finds the demon angle, but not quite. Would have been off the post. Gumi's there nonetheless. Now the fiery flurry comes out of Snake. It'll find the KO versus Bells. Power play opportunity. Can't find the pass up to Kainu, but now Vaughn's in position to prevent any play from happening. Back in this corner, though, Snake will find the pass to Kainu, and it's Demon's Raw taking the first set once more.
Took them a little bit, but they finally pinched it in there. I mean, once you can get the X and the Julie in the corner, that's pretty hard to defend. But yeah, I mean, and that's only the first set. So, shows what I know. I guess this is going to be a long one. But wow. I mean, level 7, level 8 coming out, level 5, I think, for the Julies. So that's something else. I'm wondering if we
I
see
feel
a
like we just
Stagger
casted
Swagger.
an entire game.
Yeah, I mean, that was so long. And there's so much more X midfielding yet to come, you know. That's been my favorite part of the set so far, is in the just neutral interactions, watching these two X's try and out midfield each other. It's very silly, and you know, they both take breaks to kill Juliet every now and then, but yeah, as we're seeing right now. But watching them pass back and forth with each other and try and maneuver around with bell ringers and stuff in the midfield has been very, very entertaining to me.
Last
Nice
Awakenings
edge.
carousel. Spark of Agility was online there. Gumi picked it up first, so we'll continue running for Mayor. And everyone else will be out of the race. But otherwise, handful of rather important things, such as Snake picking up the Knife's Edge. You already lose, picks up the Super Surge for the extra Flutterfly speed there as well, and uses it to try to get things out of here. There's Vaughn and the X Maximus just trying to buy some space. Can't do so there. Can't get it around to Bells. Here comes so much happening in this corner. But it looks like the Sound Boys will find the hold into their own barrier and find a KO in the process. Bells knocked away, almost knocked off of the pitch, thanks to that energy burst. Now tries to get in position, steals the orb, and now is right back up the full stagger, but you already lose, lets it slip by. Hits the barrier. Vaughn now in the strike war versus Kainu, both in the X Maximus. But it looks like it goes mostly neutral. And the core will live to see another day. Vaughn, Bellringer, once more. Now, starts to get back in position, drops back, realizes that there's forward positioning coming in from Demon's Raw. Bellringer out, doesn't connect, finds the net anyway, and now everything comes forward for the Sad Boys to send the core back.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just so nervous watching some of these points happen, because it feels like one side opens it up and then the core just starts flying around in overtime, and you have these two slow brawler characters that aren't touching it, and you're just ready for the demon angle to happen. Nice dribble from Bells.
Well, from
Good
Bells
try on
gets
the
one,
second
almost
barrier,
gets a
but
second.
not going to find it. That's Snake and Keynoob's turn, I believe. They can get this clear out. They should have an opportunity here. I want to say, I haven't been tracking it. I want to say they have X Maximus. Yeah. This is pretty much
There it is.
the go button, I think, for this composition. When your X has ult and can just win so many interactions. But because normally X ult, ooh, they find second barrier, no goal. Bell's forced to flip out. He's super low though.
Rather low. Vaughn now in the X Maximus, looking for the strike war, trying to get it around Gumi, and is successful in doing so. Well timed on the spacing between those strikes in order to pick up that barrier. But now Kainub in position once more. Vaughn drops back. Bells almost finds the KO. Can't there with no additional power awakenings. Here's the energy burst. Comes out of Kainub. Snake will stun them and knock them all back. And then the empowered strike will come through to get it right back up to Snake. Demon's Raw, once again, find the response.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Demon's Raw are just able to make the most of any opportunities they get, the minor cooldown advantages. It just feels like they've had a little bit of an edge here throughout the series. Obviously, still a lot of Night Market left to be played, but
Yeah, a lot of Night Market. Checks watch. Yet to be played.
Hey, don't call it Day Market. Yeah, we're staying up for this one.
They don't call it day market, and it is the winter hours here in North America.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
The extended nighttime, and now everything once again compiles into the corner. It's all a matter of this execution. The second that the setup comes through and that core starts rolling up to that corner, it feels like that goal is almost assuredly it.
Yeah, Snake with a nice core flip dash at instant pass. I don't even know if that was... there's no way that was intentional. It was so fast, but Kainub converts. And that's first barrier going down. I mean, the pressure just feels like it's all going the way of Demon's Raw. They're just always playing up. Sad Boys sometimes get a barrier on the kickback, but been a tough second set here.
Gumi will strike it away, keep both barriers. There's the dash punch from Snake to secure the third goal in the set. Demon's Raw now up 2-0, looking to take this one against the Sad Boys. Thanks in large parts to two things that they've it feels like they're a little more comfortable on with the now midfield in game 1, and now this double brawler composition that they piloted in the Africa Invitational a couple weeks ago, and are coming right back to it here. Sad Boys electing to play the mirror match. It's not looking quite as strong, especially as some of these awakenings start coming through.
I think that this is, all things considered, a pretty good draft for the Sad Boys. I mean, you have Perfect Form coming out for X, Glass Cannon Era. I think these are really good, and obviously Egoist, you never go too wrong. I mean, this is a really awesome Juliet page that Bells has, but nothing wrong with Egoist speed. You still get your pop-off moment, but I do agree it's a really nice draft for side of Demon's Raw.
I mean, you think about it, right? With size is never weak, really, when you're playing a double brawler like this, right?
Yeah, double size.
The extra ability to influence, and Gumi picked up a 3rd spark. That's more speed, more cooldown reduction in order to get that Flutterfly out even more, and a little bit of extra power to help out with the damage numbers. Speaking of those damage numbers, it's Vaughn low. Will immediately sprint up to find the orb to go back up, but Demon's Raw is not letting him get away with this one. Val's looking for the interruption there in the play versus Kainu. Bellringer comes out. Vaughn knocked around, pinball, taking out Kainu. X-Lore sends him back into his own goal box. Looking for the dribble. Snake down. A little bit of extra speed. Trying to send it right down. Now Look takes the shot. Yori Luce has got the energy burst, and now we'll send it back to Gumi, who's got the energy burst to get it right back up to the net. The pressure doesn't crumble. And once again, Demon's Raw 2 points away from taking this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can really... I didn't even think about it until I was looking at the Awakening Sale out here during that point. But yeah, it is the double size advantage. So these really are just... I mean, it's confusing because there's air beams happening both sides. But there's just some young men on the side of Sad Boys, it looks like. It's like the father-son Omega Striker's mirror. But that won't stop them from finding the man advantage here.
Strike
a little bit. Yeah, this strike, trouble converting, but they're still going to find the barrier in the end. Now, Gumi very low.
Bells looks for the KO versus Kainu. Comes up just a little bit shy. Without much extra power behind those fists. Snake almost finds the punch in the barrier, but it'll get sent away. Fawn's got the energy burst. Might have to commit it here in a moment. This is Snake looking for this KO potentially. There it is, down to the bottom corner. Almost finds Bells. Here's the bell ringer. It'll get there in time, even if it finds the sour spot of that primary. Well done by Vaughn, deciding to go in on virtually no stagger.
Yeah, well, he's got that, oh wait, no, he doesn't. That's Bells the stagger striker. I got mixed up. Well, yeah, he's just that guy then, I guess. Flies in there. It's the X Special Perfect Form. I mean, he's got a lot of uptime in this X Maximus, which I think is worth mentioning. With all this cooldown reduction he's able to pick up. Snake's gonna find both barriers, though.
Finds those barriers. Energy Burst online for Kainu. We'll use it there, and there's the Bull Rush to send it home. Match point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, I mean, everything, it feels like right from kickoff, the pressure's going the way of Demon's Raw. I don't know if it's a size thing, if it's a damage issue. Doesn't look like a KO issue, though. Bell's going to find another one. I think that they've done a great job of finding these KOs that let them stay in the game. And finding kills on that X in particular, the one who's probably more comfortable playing that midfield role, is going to be really big for them if they want to claw it back here in this set.
Only get one barrier on the power play.
Yeah. I mean, I at this point, I feel like one barrier is not bad. The offense has been so good from Demon's Raw. They're going to find both barriers instantly. Corporal down from Snake, though. And now it's one last turn, really, for the Sad Boys, where they have an opportunity with no, like, dash punch available.
There's another huge defensive resource committed out of Yori Lose. Energy Burst. Bells almost finds it in the corner. Now Maelstrom is actually going to be the thing that slingshots the core to the net. Sad Boys are hoping to hold on here. Otherwise, it's just going to be a 3-0 for Demon's Raw on Night Market. See whether or not this happens here. But I've seen Sad Boys come back on games like this before. And in fact, I think it was in the North American Strikers League Grand Finals, where they went down on map 1 and night 2, went to a reverse sweep on Night Market,
They
So
call it
I
a
don't
bit
know
of
if you can do that here.
a bit of a comfort zone, you could say.
Bit of a comfort zone.
But
Perhaps.
Demons Raw, I don't feel like they're feeling too pressed, even at 2-2 in this set. Even if they lost this set, I think that they've. Oh, here's the Egoist. Oh, Gumi. Just a little impatient from Bells there. It's gonna be a nice save from Gumi. And now Demons Raw might be able to bring home the dagger.
There's the bull rush once more from Kainu. Snake just dumping every ability in the goal box, but can't pick up the core. Kainu drops back, looking for the pass again.
And Bells constantly
Can't find it
pushing for
this
these
time.
KOs, really trying to find just the one they need to break that game open. The dribble's broken up by Kainu, though.
From those that the KOs
might
are
be
so
going
hard
down.
to come by for Bells. The only extra power he's got is Pummelers. No extra awakenings at this moment, and now will get punished, sent away. Energy burst used, actually able to find the clear, and the open gate on the other side. Power play opportunity even still. Gumi's got the energy burst. Will he elect to use it? It doesn't matter. Kainu will put the dagger back, and it's going to be Demons Raw picking up 3-0 in game 2 on Night Market. That sets up a rather interesting grand finals coming up, Lexus, where the Sad Boys will be the ones that have to find the bracket reset.
Yeah, I think it's something both teams are mentally comfortable with. You know, I wouldn't be worried about Sad Boys' chances going into the bracket reset. I think that they're going to be very comfortable coming in and trying to accomplish that. And I don't think Demons Raw are going to let the pressure of that get to them either. I mean, you know, I don't know, and I don't know what the what the pressure level is like. I guess if you've played in grand finals in NASL, you're probably not feeling too stressed about the Super Surge Sunday. No offense to this, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, I'm wondering if there's some things that we haven't seen from either team, and we might see come out in the first set of grands, or maybe if the bracket reset comes out, if there'll be anything interesting happening. But all in all, really well played by Demons Raw. I think if they play like that again in grands, they'll take the tournament. So
We'll say this is probably like one of the last times that we'll be seeing these two teams match up against one another ahead of the next North American Strikers League season. So obviously there's going to be a lot of things to change between now and January when the season starts. But if you wanted to try to throw out something, they could elect to throw out something now. They could elect to save it for maybe another tournament happening later in this next month. But it feels like they've got to find an answer because they couldn't quite play the mirror match here. Sometimes you'll roll out of luck with your,
that one is pretty close. The set 5.
It was close. It was close. We got a lot of goal 5s. But at the end of the day, who won 3 sets?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that their draft was bad or they're not comfortable. It's like a play
That's
better,
true.
win more angle. Just
That's true.
Play better next time and win.
He said the line.
Yeah.
Yes. He said the line. Folks, we're going to set it down to the losers bracket. Don't go anywhere. There's more action coming back in John Fortnite Super Search Sunday on the other side of this break.
Hello everyone, we're back with John Fortnite Super Search Sunday. We're here. It's the top 4 now. There are only 4 teams remaining in this bracket. And we're here with the loser semis. Every Villain is Lemons versus Eris Kitten Club. Both teams that we've seen on the stream before.
Yeah, I mean, Bozo Bunch actually getting taken out by Every Villain is Lemons here, and it was kind of funny in the caster kind of break room. We were all chatting about like, who the heck is Every Villain is Lemons, and then we would open up the roster and be like, oh, it's Leo Leon, it's Joker. Yeah, this team's gonna make it far. So, and indeed they did. Unfortunately, stopping Bozo Bunch's run in the losers bracket, as Bozo Bunch kind of made a tear through. I think they won 5 in a row in the losers bracket, and then unfortunately lost to Every Villain is Lemons. And now going up against Eris Kitten Club, I think I would favor Every Villain is Lemons here, but Eris Kitten Club has been putting on quite an impressive show today.
Yeah, and this was definitely a tournament that was extremely volatile. There were plenty of teams that were seeded and could have placed like 3 places above or below their seed, depending on how well they were doing that day. The soon-to-be Strikers, seeded 9th, they placed 8th. Well, tied for 7th, but they placed top 8, so that's a +1. Who Let Us Cook, seeded 16th, that's a +2. And they got top 8, that's a +2. Bumba Bonanza seeded 12th. They actually managed to make it all the way to 5th, tied for 5th place, top 6. Another +2, and honestly, I'm glad to see Bumba Bonanza placing well, because that is a team that we've had lots of expectations for. I think the community has had high expectations for Bumba Bonanza. They have finally made it to that top 6 spot of a stacked tournament where, unfortunately, in tournaments like Afrika, in past tournaments, they have faltered a little bit earlier. But most of all, one of those teams is Eris Kitten Club, a team that has consistently performed over and over and over again, and are doing so again here. They are in the top 4. They were seeded 4th, already meeting their seed and looking to take it one more, a little bit higher.
Honestly, with the way they've been playing today, I would not be surprised if they make it to top 3 and potentially even grand finals, depending on how well Demon's Raw and Sad Boys tend to look, or in this case, Sad Boys, because they're waiting in losers finals right now for the winner of this match. I'm not sure if the lobby started yet, because I can't see it if I turn off this background. My face will disappear, so I don't think we want that. But again, like we said, Eris Kitten Club has been really putting on quite a show today, and so I'm very curious to see how well they're going to perform now against these teams that are technically seeded higher than them. And there was a lot of chatting today about the seeding of the tournament, and Eris Kitten Club proving that they deserve that number 4 seed today, as was so written by the seeding people. So again, I'm just curious to see how they're going to perform against these top teams.
Yeah, and Every Villain is Lemons, a more pick-up-y team, not, I guess, a tight-knit team, but Slop and Leo Leon have been playing together for quite a while now with Core Overflow and the Joker, of course. Joker, not a stranger to hopping on rosters, has jumped in with the Sad Boys on more than one occasion, so definitely not a stranger to joining a roster and performing, and will look to do so here above expectations, some might say. And this is the bracket to do it. This is the bracket to prove yourself, as this is a best of 1, the last best of 1 of the day, and it is on Clarion Test Chamber.
Clarion Test Chamber, wow, they're pulling out. They're trying to just make sure that they don't have to deal with the Era double brawler comp whenever Now or Octavia's banned, I think. And maybe just trying to mix it up finally after all the night market and Atlas Lab that's likely happened throughout the day, with maybe a splash of Oni's Village thrown in here and there. And with the return of orbs, I'm kind of interested to see how goalies will now play this with the return of orbs on a map that's not exactly unlethal, if that makes sense.
Yes, but we are seeing a lot of damage coming out, and it really makes sense from Eris Kitten Club, right? This team we saw earlier was so good at pushing advantages in terms of KOing, and they have players that have signature picks that are very suited to KOing that NXD's Zentara, like, Katsuna Luna, and of course the Soren Aimi that has been so good recently. But on the other side, Slop, since beta, has played this eject Luna goalie at the very top level. Leo Leon, so many clips of performing on Zentaro, and of course the most known of all potentially, Joker, the Octavia. The Octavia shrug emote even, and this is just signature picks for absolutely everybody on this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the character version of everyone just gets Biss, right? Every single person picking probably their most powerful character and saying, you know what, we're just gonna brawl it out and play better, win more, in the essence of that. And unfortunately, Leo Leon gets play better, win more by the center here on the Atlas Lab, and Leo Leon just kind of forcing it past the Aimi. Unfortunately, Aimi not really able to make those defensive clears happen, and getting overpowered there, Saya.
NXZD. Oh my. Needs to survive here, by the way. The center is such a contested place, but NXZD dying that last point was fatal for Era's Kitten Club. That striker advantage is so impossible when you're against a team like every villain is Lemons. Evil is so coordinated, so put together. These characters can take over the map individually as well, especially when you're talking about the Octavia, but also the eject goalie of Slop. And now, once again, the Creator comes down. NXZD is low, gets one barrier. Katsuna looking for two, but will not happen. Slop is able to defend. And again, the center is contested, but look at the stagger bar. NXZD is almost taken out, has to elusive. And it's Leo Leon defended away by Soren somehow, but Leo Leon follows up, gets two, looks for the goal. Soren is incredibly low here. And the Joker will KO NXZD yet again. Katsuna needs to make something happen in the midfield, but it's only a Luna. A lot of damage onto Joker. Not enough cooldowns, but the respawn timer will be stalled out, and the Joker goes down.
Yeah, and Katsuna just catching the clear from Slop there for a nice goal. Just Slop kind of, I think, just panicked a little bit and hit it right back at Katsuna, despite having some options, maybe respecting the dash potential from Luna to make that goal. But yeah, the kill on the Joker there was absolutely critical to that point, I think. Maybe not as critical because the point came out so fast, but ultimately getting this Octavia off the board, it just relieves so much pressure for this Aimi goalie and allows Soren to blink in here and make these plays as Katsuna just drops the bomba, as 3Z loves to say, and now it's a power play in the favor of Era's Kittens Club.
Oh, but they lose a barrier. Soren can't get back there in time, and Joker is lurking. The core is sped up to the other side, but Leo Leon body blocks Katsuna's boost, and Slop this time goes for a strike core situation, just ejects back, doesn't want to risk anything to that flip. The core is moving incredibly fast off the bumpers, but everyone stays alive for now except Leo Leon, who is dead, Joker, who is low, Slop, who is forced to elusive, but still makes the save with the boost. And now, once again, Katsuna in position and gets the dribble off, gets the immediate strike off of the bounce on the bumper. Era's Kitten Club looking very, very confident, looking very, very practiced on Clarion.
Yeah, one thing that threw all the teams off when this map first came out was not really quite understanding exactly how the core was going to interact with the bounce house kind of bumpers there. But we can clearly see in the movement now that these teams have practiced this map extensively, knowing where those bounces are going to happen for each clear and understanding the usage of it. As we see two members KO'd, 2v2 mode unlocked now.
2v2 mode, but it's a little bit slow as there is no Octavia to speed the game up to force a situation to happen. Soren now trying to checkmate Slop, but the glitch pop will not quite be enough against the veteran goalie. But NXZD lines up the blink, but Leo Leon lines up another on the other side, but Era's Kitten Club maintains the barrier advantage. NXZD leaping into position, trying to get the strike, but Slop will defend for now. Joker dropping back to defend as well, and Leo Leon blast into position by the Crater. A bit of a risky Crater as well, but Leo Leon somehow still managing to do it. The blink from NXZD doesn't contact the core, but it's still okay for now as a flip is used by Slot directly to Katsuna. That is not what you want to see, but Joker is still alive, still controlling the midfield. A little bit of respite for every villain is Lemons.
The team of Era's Kittens Club both using the Shadow Gate to kind of hide themselves from the Octavia there, but Slop from just across the way not only gets the core forward, but effectively passes to himself and makes that score happen. And the Joker getting kind of beat up right now by NXED and Katsuna in the form of all their damage that they can put out, as well as the Aimi goalie. And I believe that's mostly the intention of this composition, is just to say, you know what, Joker, you can have Octavia. We're just going to KO them! Exclamation point.
Yep. And this is the map where damage is a little bit high. Soren. Oh, what a glitch pop. Katsuna jumps back just in case as well. But that's a lot of resources burned. And that is Slop going in, looking to get a strike situation. Leo Leon with the primary is not quite enough for now. NXED, though, is incredibly low. Does not have a chance to heal up, but will just stand there, ready and waiting for the strike. Gets it just in time. Has the passive available if an emergency occurs. But no, it will just be used away. NXED still keeping his presence in the front of the stage, but it is still not enough for Aris Kitten Club as the Joker starts the flow state.
Yeah, Joker flow state here, and with the rocket coming out from Katsuna, it's now kind of, oh wow. I say that I was gonna say it's Aris Kitten Club point to lose, and they end up getting a great passing play from Joker to Leo Leon, and Soren just not having the cooldowns there to make that save against the bottom corner. And now we have the Deadeye in the Luna duo, or in the Luna mirror, going to one of the Lunas here. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath, I think.
The Deadeye comes out, and well, there's not anything that has as much impact as that one, the damage. So, in the favor of every villain is Lemons at the moment. And, of course, the Castellast will be denied away. It's a bit of a tough deny, that Castellast from the Octavia. There are no very good users of it on Aris Kitten Club. Soren will take it. It's sort of useful, but it's not really that great.
One or two more shots on the Aimi turret definitely helps, but it definitely doesn't feel good as an Aimi player to ever have to deny that from an Octavia when you have things like Hot Shot, when you, as a goalie Aimi, have things like Orb Replicator available to you. It just feels really bad to have to deny such a crucial awakening, but if you don't deny it, you effectively lose the game nearly on the spot. And Soren getting actually pretty pressured here by Joker and Leo Leon. Joker now has flow state, and Slop comes up and catches the clear from both Soren and Katsuna for the goal there. Well played from Slop, just being able to read that play early on and making it happen.
Yeah, and that's the power of Slop, right? Always being a constant presence in the minds of the other team, as NXED had no meter in that situation, forced to take so much damage, almost getting a KO, but now is stuck in the glue. NXED now dodging away from the damage, not even using meter here. Soren defending one barrier, but has to leave the other for Joker. Now Joker stuck.
Oh, one of the
KO. Oh no, NXED uses the cooldown, is now stuck himself. Katsuna is stuck as well. Aris Kitten Club kind of blundering this situation. Will they get the barrier? No, defended by Leo Leon. And a striker advantage is now such low health bars for Aris Kitten Club.
Oh man, it's like when you cast an ability in like an RPG and it ends up getting all your teammates stuck. Just absolute blunders here from almost both sides. Everyone's getting stuck in the goo. Zintaro's just absolutely brawling in the midfield here in front of the net. No core presence, still just beating the crap out of each other. And the damage is just coming through right now, Saya. These teams are just not able to survive longer than a few seconds with a stagger bar, and then just trying to find ways to not die almost instantly once their stagger is gone.
But Joker, no matter the stagger, as long as he's not fully staggered, is continuing to flow state, but it finally ends. NXED gets out of the Obscura zone, wins the strike war against Joker of all players in the center of the field, hits it to the bottom side, and this is no 90 ping Joker. This is East Server Joker that NXED outplays in that moment. Aris Kitten Club looking to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, and with everyone taking Super Surge here, the damage is just absolutely insane right now. Everyone, the health bars are disappearing, the characters are disappearing, and it's really just a battle of who can survive the longest and who can make the plays with the like 14 seconds they're given to survive, as they spend the other 13 off the pitch just trying to think about what they're next going to do. But Slop doing Slop things and making things work, and Soren unable to clear around Leo Leon there, as Leo Leon just puts it in past them. Now up 2-1 in the set, threatening to try and grab yet another Octavia Abyss Awakening.
continuing to do so here, but it is such a dangerous situation in the center. It is Soren who takes the center buff this time, gets the cooldowns back. Great flip by Katsuna, but still unable to get it past the Joker, who is continuing to be a nuisance in the midfield, threatening the barrier, getting one, looking for another, and that's that constant threat of the Octavia, no matter the map, no matter the comp. If you take one moment away, that Octavia is there, throwing primaries out, dribbling the core, and it's once again barriers in the favor of every villain is lemons. All of them are open on the side of Ares Kitten Club, and Slop has flipped, sends forward to Leo Leon, who dribbles, primaries forward, Soren gets the save, and Joker is down. Leo Leon though gets the dribble, still continuing to maintain possession. Ares Kitten Club can't get it out of the corner, and Leo Leon has flip available.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the flip stuffed away by NXCD, and Katsuna coming up on a flip themselves. This could spell disaster for the side of every villain is lemons, as Katsuna now has the Egoist pushing up and the center boost. That 50 power on Luna is going to pay dividends for such a powerful character. Leo Leon using the ultimate in front of the net there, but unable to find anything. And Joker with no flow state means that they're going to have a tough time getting this core out of here and making an offensive play. As Soren blinks in, almost gets the glitch pop, but not quite. And now it's Slop's turn to make an offensive play against Soren, and with no cooldowns, the IME just stands no chance against the Luna Dash. And now the team of Every Villain is Lemons threatens yet another chance to give Octavia something good, but Octavia way down in the draft, and Chrono Boost and Quick Strike are available.
Yeah, they'll probably be taken away, but the thing is, there are no good stealers of Chrono Boost here. It'll probably just be taken by Katsuna, but that feels so incredibly bad to deny it on the Luna, where it's basically completely useless. And yeah, it is just denied away. It feels bad, but that's what you have to do when an Octavia is in the game, and Octavia still gets aerials. But there's a bit of a consolation prize. That Timeless Creator at the end of the line for Soren will be very, very useful, especially combined with the Cast to Last, a little bit of an Everlasting Turret that might just make the difference on defense, especially on a map with lanes like this one.
Yeah, Willy Wonka's Everlasting Turret is about to really play a great effect here for Soren, and could be the consolation prize for Katsuna having to take 2 dash trainings on a character that normally doesn't care about having dash trainings. But with Leo Leon taking off the pitch here, it's Ares Kitten Club's turn to turn on the pressure and try and make these barriers disappear, as they do just that, making great passing plays and great plays in general. Soren making the flip to keep the play going up top, and a flip from NXCD after Slop clears directly to them and gives them the first point in this set.
Oh man, maybe this is the Ares Kitten Club coming alive. I've had a little bit of hope in these past few sets. Maybe this is the one that they come alive in, but NXZ takes so much damage right away. Joker continuing to maintain flow state, getting the KO onto the Centauro. And yet again and again, Every Villain is Lemons, just playing so calm, so composed. The follow-ups are so good from Slop every single time. A barrier is taken, however, by that bounce. Soren now hitting it away, but the center explodes, gets the barrier in the favor of Evil, and yet again, it is Evil controlling the core.
Yeah, and flow state from Joker here sends it to Soren. Soren having to clear up to avoid the primary from Joker, but Slop is right there, perfectly timed yet again. Slop on this Luna just looks ever dominant, and I think that's a big reason why every Villain is Lemons is just such a contender in this potential for top 3, as we look to see which team decides to go against Sad Boys for that 3rd place position here. And a flip from Leo Leon secures the first barrier, but Leo Leon looking pretty worse for wear there. Soren using the flip to KO them, but Joker just winning every strike war, using the speed to the advantage. Now having Super Surge and aerials means this speed is just near max speed right out of the gate, Saya.
Yeah, and Leo Leon with the follow-up as well. The primary from Joker, long range, almost max range it felt like. Every Villain is Lemons looking to get that matchup against the Sad Boys in the losers final. They are only 1 point away from getting that.
Yeah, and I think one of the major turning points right now that unfortunately Ares Kitten Club are having is that Katsuna just has nothing that's really that great for the Luna besides maybe the Super Surge. And oh man, NXCD just getting caught out by the Joker's base drop there. But Joker receiving a crater to the face right after using a flip in front of a turret. And Leo Leon, oh man, everyone is just flying off the board right now, Saya. It's hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah, it's so hard to keep track of, but right now, I know that it's a striker advantage. It was a striker advantage for the side of Every Villain is Lemons. The Joker has flow state, but it will be stopped immediately by the cyber swipe of Soren, and the health bar for Leo Leon is low. Huge opportunity for Era's Kitten Club here. The creator comes down, and that opportunity ends as soon as it begun. The bounces on the goal gates mean that's an easy strike for Leo Leon. Soren, unfortunately, in such a difficult situation, and that is Every Villain is Lemons advancing to the losers final.
Yeah, unfortunately the double Soren angle there, bouncing off both goal gates, but Soren just unable to find a clear fast enough and just decides to click in a direction, and unfortunately in that direction was Leo Leon just waiting for that clear to happen and for the goal to be had for the side of Every Villain is Lemons. And Era's Kitten Club performing quite well, but unfortunately just not able to make it happen there against, well, arguably one of the stronger teams of this tournament, if not possibly the strongest, but Demons Raw and Sad Boys extremely good teams as well. So we will see, as now Every Villain is Lemons have to play Sad Boys for that third place spot. And well, the predictions might speak for themselves, so I'll let them speak for that instead of chatting myself. But I'm curious to see how Every Villain is Lemons decides to take this game against the Sad Boys if they attempt to. With the best of 3, meaning they can choose maps that might be outside of the standard form of play, and potential for Sad Boys to deny characters that they would rather not play with rather than the characters that somebody is strong on. It could be an interesting match, especially since the Joker, if you ban Joker's Octavia, well, he just plays the Now, and if you ban the Now, well, then he just plays Octavia. So it kind of puts a lot of teams in a precarious situation against a team like Every Villain is Lemons, when you want to ban 2 of arguably the strongest characters in the game, and if you ban one, you just have to deal with the other.
Yeah. I will say, though, I think we saw both teams with their full compositions, right? Both teams really just got what they wanted, because all these players have perfectly serviceable secondaries, tertiaries, etc. And as you said, if you ban one thing, that just means that another player gets their best pick, and etc. It's just tough at this level, and Every Villain is Lemon just outplayed, especially the core control. Oh my, the core control really just let Slop play the game, dash forward whenever he needed to, and that's why he was so iconic in beta all the way until now. He just knows when that core is going to pop up to the top side of the goal. He is there every time. We saw it so many times in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Slop just kind of played out of his mind there. Just every single time that Soren and company decided to clear away from the action, away from the Octavia flow state, away from the Zentaro, either that had used a lot of their abilities or maybe still had an ability up. Well, guess what? There's Slop on that Luna, in your face, scoring the goal. Ramming into the person trying to defend and just hitting it right past them, or just having a completely open net, uncontested, ready to go, and just kicking it right in. Luna being one of the few characters that actually does kick the core, which I learned recently. So, yeah, I mean, just really well played. And I think the composition difference of the Octavia versus the Luna midfields kind of played a pivotal role, right? The Octavia having that speed to work around that when they finally win that crucial strike war in the midfield, they can actually just push right past everyone and now take that effectively 1v1 against the goal. And Leo Leon coming in on the Zentaro with Slop coming around on the Luna, a 3v1 against a poor Aimee goalie is just not going to go in her favor. So overall, just very well played from the side of Every Villain is Lemons.
Yeah, very, very, very well played from them. And they have a bit of a larger foe in front of them, the team that took down Era's Kitten Club from the winner's side. It is, of course, the Sad Boys. And this roster is something to be feared, but I think they're a little bit busy playing Pokemon Showdown free-for-alls at the moment, so we might have to wait a little bit for this one.
Sometimes you just gotta catch them all, Saya.
Sometimes. You think they're probably playing random battle free for alls though, so maybe they're not
Oh
catching.
yeah,
Maybe they're just believing in the heart of the cards.
the heart of the cards. Well, at least if you lose in a children's card game in real life, you don't go to the Shadow Realm. But maybe you do if you lose in Pokemon Showdown randoms.
But this is going to be an interesting one, a clash of teams that have fought each other countless times in competition. Not just North American Strikers League, but tournaments since the beginning of launch, even beta. These are players that have fought against each other, and players that have they really just stood the test of time.
Oh yeah, I mean the Joker and Leo Leon haven't been on the similar teams in say NASL, but we've seen them on plenty of teams in various other random small tournaments, or maybe a Big Fish Friday, or some other random tournament that might pop up from time to time, or maybe opting to pop into some other weekend-based tournament that didn't have locked in teams already, and just kind of making a show of it all. And again, I think Leo Leon, Joker, and Vaughn were a team at one point, correct? Just a random one-off team.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the many one-off teams that have happened.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't added Leo Leon to the Heedle sub list as it grows each and every Westy Wednesday. Every time you open up the Heedles roster, it's just like, okay, well, this team very obviously should win every time.
Yeah, they just have too many players. You have to get past every single top player, it feels like, and well.
Although they were dethroned this last Wednesday, so now they got some competition finally.
But on that note, we're gonna take a short break because it seems the Sad Boys are having an intense Pokemon Showdown match. We'll be right back. Welcome back to John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday. We're here with Sad Boys and Every Villain is Lemons. They should be done with map pick ban shortly. Remember, this is the best of 3 here, and the 2 map bans have just come in. Every Villain is Lemons have banned Oni Village, while the Sad Boys have banned Demon Deus, which means the 3 maps in the pool for this best of 3 are Atlas Lab, Night Market, and Clarion Test Chamber. There we go.
Yeah, we always call it Clarion Corp, but it's actually Clarion's Test Chamber. Not to be confused with the company that owns the Test Chamber, of course. But I'm interested to see which map they decide to go with first here. Do they try and get the Clarions out of the way first, or do they try and stick to their guns of Atlas and Night Market and try and see if they can take a game early and not have to worry about the Clarion Test Chamber madness, as we like to call it?
Yep. It'll definitely be very, very interesting here as the Sad Boys have the second pick. So I'm actually interested to see what Evil picks first here, because Sad Boys are incredibly good on Night Market. They're incredibly good on Atlas Lab. And, okay, they pick Night Market first, which means Clarion Test Chamber or Atlas Lab. I don't know. These 3 maps just seem a little bit Sad Boys favored, I gotta say.
Yeah, but on Night Market, right, the Era Double Brawler comp tends to be very, very prevalent, right? And if you decide to ban the Era to try and counter the composition, well, then oftentimes the Now comes out instead in a replacement to the Era, which I think we were discussing in the staff chat earlier. And so it begs the question, do you even care about the Double Brawler comp and just kind of try to run the Octavia? Does Sad Boys even bother to ban the Octavia, knowing that they can probably just bully her off the field, and instead try and go for a different ban on one of the other team members of Aris Kit? No, not Aris Kit. Why is there Every Villain is Lemons? There we go. Wow, brain, please work. I'm just curious if they decide to just opt to give Joker the Octavia and said, you know what, we're just gonna use, you know, our punches to just make sure you don't get to play the game this time around.
And remember, this is a best of 3, only best of 3s from now on. There's either 2 or 3 depending on the bracket reset. So we might be here for a while, but we're loading in onto Night Market for our game 1. And as we already mentioned a little bit, the Era Double Brawler is quite likely here unless something happens in the draft to stop it. And, you know, the Sad Boy's probably going to ban Octavia. There it is already.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the characters that Vaughn likes to play against the least. And I think now is quickly climbing up those ranks as well lately, from what I've seen. And unsurprisingly, the Era ban coming from the side of Every Villain is Lemons. But the side of Sad Boys may opt to try and go for the Now version of the composition. No, instead, Vaughn going for the Juno here, likely in response to one of the Awakenings present. And possibly a Vice coming from You Already Lose. Not somebody I see them play very often. So, curious how they're going to stack this up, as we see Slops Luna likely come out, and very likely Leo Leon on the X.
Yep. Damage a little high, though, on both sides. You know, that Juno does a lot of ship damage. And the Now, she's a healer, but her damage output, as we've seen earlier today, is absolutely ridiculous. So we're sure to see a lot of KOs on this very, very close quarters map here as the Sad Boys face off against Every Villain is Lemons in this best of 3. And we'll see if Every Villain is Lemons have what it takes to take down the Sad Boys.
Yeah, the coordinated Sad Boys emote to start the round from the Sad Boys themselves. I'm not sure it goes any harder than that, Saya. And interestingly enough, with a Castellast perfect form start, we don't see Zentaro, and neither of these Awakenings are like particularly amazing on the Juno pick here. So I think Vaughn's just trying to opt for possibly just core control and out midfielding Joker with a Slime Army instead. But so far, not looking too great until Bells just proves me completely wrong and puts it right into the top corner. Slop not having the cooldowns for that.
Oh my, yeah, it's already starting good for the Sad Boys. Slop, of course, almost got that crater in time, but almost is not enough. But Slop, though, starting to jump in with that boost, and we're going to see more and more of that as the game progresses. But just the Luna, the Joker, is not back far enough to support Slop, and when it's a Luna goalie on Night Market, those barriers are big. The Luna is tiny, and that flip is passing up to Bells, but only a strike. Tries to mix up Slop, and Slop is not fooled at all. A little bit more life for Evil, as once again it is Bells with the speed sent away by Slop, and Leo Leon has respawned.
Yeah, Vaughn showing that the power of the Juno here in the midfield is actually proving to be quite effective. And Bells with a dash punch kills Slop, and now they have the power play. Joker forced to use the flip to prevent this from happening. A pass call out coming from Vaughn here. As they're struggling to find a way around Joker right now. Joker really just holding it down in the midfield and prevents anything from happening in that power play.
Yeah, Joker holding it down past Vaughn, winning the strike wars, placing down the now abilities. Bells is so chipped out, soon to be KO'd, but elusive, sent forward, still staying alive, but that means Leo Leon has more than enough space to get the barrier. Bells now trying to use the special, the Flame Flurry. It won't be enough, but Slop, a slight miss angle, bounces it off the bottom wall instead of the bumper, and that sets up a perfect bounce for the goal, and that's not what you want to see if you're an Evil fan.
Yeah, the unfortunate bounce sets up the Lockruner straight shot and just puts it in right past Slop, unfortunately. Not only not expecting that angle from the bounce, but just not having the ability to cover that tiny little portion that Bells was able to find. Bells' notable sniper on being able to find some of the most clutch goal positions for the core to sneak through certain goalies. And as we can see here, just setting up perfectly for that barrier as well. The teamwork from Sad Boys could look to overpower the arguably more powerful composition coming out from the side of Every Villain is Lemons, but they are currently up in barriers.
They are currently up in barriers right now, and Yuri Luz hitting it up, but this Vice does have flip available. It does not choose to use it, gives up the goal instead, and honestly might be the correct choice here. You have a point to spare. You have 2 points technically to spare here. Might as well look for greener pastures in this next point where both of your barriers are still up.
Yeah, one of the major tells of a really good team of any game is understanding resource economy, right? And understanding, like for instance in Counter-Strike, understanding that sometimes you just kind of have to take a loss and try and save a good weapon later on to save your economy. And in this game, understanding the energy economy and knowing that, you know, maybe a flip could save this goal, but is it going to give us the advantage we need to actually win the set, being 2 points up? So I think overall, just like you said, very well played from the side of Sad Boys there to save it. Unfortunately, not able to get anything from it at the end of it, but still.
Yeah, a lot of damage being taken onto the side of Evil, but they do have the now healing back up, and now Vaughn is in danger, has to burn every single Juno ability to get out of there, and Bells 1v1ing the Joker, but Slop will defend the barrier at the very end, holding it down as the Luna with the rocket as well. Perfect distance to barely get the hits done on Bells to save the barrier. The Crater almost just gets the goal outright. Rocket pass sends the core rocketing forward, but still unable to do so, and Slop once again passes it to Bells by accident. Those angles have been so bad for Slop, unfortunately. Leo Leon trying to make sure that doesn't matter at all, but the Slimes are so dangerous in overtime. But Slop, once again, you know him, you love him. He gets the boost just in time at the perfect moment in the perfect spot. Evens up the scoreline. It's 2-2.
Slop's boost timings are just absolutely the pivotal moment for Evil right now, and Joker and Leon exceptionally strong players in their own right and setting up these great plays for Slop to happen, but Slop knowing these timings is just really saving them. But Bells finds a KO on the Joker, and now the Sad Boys have a great opportunity to try and take this set despite almost getting reverse swept here so far, but they lose the barrier to a bell ringer from Leo Leon. And now it's with the power play gone and very little energy economy on the side of Sad Boys, they're looking to try and pressure out this Luna, and oh wow, Slop gets one of the nastiest demon angles I've ever seen on You Already Lose, and they actually take the set in a reverse sweep.
Oh man, that's got to be tough, but that's what happens when the Luna gets one opportunity. And this draft's a little bit interesting. There's a lot of power on the board. Will the Luna just deny the heavy impact or the hot shot away from the Juno? And there it is. You don't want that Vaughn Juno getting hot shot. It's so hard to deal with, and doubly so for the Luna when you're so small, when you can't really stuff it past the slimes either. So we'll just take that away. But that still means heavy impact is picked up by You Already Lose, and that's such a powerful awakening for the Vice. And I will say not nearly as much power picked up for the side of Evil. I think the Sad Boys are walking away pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, but I think the Joker getting Timeless here, right? I know Juno literally has nothing but creations, but Timeless is arguably one of her least powerful awakenings, especially in the creations department. And unfortunately, just opting not to take this away from this now could prove to be fatal in the long run, depending on how well Joker's able to get these placements of secondaries and primaries down. And so I don't think the draft was as one as maybe it was, but maybe it was. Holy, Vaughn just absolutely coming in there with Bells and You Already Lose and just completely overpowering Slop and Joker there in that moment.
Oh man, and we're gonna see a lot more of that as the Sad Boys have a lot of cooldowns to work with here. But it is Leo Leon once again pushing it forward. You Already Lose does not have the strike to get out of the situation, and the triangle sends it so fast. The perfect angle for Leo Leon Joker, setting it up with a Timeless primary. Evened all up, and this is one of the more even games I've seen so far. Maybe I doubted Evil a little too much.
You know, sometimes you just got to go to geometry class and set up some triangles that set up perfect goals for your forward. But honestly, You Already Lose getting this heavy impact so early, though, I think is going to be quite the difference maker for Sad Boys here. Vice with those cooldowns could be quite the menace, even for a healer such as the Joker's now, and the slime from Vaughn just saying, you know what, I don't need to win the strike war if I just get 6 strikes for free as I jump in with my Invincible Strike and Blob Friend.
Such a good play by Vaughn, finding the perfect opening on the bottom side. Once again, it is the kickoffs that are so good for the Sad Boys, right? They're immediately pushing it forward to Bells. This time Bells taking a lot of damage, and Leo Leon just responding, but no barrier is taken yet at the very least. Leo Leon will get 2 right after, and a perfect primary slowly rolls the core in, covering all of the space from Joker. Such a well-placed primary from that now, and once again, it's 0.5.
Yeah, so far every point from Evil has just been a complete blitz, right? They get the midfield win, and then it's just the Leo Leon Joker show, just absolutely punching away, triangling away, secondarying from now away, all the drones, all the punches, and it just kind of blitzing this poor Vice that does not have the defensive options of other goalies. As we see almost a goal there from the flip, and Joker using the flip there to secure the second set win. And I think the Sad Boys are really going to have to figure something out here, as they're just getting kind of blitzed against this now, the now X, right? Just so many hitboxes from the X, so much coverage from now. And then if you try to bully them with damage, now just heals them up, and has plenty of damage on her own with all the cooldowns. And a ton of power now for pretty much everyone here, I would say. Monumentalist from the now with the Timeless means she's just going to have enormous... I think that primary actually takes up a whole lane if you place it right in the middle with both Monu and Timeless. And then the jump from the Juno could be interesting. A missile prop from You Already Lose, and 1-2 punch for Bells. Again, Sad Boy's picking up a ton of power. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to use it to their advantage here and prevent these blitzes from happening.
I will say, yeah, I gotta favor Sad Boys again in the draft. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just feels like Evil were forced into too many difficult denies that just lowered the strength of their own awakenings, and the alternatives like Missile Prop are still more damage anyway. You have to take the Twin Drive away from the Vice, but it also means taking away from Slop, and Slop doesn't even get Missile Prop. The Knife's Edge is good, but it is no Twin Drive, no Missile Prop, and that draft order just feels a little bad for Evil. If they can close it out here, they are truly outplaying the Sad Boys, but I don't think this draft has done them any favors.
No, the power of this now X is just really showing why people are running comps similar to this or as this right now on Night Market. Now just purely able to control midfield through creations and arguably damage as well. The X just being a big a big character and big bully with the damage, but Bell securing the KO here on Joker allows them to get this power play, and that's the power of Juliet, right? Being able to get those kills, and wow, Bell's pulling that from the depths of space against Slop's clear to get this goal there and grab that goal in the power play. Really, I think this is their win condition, Saya. It's to try and make sure that Joker does not get to play this game, keep the Now out of the equation, and I think this game becomes much easier for Sad Boys.
Oh man, it is so rough here though when Leo Leon is performing the way that he is. He is just sitting in front. The Joker is supporting him, and as you said, this Now X comp is so oppressive here. I just think the Sad Boys might have just had the worst character draft, and that might be what's defining it here. But also just being piloted so incredibly well by the side of Evil. They are controlling the field. They're getting the KOs. They're putting on the damage, and they are sustaining enough to stay alive. But here, Leo Leon taking a lot of damage. Oh, but gets knocked out, but trades with Vaughn, and you'll take that any day of the week, especially when your goalie is a Luna against the Juno.
That was like an assist kill from almost an assist team kill from the side of Sad Boys, pushing Leo Leon into that Bellringer KO. And now Bell's taking off the pitch. It's up to this Vice and Juno to try and defend against a Now, Luna, and X. And it's just not looking good for those characters to try and defend against these three powerhouses. But an incredible clear from You Already Lose against the top barrier there shows why they were voted, I believe, #1 in the All-Star pickings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a lot of them were definitely up there, but that crater and the strike means there's not really much for You Already Lose to do in that situation. An X is bearing down on you. It's so difficult, and I gotta say though, I wonder what the Sad Boys will turn to for the next two maps, because Atlas is up next. You have to think the Sad Boys are heavily favored on that one. But if it goes to Clarion, Evil has looked pretty good on that map as well, but maybe I'm speaking too soon as Bells gets a lot of damage down. The Sad Boys are not out of this just yet. Being down 2 points is what some call the comfort zone. Not the true comfort zone. It's not 0-2, but still very winnable for the top team.
Yeah, I think they kind of maybe want to consider looking to the next game, but I say that, and Vaughn and Bell's just making a great play happen there in the top corner. And now they have the opportunity to keep this game going and keep it in their favor. But I'm a little worried because Juno's best awakenings are already gone, right? The only thing she can really get at this point is just more dash range and maybe quick strikes or something. But 1-2 punch is gone, hot shot's gone, and unfortunately X just scales with pretty much anything, and now has already gotten everything she could ever want. So I'm not sure that even if Sad Boys take this next set, are they going to be able to deal with this X that's going to scale like crazy?
Yeah, this X is scaling, and that might not even come to play, because if Slop hits one of these dashes, that's the barrier gone. If Slop hits another one, that's the goal gone. And Joker has been enabling that so much, right? This barrier has been on lockdown because all three members of Evil able to hold it down together. Make sure the pressure is not too much for Slop here. Forced to make a few hard clears, but still has a flip available, sending it forward. Joker now the primary forward. So much pressure onto You Already Lose. Bell is taking a little bit of damage. You Already Lose almost getting it, but not expending the flip. And Joker there to clear it away. The barrier is still standing. The barrier on the other side falls. Evil surging forward. The rocket through for Slop. And it is every villain is Lemons taking game one in this best of 3 against the Sad Boys.
Slop just telling Vaughn, you know what? I've got core speed too, and I've got a hot shot rocket coming your way that you cannot defend. And the hot shot paying dividends for Slop in that game. Every time the dash went forward and hit the core, they were able to get the shorter cooldown for the Luna dash, and that is really her best tool as a goalie to not only put on KO pressure, but also offensive pressure and defensive pressure, or not pressure, but defensive capability, and using the hot shot to their advantage despite it being a deny. really just kind of playing a pivotal role in Slop's ability to make these plays happen throughout this set. And honestly, it just looked like the Sad Boys weren't able to get anything going, and unfortunately losing kind of the draft war with the Juno, losing double Bis almost within the first set or two, and not really having much to work with against a now ex Luna, just means you're kind of going to get steamrolled for the most part, as the X and Luna are going to outscale you in the long run.
And of course, Now is just strong at the moment, and X Lilion constantly getting sustained by the Now was absolutely ridiculous to watch. And of course, Joker dropping back to help Slop just defend basically forever. Not forever, but for so long when it mattered. Well, it's just so incredibly important for this team. And now the Sad Boys are on match point, on elimination point. Elimination game here in this losers final. I don't believe they have placed below top 2 in what seems like the entirety of launch. I don't think the Sad Boys have placed below 2nd since the game re-released. So everyone as Lemons have the chance to do something historic. I gotta fact check myself before I lean too hard.
Well, I mean, even if they have placed below 2nd at some point in the history of Omega Strikers since launch, they're not a team that you would ever consider to be in that position in the first place. So having every villain is Lemons put them in this position now. Not that they haven't been in this position before, right? They've lost first games of best of threes and come back many times. You know, Vaughn and Bells always joke about 0-2 being the comfort zone, or 0-1 in the case of best of 3 being the comfort zone for them, and how they can always make a comeback happen when they really want to. So, yeah, did you find one?
Okay, so they placed 4th at a Big Fish Friday, but that's single elim.
And they probably weren't feeling their usual
That was single
roster.
elim best of 1. Yo, people complain about best of 1 when it's double elim, but single elim best of 1 goes crazy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep the narrative. Sad Boys have not placed below 2nd ever, and this could be the moment.
It could very well be the moment, but we are going to Atlas Lab, very lovingly called Vaughn's Lab at some point. And I don't know, though. Vaughn's Lab is called that because Vaughn's Luna kind of just runs circles around most people. But with Now being in the game, it's a lot harder for Luna to get as much value as she used to, as Now can kind of just out-heal a lot of characters' damage, and arguably can out-heal a lot of teams' damage. And that tends to be one of the issues with the pick. And as we see, they're actually opting for the ban here against the Now, probably trying to just get rid of that healing, get rid of that pressure. But that does leave the Octavia open. They both ban Now. You Already Lose is decently known for the Now play, so has been grinding it out a lot, as well as the other goalies lately. So not surprising to see both, but I kind of get a feeling that Evil banned the Now, knowing that Sad Boys was going to ban the Now anyway, and just kind of playing a joke with them. No Octavia coming in, though. That is quite a shock. We're actually seeing Joker's Vice come into play. Any thoughts on that one, Saya?
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. Every villain is Lemons, leaning into a full damage comp. The damage not low on Sad Boys, but I would not call it a damage comp here. It's a heavy impact start, and every single player picks heavy impact, which means the other awakening is lost to time. Definitely an interesting start, but if Evil managed to win this first set, managed to pick up a few damage awakenings, I think it's curtains.
Yeah, I mean, Evil definitely has a better damage scaling overall, but Vaughn could be the X factor for the team of Sad Boys here, having better core control on the Kai as opposed to a Vice, and possibly just being able to keep it upfield so long that Slop on the Luna just is unable to make all the clears. And with You Already Lose playing the goalie Aimee, the pressure on Slop's Luna is going to be immense. But Slop saying, you know what, as long as I KO them, there isn't going to be any pressure on my goal.
Yeah, the KO is a huge factor. Oh, and gets the dash save as well on the Hail Mary from You Already Lose, who swiftly goes down. Quick level advantages, quick goal for the side of Evil. And I don't know. They're performing. They're looking so good right now.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's kind of the damage game is already won in the picks alone, right? And so it's really up to Sad Boys to try and find a way around this damage, to find the plays where they need to happen, and try and dodge as much as they can in between all the incoming damage, and maybe get a KO or two of themselves as Vaughn actually takes out Leo Leon there, giving them this opportunity to try and go for the double barrier, but losing one critical strike core means they're not able to quite make it work. And now Slop almost gets the double, does get the double! What a snipe! Slop just absolutely the linchpin for every villain is Lemonslot right now.
What a good play, but still both barriers down on both sides here. Bell's trying to stuff it through, but a great strikes from the side of every villain is Lemons, and a great flip by Joker, forcing Already Lose to drop down to the bottom side, but that means Vaughn is gone. Bells now, oh no, that's such a dangerous explosion, almost set up Bells perfectly for that goal, and that flip is still there for You Already Lose. The KO is traded back by Bells, the respawn will come through for Vaughn, and the dash punch sends the core too fast in overtime for Slop. The heroics were there, all the pieces were there, but at the end the Sad Boys defended for long enough.
Yeah, and really well played by Bells there to use the dash with the heavy impact to just speed it past Slop and make sure that they couldn't quite predict the speed at which the core was going to go to make that goal happen. Slop only pixels behind where that core was, and so that little trick played by Bells actually ended up giving them the goal there. And I think little plays like that, little micro interactions between the characters here as opposed to macro KOs are going to be the difference for Sad Boys in the long run.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very important here. But if every villain is Lemons gets it through here, if they get this goal, it means absolutely everything, right? That 2-1 lead. That's like insurance. Oh, Slop guesses right, but second guesses himself. And Bells somehow gets the outplay. And Sad Boys, this is a must-win set, and they're playing like it.
Yeah, Sad Boys needs to win these early sets against these damage comps to try and prevent the acquisition of the just super Bis Awakenings. You want to get that Deadeye away from the Luna, and you have two people that are incredibly good users of Deadeye. Oh wow, what a play from Joker and Leo Leon there to use the coverage of the Visol and just using the flip to get it right through the turret and right through You Already Lose. That was just honestly immaculate play there. But as we were saying, the draft is so important against damage comps like this, especially with no healer quote unquote present in the form of an Atlas, and Bell's just getting comboed off the pitch there. They're Hope's looking a little grim, but You Already Lose getting the double barrier off a single blink. And now with Bells coming up, they have a chance to try and take the set. And oh my god, You Already Lose just playing out of their mind. What is going on, Saya? That was insane.
Absolutely ridiculous plays, and that's why he's considered the best goalie in North America. Getting the first pick here too. Has the pick of the litter, will take away the Deadeye, does not want that potentially falling down to the Vice or to Luna, but there's still so many damage awakenings on the board here. It's impossible to deny them all, and if you deny a partial amount, Bells is the one who gets denied at the very end. So just a very, very scary draft here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the power of orbs compels many people, but I think in this case, orbs are arguably one of the lesser picks with the amount of KOs that are likely going to happen this game. And with the 1-2 punch gone, the Zentaro is kind of forced to either pick an orb or pick Glass Cannon, another awakening that's going to kind of lose a lot of its luster with all the hitboxes coming the way from either team. So unfortunately, the two brawlers kind of getting the lesser pick of the litter, but already having the heavy impact on both means that they don't really care that much about being denied when they already have Abyss ready to go.
Oh, and Bells now starting to get the KO, starting to use that Glass Cannon power as well. Stopped by Slop, but there's not really a reliable way to stop it unless it's Leo Leon with the throw million cooldowns, but he's off, occupied, trying to hit Vaughn. And now Bells, it's just so scary, but the Joker, oh my, okay, just KOs Bells, sets up a striker advantage, but once again, as you said earlier, Vaughn with the speed, that X factor makes it a little bit hard for Evil to play.
Yeah, I think if Vaughn can finally get those speed awakenings with this prime time, I think Vaughn could potentially almost solo carry this game. Not to put say that Vaughn is like necessarily better than everyone here, but having that speed on Kai means you can kind of become the full egoist, become the 1v9 champion, and it's really going to be up to Sad Boys to try and make sure that they can get Vaughn these awakenings while denying the damage away from this damage composition from the side of Every Villain is Lemons.
Oh, and there's a Slop we know and love once again, dashing so preemptively ahead of the play, knowing that the core will be somewhere in that area. And there it is, Slop connects with it fully right on target. And if we can see Evil set up more of those situations, that could be the difference.
Yeah, and the damage is just really starting to become already kind of a factor, despite the side of Every Villain is Lemons not getting the best draft, but also not a bad draft by any means. 1-2 punch, extremely strong. Missile prop on Luna, one of her best. But Bell's showing that, you know what, all I need is heavy impact and maybe a bit of speed. And now it's a 1v2 for Slop with Vels and you already lose. But with the game state being so slow, I think it's going to be tough for them to really capitalize on the goal here. Getting the barrier, thankfully, but with the Bells with the flip. And wow, my brain just could not even process all the things that were happening right there as I realized last moment that Bells had flip, and he just uses it and puts it right in, despite Leon putting out 70,000 hitboxes from that Zentaro. Bells just having the right timing, being in the right place with the right time off the plays of Vaughn after that 1v2, or yeah, the 2v1, and just making it work.
Leon barely staying alive on the top side. A great rocket by Slop. We've been saying that a lot today, but it might not be enough. Has to save against the Supernova of Joker. Unfortunately, unavoidable in that situation. And Vaughn is taking a lot of chip damage. The boost forward from Slop, but the flip will deny it. Will not allow it. Just passing it to Bells. The Sad Boy is looking as strong as ever on Atlas Lab, the map of Vaughn. And they're looking to win another set here to make it a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Sad Boys really using their awakenings honestly to the utmost right now. Putting damage, you already lose using the Deadeye and the heavy impact to just put damage on various people that they're likely just calling out in chat or in their voice comms, or possibly just having such good synergy that they just know who to target when they need to, and finding those KOs, and it's really paying dividends for them right now.
Yeah, they're really just coordinating their damage. Unfortunately, takes a few more cooldowns than they would have liked to kill Joker, and that means a hole is wide open for Slop to get the flip, to make it an opportunity for Every Villain is Lemons to tie it all back up.
Yeah, sometimes KO them means that you don't have the ability to play the rest of the game, and Slop taking enormous advantage of that and coming all the way across the way, slamming his head right into the side of Vaughn and saying, you know what, this is my core flip, this is my goal. I don't care that you've taken out my team. The whole point of the game is to put the core in the net, and if I get to do that despite you KOing my team, I'll take it every time.
Oh, but this defense is going to be so hard. They somehow managed to salvage one barrier, but the cost is a stagger bar of Leon almost KO'd, but gets rocketed away by the Giga Blast. That barrier on the bottom side is soon to fall. No, still defended by the entire team of Every Villain is Lemons. It still holds, but Slop is now the one in danger, barely staying alive despite everything. If they can KO Bells, it's such a massive advantage for them. The barrage comes through, and no, it will not be saved this time. One goal is all Sad Boys needs for what feels like an insurmountable lead, but if Every Villain is Lemons gets this goal, they have a way back into the game. They have the scaling opportunities with the damage. It all comes down to this, but Slop is down still. 2 seconds, 1 second. Bells rushing forward. The dash punch is not enough. Slop in the overtime. The core speed will get the barrier. Joker down to Leon. Passing play. Such patience coming out forward, but no, it will still not be possible. The goal not score on the other side, but Bell is interrupting with the punch. Slop sending it forward with the dash, but that's a cooldown that can't be used. The glitch pop activated a little too late to get the goal there. The barrage will not score it. Leo Leon will not be able to strike it. Bell is dribbling forward. No dash punch opportunity. You already lose. Defending against Slop. The fadeaway. The save from You Already Lose is not quite enough. The resources from Every Villain is Lemons seem unending. The flip is what takes it, and the game is all even.
What an incredible save from You Already Lose there, and unfortunately just caught just right to Joker, and Joker says, you know what, I'm just going to send it right back to the same spot. You don't get to blink twice without Twin Drive. But speaking of Twin Drive, likely going to be picked up by the Luna here, yeah. And this Luna page is starting to really pan out. But Bells does get the perfect form over the Zentaro, and Zentaro having to deny aerials against the Aimi. Still wants that dash range, but the Aimi actually opting for Prize Fighter, likely to deny the Vice. And I think just going to make I think, honestly, You Already Lose this page is starting to look quite scary. Aimi dash from across the way is now going to have power, heavy impact, and Deadeye. And really, this could be one of the deciding factors of the game, saying, you know what, you guys are a damage composition, but I'm an Aimi with one of the most brawler Aimi pages I've seen in a long time, and could prove to be more KO potent than the team of Evil itself.
But as you say that, a KO comes through. You Already Lose does confirm the KO with the Cyber Swipe, like you mentioned, but Vaughn is also low, has the speed, has the barrage, but it's cleared away by Slop. The patience is perfect, and the damage is staying. The rocket does so much knockback. Vaughn taken out. The striker advantage is being traded back and forth, but somehow I feel like this time Evil will be able to stick around with this one, as You Already Lose takes so much damage. Continues to be chipped out. The flip available. The patience from Leo Leon past all of the cooldowns. And despite all of that, despite the deficits, Every Villain is Lemons in a slight lead.
Yeah, I think one thing the side of Every Villain is Lemons gets to really kind of flex here on the side of against Sad Boys is when they have the Luna Crater, when they have the Vice Supernova, the Vice Thunderstruck, right, in the secondary and ult, they have so many ways to just force evades and force energy usage that aren't core flips, which allows them to gain the advantage of the energy economy and just allows them to have these flips in critical times that they would otherwise maybe not be able to score a goal, and able to score a goal anyway, or make these defensive plays, as Slop shows here. And now having an open goal, they threaten to go up 2-0 in this third set.
Yeah, Leo Leon now sending it back and forth. Slop passing it down, and Evil yet again are coordinated, but Joker is taking a lot of damage. That flip does not get the barrier. The Sad Boys had an opportunity, but now it seems like it's gone. Vaughn has to use the barrage there, and that means that's a cooldown taken away. Leo Leon finds the opportunity with the passive strike. And Every Villain is Lemons have come alive in this last set. This goal means another draft on their side, more damage. And I don't think there's that much that Sad Boys can do about this.
Yeah, and Leo Leon actually getting orb stacks here, right? Not showing that the lack of KO potential from Sad Boys means that Leo Leon could potentially become a pondering Zentaro. And we all know that Zentaro with cooldowns is one of the most oppressive offensive characters in the game. And allowing Leo Leon to get this far means that it's going to be very difficult to deal with such a character.
Yeah, and the KOs are traded back and forth to stagger so much. Leo Leon with the follow-up. Slop gets there just in time, but Vaughn reads the angle on the clear down. Scares Slop by walking to the top side. Expertly played by Vaughn. And, you know, the Sad Boys are still the Sad Boys. As you said earlier, even though KOs define this game, they can just score.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta play Core Strike, and Core Strike, it does involve striking said core into the goal, but sometimes you gotta strike a striker off the pitch and make a play off of it as all the hitboxes come out, but unable to find the barrier there. And You Already Lose pushing up with Vaughn 1v3, almost not quite able to get the barrier with the barrage there. And now with Bells up, they're looking to make a play here. You Already Lose blinking in, Bells with the punch, unable to find it still. And now Vaughn's health bar looking quite low, but Bells does find the barrier in the 1v2, and Vaughn gets taken out by the center. But Bells pushing up with You Already Lose, not quite able to make something work. The blink in from You Already Lose and the Firewall Sentry, but unable to find anything still, is the team of Sad Boys.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. Bell's now in position. One good opportunity means one dash punch means a goal. The fadeaway rocket doesn't do much when it's inside the goal arc of the Sad Boys, and Vaughn is controlling the core. Bells is constantly forcing the Joker in hard situations, and that time it's just a KO. Bells, though, misses the shot, but Vaughn will convert regardless. It was just a dribble, never a shot in the first place. So what are you talking about, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, Slop just not quite having the cooldowns. You know, Twin Drive Luna is powerful, but there is an internal cooldown of just how much you can spam that secondary once you've already used the first one. And unfortunately, Slop caught out in that little bit of cooldown means that Vaughn's just able to bank it off the top bumper and push it in with a barrage, with no chance for Slop counterplay there.
It is very interesting how the Sad Boys are hitting it backwards off the back wall as like anti-slop tech, because it's a lot harder for the Luna to snipe it at that particular angle. It's a lot harder to get a direct angle on the barrier, and again, but as that's happening, the stagger bars are trending even lower. The KOs are traded yet again. Joker almost being KO'd as well, and you already lose. As you said, that damage is just ridiculous from the Aimee. Joker, though, pass to himself. The core control plays, even on a character like Vice, are so good for Joker. And just has to get it past Vaughn now. The Crater comes in. Vaughn is taken out. The stun comes in position. And despite the long set, every villain is Lemon still persevere through it all. Make it to the next set as the winners.
Wow, some just really cheeky plays there from Joker. Payne just absolute dividends for him, passing to himself using the teleport from Thunderstruck to secure the barrier against You Already Lose, and then actually using a almost no charge supernova to stun Vaughn long enough to get hit by the Crater and gain the KO means that they're able to just push You Already Lose 3v1. But You Already Lose getting the Timeless Creator here means that they get to apply even more offensive pressure to this Luna, as we actually see Vaughn getting the hot shot here. And I think hot shot primetime Fighter Flight Kai is going to see quite a bit of value against this team. Leo Leon actually having to deny the Stagger Swagger away from the side of Sad Boys to try and make sure that their KOs can actually keep coming through. But Vaughn's page is looking very strong. You Already Lose his page is looking very strong. And Bells now putting in the ballot for election means that Sad Boys have a good chance to make it over here. But they've got to get through this point here, not having any barriers.
Yeah, and the Stagger Swagger, although it's a deny, it's also incredibly good for Leo Leon, who's been taking a lot of damage, right? As long as he escapes for a little bit, he'll heal back to full. That's a lot of cooldowns wasted on the side of the Sad Boys if he can do so. And right now, Leo Leon is alive and well. Slop is alive and well. The flip is good, but blocked away by Vaughn. Leo Leon, though, has a 50-50 against You Already Lose, and Vaughn is not there in time. A perfect opportunity, once again, 2 goals away from making the upset.
Yeah, and like you said, the Stagger Swagger allowing Leo Leon to stay alive a bit longer means that the Orb Ponder is actually going to start gaining even more value for this Zentaro. And a 10-stack Orb Ponder Zentaro could be an absolute menace in the net, almost as much as, say, a Perfect Form. And You Already Lose actually getting taken out by the Thunderstruck and Boost combo, and Leo Leon able to get it past Bells forward in the net, and looking to take this best of 3 against Sad Boys right now. This is match point. Sad Boys really need to make this O2 miracle comeback happen, something they're very well known for, but still going to be very difficult in the eyes of Evil.
Oh no! Slop is in there! The barriers are taken in an instant, in a flash, and that is Evil defeating the Sad Boys. Oh my, that was quick.
Yeah, that was just an absolute blitz. I couldn't even finish my sentence, and the score was already taken. Just completely blitzing You Already Loses Aimee. Just unable to find the defensive capability from the character that would rather be blinking across the field and making the plays happen. And unfortunately, when all the hitboxes come on a goalie's way, it just... I mean, even if you're a Dubu or an Atlas, that's hard to clear. And so poor Aimee is just kind of going to be on the back foot the entire time and get kind of beat up. by this composition, and ultimately Evil takes it in the end, showing that the power of damage compositions is still there if the Now is not able to slip through.
Really well played from them. They managed to win the crucial sets, right? The Sad Boys were on a timer this game. The scaling came through for Evil, and those close 0.5s just meant that if Evil got it, they were so advantaged. And that's the kind of game you play when you're against those scaling drafts, whether it be the Octavia, whether it be the damage composition. If you let it go, then it is just so difficult to play against. They scale so hard with the draft, and unfortunately for the Sad Boys, Evil managed to clutch out those important scaling sets.
Yeah, Sad Boys was able to find the right denies in the right places against the right characters, but ultimately the damage from the Vice, from the Zentaro, from the Luna was just able to stack up just too heavily in the side of Evil's favor. And unfortunately, the core control presence that was there for the Aimi and the Kai just was not able to be that difference maker that Sad Boys needed to make those plays happen and to make the plays not happen on the side of Evil. But ultimately, it all comes down to how the players play, and in this case, every villain is lemons. I think just played a little bit better and was able to find those clinch ideas and those clinch goals where they needed to and make it work. And now they get to go. Now they have a guaranteed second place spot and have a shot to take down Demon's Raw in this grand finals.
Oh man. Okay. Well, that's the end of the losers final. Grand finals is up next. New casters coming on. We'll see you on the other side of this pretty sizable break, because Omega Strikers players, they need a bit of relaxation after their sets. And honestly, I don't blame Evil after that one.
No, that was a hard-fought win from the side of Evil. Again, Sad Boys top 1, top 2 team in at least in the NA side of Omega Strikers. And being able to take down a Titan such as them, despite being kind of Titans themselves, right? Slop, Leo Leon, and Joker, all very much Titans of the game. But I haven't really seen them as a team specifically overall. And so being able to take down a team like Sad Boys, a well-deserved break after all that. So we will be getting new casters here, and we will be getting to the grand finals after a brief intermission. So stick around, and more Omega Strikers coming your way.
See ya.
And welcome back once more to John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday. My name is K-Bot, now joined by Wallaby Gangsta on the cast. How you doing, my friend?
No, I'm doing great, K-Bot. I'm really excited. We're going to see Grand Finals, Demons Raw versus Evil. Definitely a little bit different than we're used to seeing from a lot of other tournaments. You know, Sad Boys getting knocked out in third by Evil. So I'm really excited. I think this could be a really awesome matchup. These teams have been playing great. And, you know, we have a potential bracket reset coming on as well to get that big prize pool at the top. So it's going to be really interesting. These teams are going to be really heading at it. We're going to go into Night Market first map too, K-Bot. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be pretty crazy. We have some pretty fun interactive comps that could be happening here on Night Market.
You think you consider this fun and interactive when it's double brawler era goalie? You think that's fun and interactive gameplay? Well, bold strategy there, Cotton. To your point, it is a bold strategy, I think, to be picking Night Market against the Demons Raw team, especially because they were the ones that kind of came up with that whole X Julie plus era goalkeep composition in the first place. So we'll see. Maybe Evil has something planned that we don't know about that they're about to pull out. But I think the most critical part in all of this is it is impossible to ban out this team. You'd think it's easy, right? Because Slop's on this team, so you ban the Luna. But in reality, most of the ban is actually going to get targeted to Joker right now, who can play now, who can play Octavia, who can probably pull out, like, name 2 other characters that you'll probably just not want to see. So in reality, Slop gets the Luna for free, and that kind of allows them to go for a lot more of these damage-heavy compositions that we've been seeing over the course of the night, and it's what basically was able to do the job versus the Sad Boys in that final set.
Yeah, the damage comps, they're not weak. They're not gone. They are still very much here. Now, you know, regardless of now or whatever may come out, but Demons Raw, definitely somebody who is also known for doing a lot of damage, for putting a lot of damage down onto other teams and racking those KO numbers up. So, you know, I think it could go either way. And in Night Market here, we may be seeing an absolute bloodbath of a match here, K-Bot.
Come on. That was a given in the first place. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter what was going to come through here. The reality is, we are going to be seeing a decent bit of brawling and a decent bit of damage come out here. We'll await the bans in just a moment, and I cannot screen peek, so we don't know what the starter awakenings are right ahead of time. It will be the Luna and Finny ban away. Interesting to see the Finny ban, despite the fact that Demons Raw has been pretty confident in this Julie X era thing for the longest time. But of course, they are electing to target Slop in on that goal line, which is probably incredibly important, but it does allow Joker to play whatever he wants, and there's the lock-in on the now. Oh, and the Octavia.
Wow, and that looks like it's actually now goalie, so this is the first time I think we've seen Slop off of that Luna goalie on stream so far this tournament. It's going to be really interesting to see how he's able to perform, and we have an orb replicator start across the board here, K-Bot. That is really interesting for our drafts going forward here.
Priority in those orb awakenings just went through the roof, in addition to the things like that, those creation awakenings, and in addition to the fact that we've got an Octavia on the pitch, which means that you've got that chrono boost, in addition to things like the Castellast, of course, as well. So a lot of training is going to be heavily prioritized between these two teams, and of course it all comes down to that first set for who's going to get that ball rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we do have one of the barriers down already on the side of Demons Raw, so Evil is going to be looking to try to, you know, finish Snake off here and potentially take that final barrier. But Snake is living so far, but the Octavia, it can be so oppressive, and it's definitely a really interesting pick going into the double brawler era comp here, because I think that it provides a lot of speed to be able to really catch up in that midfield and, you know, really take away some of that massive coverage that the X and Julie provides you. But, you know, right now so far, kind of a little bit of a stalemate here. We do see flips coming up for a bunch of people, and already we just saw Joker lose his, and we see Leo Leon going down, and the final barrier down as well, and Slop down. We said it was going to be a bloodbath, K-Bot. That's exactly what we're getting so far here.
Tell you what, they look like they're flashy plays, but they're really simple when it comes down to that. Demon's Raw kind of just charged up for their energy burst, and then once they had energy burst, they started walking forward. They happened to find a KO before they did anything, and then they walked in front of the goalie and popped both energy bursts at the same time. When you do that, the core's almost assuredly going to go back, and you're probably going to find the KO onto the enemy goalie as well. Might look flashy, but it's quite simple when you break it down in that way. But now a power play opportunity here for Evil, potentially. But one of the things you were mentioning in that last one, of course, was this Octavia Leon. Classic dribble there. This Octavia, of course, you mentioned the fact that she can be oppressive, but that's all the more reason why especially Gumi is going to be the one that you want to try to deny some of those key awakenings away, right? If it's Gumi that can pick up the Chrono Boost or the Super Surge or the Castellast instead of the Joker, that can heavily swing the tides of battle, because now you're talking about increased speed on every character on your team to hopefully combat the extra speed that's coming in from the Joker.
Yeah, very, very true. And also, you have Kainu sitting on the X as well, who can actually pick up that Castellast and Chrono. So there you have a lot of really good deny options to take out Joker. Joker actually falls to the Aaron NATO as Leo tries to take this final barrier and not able to do so. But you actually have a ton of options to be able to take away those really scary awakenings in Chrono, Castellast, Super Surge, like you mentioned. Snake is getting a really good dash over from the Kainu pass, puts it away without having to use Core Flip. Really important here, K-Bot, for the side of Demons Raw. But as we go into this, 2-1 setting here with Demons Raw kind of up, it's really, 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 really important, like you mentioned with those awakenings, that they do get that first pick, and Slop just left. And that's already there. They could potentially take this first awakening draft here in this first set, and that's really important, K-Bot, as we're going to look to deny the Octavia.
Beautiful dribble there from Kainu to get the job done, but now maybe it's Joker's turn. No, flow state. Okay, almost runs out, finds the reset there at the last second, and now won't connect with the primary, so it will run out, meaning that possession very handedly going to go over to Demon's Raw. Joker almost gets knocked out of the pitch there. Snake will try to follow up with the Fiery Flurry, but it won't connect. Slop has to try to do his best to keep it out of this corner. Doesn't want a repeat of what happened, especially with Kainu with that energy burst, but now we commit his own to get it away from Snake. KO comes through. Power play for Evil right now. Slop stalls out for a moment. Now Leo, a little bit of room to work. Finds the barrier, gets it past Gumi. There's the energy burst, and Joker's in position to capitalize off the goal gate. It's a 0.5 in the first set.
Great core control there from the side of Evil. Leo manages to get that kick through, got to the hit stun on the Gumi as well. Hit it right off the top of the barrier, which normally would be a really unfortunate circumstance, but it is Joker sitting there ready to finish it off. Always quick with the reaction times. Joker is ready to be there whenever needed. And, despite losing both their barriers extremely early to a fantastic play from Snake, Evil is sitting here in a 2-2 set, and Leo gets the KO down as well onto Snake there, and it looks like this could be really dangerous for Demon's Raw, K-Bot.
Looking ahead now, but nothing comes to that power play. Joker in the middle. Leon looking for a little bit of extra damage. Snake a little bit lower on stagger, but critically no dodges there either. It's going to start to be the target of a lot of these extra abilities coming out of Evil. And there is the dash punch from Leon will get him staggered. Slop will also send him away with one of the drones. And now commits the energy burst. Looking forward. There's the lifeline in. Slop trying to come in forward. Won't find it there. And now Kainu will find a dash punch of his own. Anything you can do, I can also do, says Kainu. On the dribble now. Here's the flip. Gets it right behind that Maelstrom, and now Gumi looks for the shot, able to find it there as it bounces off the far post and the near post in the same shot. Demons Raw come away with their first set victory, and a look for this carousel.
And a very critical first set victory as well, because we see the Chrono Boost already right there. Octavia pretty far down here though, so that Chrono Boost will likely be going, it does not go over to X, so now it probably will be going over to the Now, I would assume. Yeah, it does go over to the Now. X goes for the perfect form to get those abilities constantly pumping out here. Julie, I think, is kind of waiting to see what potentially is going to be left up. I just kind of just waiting, goes for the stacks to maybe get some more coverage there. We see the Stagger Swagger on the side of Octavia, you mentioned the super surge, a potential deny there for Gumi to keep away from Joker, and he does actually get that deny as well. So an amazing draft for the side of Demon's Raw, not necessarily for power on their side, but simply just how much they were able to deny in this first draft already, K-Bot.
And I think that was actually really smart of Kainu, right? Because probably figured that Slop was going to pick away that Chrono Boost in particular for the extra healing potential of that now, guaranteeing the era one of those two awakenings. And now Demon's Raw utilizing that momentum, pick up both barriers here. Snake's in position. That's the classic dash punch into the net. And it's still all Demon's Raw right now as they really continue keeping up this momentum.
Yeah, really good dash punch from Snake. Gets the hit stun down, up 1-0, and it's looking like a very, very good start here for the side of Demon's Raw, but you can't count Joker and Leo Leon out on the forward side. Slop's also been holding it down extremely well all day long, so we see the flips coming online here, K-Bot, and this is where it can get potentially really dangerous for the side of Demon's Raw if the flip, the flip economy goes in the side of Evil, but no, it's going to be Snake who actually gets that last barrier, but then the last barrier goes down for Demon's Raw as well, so now we have no barriers here, a lot of open nets, and Leo Leon has flipped with core control of the core here. It can be really dangerous for Demon's Raw, K-Bot.
Joker's close to, Leo Leon finds the flip. Joker's in position on the top side, trying to keep the pressure up, but Gumi will commit his energy burst to get the core away. Snake diving in, won't find the core, and now it slingshot back to the other side of the pitch. And it'll go right behind Gumi. Well done, I suppose, even just looking for that clear, but hey, you pick up the goal every once in a while when you make those long clears as goalie.
Yeah, really, really nice primary there from the side of Slop. Able to get a ton of power on that. It lasts for a long time, and once it builds up, it gets really scary. But Joker, great dribbling using their secondary and their flow state. It gets the flip down and that last barrier. And K-Bot, right again, Evil is looking to knock on the door here of Demon's Raw, trying to get that second goal and potentially take the second set.
Close in that corner, but critically they got the core away from the Octavia to ensure the flow state couldn't keep adding some additional speed. There's one drone out here. Slop tries to buy a little bit more space for this team, and now has energy burst. Will commit it right after Snake. Now Kainu might have some room to work. Here's the beat drop in from Joker. A little bit of room to work, but again, the flow state runs out, and this is the critical part here. Where this Octavia, a little bit more weak, right? This is the way the character is intended to be played, when you can't just run around the map for free at all times. Power play opportunity, though. Kainu gets taken off of the pitch. Now, off of the night market wall there. Joker looking down for Leo Leon. Can't quite find the pass, and now Kainu's back online. Energy burst out. Dodges the maelstrom. Beautiful pass to Leo Leon. Great positioning, and finds the corner shot.
Wow, just great teamwork there from Joker. Since it's straight down to Leo Leon in the middle, Leo was not surprised at all either, was ready for that play, and they're going to go up 2-1 here. And something I would really want to talk about, I think Slop has been doing a fantastic job of making sure that he's getting his secondaries, getting those heals down right when they're needed to make sure the speed is going well for their forwards as they're pushing forward to potentially take those barriers. And now we have both barriers down for Demon's Raw, and it looks like Evil's going to be trying their best to get this second set and get some very critical awakenings on maybe onto the side of Joker and as Leo Leon as well. Because it's going to be really tough for them if they don't manage to get that cast last Slop. It's a little bit like lag for a second, but gets a great flip out and puts it around off the top wall. That was a fantastic play from Slop. Sees the opening, and they're going to take the second set off that, K-Bot.
Another clear that happens to find the net. Joker's up first, but we don't see the cast to last. Instead, Joker probably has to settle here for Orb Dancer, which you don't. Normally, you'd be like, this feels like a weird pick on the Octavia, but he's got the Orb Replicator, and he's got the Now at his back, keeping him alive with that Chrono Boost pickup in that first Awakenings carousel. And actually, I think that was one of the critical parts of this composition out of Evil, is that Octavia is less afraid of dying because you've got that Now healing coming in from the back, and now extra healing coming in with the extra special Happy Star pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. But a really interesting and critical deny, though, is Era getting that Monumentalist and keeping it away from Slop. The Now not able to get that extra, boost from their secondary and from their primary as well. So that's a really big pickup for Demons Raw. Another really critical deny from some crucial awakenings. But right now, I don't think Evil is that concerned. They take the first barrier away. They're looking to take the second. They do get that as well, as Leo is right there to strike it away from Gumi. And Evil is looking really, really clean here, K-Bot. They're able to make, cover these angles very effectively. But Demon's Raw does have a massive core flip advantage here, so that can be really, really scary for them.
Energy Burst online. Kainu's going to burn his just to stay away from the beat drop from the Joker, but now takes an entire Maelstrom to the face. But he'll heal right back up thanks to picking up another orb, +1 snack on that Orb Dancer, with everyone getting a little bit of extra speed to boot. Leo Leon almost finds the KO against Snake, won't find it quite there, and it's right back up to the corner here for Demon's Raw, who are trying to find a way to get it back to that barrier, but can't yet. Finally, Joker will fall, I think probably for the first time, and barrier will fall as well. Kainu denies the core flip away from Leo Leon, and Snake, it's good, splits the middle right between Leo Leon and Slop for the goal.
Really, really well placed shot there from Snake as he was getting staggered, managing to put it right past Slop. It looks like it potentially was, I can't tell if it was outside of strike range or Slop wasn't really ready for it, but really well done regardless. And they're going to take that first goal. Again, I do believe they've taken every single first goal so far in every single set. So well done to them to be able to make that happen. Leo also looking extremely low and is in a very dangerous spot without any evade here. He does get a single bar of it and managing to potentially position it for that second barrier. Doesn't manage to get it though. But we've seen this a lot so far, K-Bot, where Evil is just able to take that first barrier and is putting so much pressure down. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Joker is just able to cover so much ground and has so much healing coming out from the now as well, that he's never really in that much of a threat, despite it being an extremely kill-heavy comp out from Demon's Raw on the other side.
Yeah, but hold that thought, because the damage is starting to ramp up here. You see Leo Leon now low on stagger. Well, the Joker might be nearly healed. Leo Leon still cracked, and now about to get sent away. There's the X-Maximus to find the power play opportunity. But we're in overtime. Speed boost comes right back on from the split gate. Now Kainub strikes it up to Snake. Beautiful pass around that Sentry Shroud. Slop thought he might have had the position covered, but Kainub still able to find that pass and slip it right up to Snake.
Yeah, really good patience there by Kainub, and really good execution on Snake as well, getting the hit stun down on the Slop, who never really got a chance to use that energy burst. And Demon's Raw have just been looking so strong here in this third set. And with Castellast still on the table, K-Bot, this is a pretty important one for them.
I mean, any Awakenings carousel that still has Castellast with the characters we're seeing on our screen right now is going to be incredibly important. And of course, being by the fact that each team's already took one, it's all a matter of a dice roll of when that's going to come online. But now we see a KO come through, despite the fact that another long clear slips past Gumi, and now this one might too. No, it'll hit the corner, give Gumi a little bit more time to react. Now Kainu, once again, on the dribble. Energy burst, well done. Snake gets credited with that goal, but come on. That was all Kainu. Put it in the heavy work there.
Yeah, really well done from both of them, putting hit stun down onto both potential defenders. And we do see Castellast right at the top. And, there's two directions X could go. They could go the Castellast, they could go the Specialized. I think Castellast definitely the pick here to make sure that Now doesn't get access to that as well. Timeless does go down for Now, which is a very, very good awakening for her. But Twin Drive onto Julie is also extremely important. Joker needs to get that deny of the Orb Replicator. Actually, I don't believe it's necessarily deny. Or did Joker get the Dancer?
Joker got Dancer. Joker has Orb Zodia.
He is Orb. He's Orb Zodia. I don't know if that's enough, though, here, K-Bot.
I mean, we'll see. He's got 5 stacks right now, which is better than none, of course. And we'll see whether or not that comes through. But, of course, Kaidub's got something to say about that. X-Lore immediately finds the punch to KO Leo Leon, finds the double barrier as well. And the Joker can dribble as well as LeBron James if he wants to, but it's still open goal gates on the other side. Here's the energy burst. Snake finds the punch, stalls out for so long, waiting for Leo Leon to commit every single cooldown that he had available. and is now right back to the corner. Another Flying Phoenix. There is that energy burst, the twin drive, all of that forward pressure coming through for the Demons Raw. They don't need the KOs for this double brawler comp to be successful.
Yeah, just had them locked into the corner. Really, really good layering of their abilities from Kainoob and Snake. Gumi also did a really good job of coming up and putting down the Bewitching Beam as needed. And again, already the Snake is going to get 2 barriers really quickly to start the round, and Evil is just stuck in their net right now. There's just so much pressure coming out from Demons Raw, and the punch goes through. Doesn't even need the energy burst. Snake manages to put the second goal down. They're on game point here, and this is looking extremely dangerous for Evil, K-Bot.
Well, I mean, did Demolitionist get added back into the game when I wasn't looking? Because that's what it looks like Snake has right now, with a twin drive on this Juliet that continues to pick up each of these barriers and confirms it. Now comes through with the ace. It's all gone. Emote as you will. That's game 1 to Demons Raw.
Wow. And these last 2 sets just dominant from them, right? Like, you can clearly see how much the Era X Julie comp scales as you get further and further through those Awakening drafts. And just really well played on the Awakening drafts as well from Demons Raw. They just had full control of the game despite losing that second set. And, I mean, they just kind of came in and absolutely put down a statement for that last one as well. They're going to take it 10 goals to the side of 5 on Evil. And while Evil were playing extremely well, it's really hard to get around 32k and 28k damage, K-Bot.
The damage, okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, there were a couple of extra KOs, but at some point, you saw the mid-game adaptation come through from Evil, right? You saw the fact that they were able to start living a little bit more. Slop was coming in with the heals quite a lot, especially after picking up Chrono Boost after that first draft. But what impresses me the most was the adaptation that's then made from Demons Raw. They then decide not to go for a lot of those KO plays, and instead are committing everything to make those core control plays happen, because you think this double brawler composition doesn't have core control, but surprise, Era gives Flutterfly, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter what character Kainoob plays. He's the MVP of the league with 182 redirects on an X.
Yeah.
182 redirects on an X. Really? Really?
Midfield X
That's
is
not
real.
fair. That's not fair. He took 68 shots. Joker, literally gapping Joker here. 40 shots, 141 redirects. Okay, maybe not gapping. That's a bit egregious. But what's going on? X should not be that powerful of a midfield character, but it doesn't even matter because Demons Raw continue to maintain control of the core and flip their playstyle on a dime.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. Really, really amazing adaptation mid-game there from Demons Raw. And you could see the moment it clicked for them because they went 3-0, 3-0 to finish it out. So we're going to be getting into the second game here, though. It's going to be Demons Raw up 1-0. And we're getting now, K-Bot, into Demon Dies. We thought that last match was bloody. Now we're going into the brawling map here. And, I mean, if now it manages to get through the bans, this could be extremely scary because Demons Raw is pretty dominant on this map.
And there's a reason why it's called Demon Days.
Yep.
And it's for Demons Raw, quite clearly. Looks like the Luna ban did indeed work for them, so they're going to stick with that. And the Era gets banned away. I guess they're hoping Gumi doesn't go Era goal keep on this map in particular, but Gumi's totally fine going over for something like more damage, or we've even seen him on the Rasmus goalie today, which is a fantastic pick on this map.
Yeah, Rasmus goalie can cover a lot of ground and, is really good at dealing with that circular barrier. We also see the now pick up here for Demons Raw, and you're going to see Rasmus on the other side too. I am very highly assuming that's in the net. But it's going to be Rasmus, Julie, Octavia. I'm really interested to see how the Octavia manages to adapt and get away from some of this potential damage. And yes, I'll say it, now is a damage character as of right now. So it's going to be a little bit dicey for Joker trying to stay alive here.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I am plat, okay? So
yeah.
That's clarifier number one. But I don't see the vision here, okay? It's Demon Days we're playing against Demons Raw, who just played double brawler against you in the last one. We saw earlier today Kainu rack up 70,000 damage on a Now. You didn't ban the Now away. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you can find the shots anyway with the Octavia, as Joker apparently proves. Staggered still finds the goal. I don't see the vision yet, Wallaby, but maybe there's something they know that I don't.
Yeah, my best guess looking at the comps that are here is they assume, okay, Luna's out. Maybe Slop doesn't really have a great damage goalie that he's comfortable with, despite Rasmus being able to put down pretty decent damage by himself. So they're more going for a scoring-focused comp. But again, you're just so vulnerable if you don't put down that damage back. And while Now, doesn't get the value of the healing, yes, Now doesn't really necessarily need healing to be valuable. As you were very clearly mentioning. So now you can see they're just getting beat up, and they're getting barriers when they're getting opportunities too. But you may not just have that many opportunities if you're dead the whole time. Keba?
We'll see. One ends up coming through, but the longer these rallies go, the more damage is going to get pummeled into the members of Evil. As Joker gets taken off of the pitch, Kainu looks for the shot bottom corner and gets sent away. Slop's seen that little trick before. Finds the pendulum swing to get away from Snake, and now Joker's back online. Tries to take a shot back towards this barrier, but... Now, okay, wait a minute. Barrier falls, Leon takes a shot, Gumi's ready for it. Kainu looking for the pass up the Snake. There's the whiplash again to send it away. Kainu now looking for the hot shot there, and that's another thing to look out for at this stage of the game, but Leon has the Flying Phoenix to the top corner.
Wow, really well played there from Leo, managing to read that top bounce, and they're up 2-0 here. Slop managing to hold it down so well in the face of Demons Raw, despite having an open net, and with one of the forwards staggered and the other one off the map, didn't really seem to bother him too much. So Evil's doing a really good job here of scoring, but they just seem like they're in pain the whole time doing it. And as we get further and further into these Awakening drafts, K-Bot, it's going to get harder and harder for them to stay alive, considering how many potential options there are for Demons Raw to get to put down more damage.
Yeah, better hope you can pick up Stagger Swagger and Tempo Swing right now if you're... Oh, wait, no, Tempo, you can't even pick up Tempo Swing because it's taken out of rotation. So you better hope Stagger Swagger comes up on Infinite. Oh, wait, that doesn't even exist. I'm not... Okay, again, I'm Plat player, but I don't see what's going to save him here, especially to your point, as we start seeing more scaling come online later and later into the day. But hang on, Leon maybe has got something. If Leo can be the one to pick up a lot of these damage awakenings, find the extra knockback, and find some more of these KOs to create more opportunities, alleviate some of this pressure, maybe it'll be exactly what Evil needs to prove everyone wrong. Now, no. The back pass doesn't quite work that time around, and Snake's in position to put it back. We're on to another 5th goal in a first set.
Yeah, and in a set that I think was honestly so crucial for Evil to win. We talk about the weaknesses of the comp. We talk about the potential scaling allowed. Snake kind of takes a little break there for the first barrier. We talk about the scaling that's potentially there for Demons Raw. And that just makes it so much more crucial that this first set is won by Evil. But they do get both barriers down. They get the KO. Oh, but they lose Leo in the process too. I don't know what. I don't know if you saw that KO, but it seemed like it. But Slop's taking it a little bit aggressive. Has to flip here as well. Is trying to make a play out of this, but the respawns come through. Slop's going to look to reset, get the orb to try to stay alive, and they still do have an open net with one barrier up, K-Bot, as they're looking to potentially take this very important first set. And they do! Wow.
They do take it. Leo comes back online. But hold on to your hats, folks, because there's an Awakenings carousel, which can only mean one thing. More damage for Demons Raw. Though, not actually a lot of straight damage Awakenings here. Stagger Swagger is on this list. But of course, we see the perfect form picked up first. Another form of damage is just having more cooldowns available.
Yeah, absolutely. And Second Swagger does get through. Octavia potentially looking for it, but X might take it as a deny. It does. Fight or Flight onto Slop is a very good pickup. That extra speed can be really useful. Deadeye onto the Now, which will be really interesting to see how that damage ramps up. Joker going to be looking for the Sparks, potentially looking for that survivability from the Spark of Resilience later on. But, you know, not really, like you said, too much damage in that draft, which is an extremely good thing for Evil, I think, as they are moving into the second set with the lead.
Spark comes through here, which could mean another set of awakenings that is incredibly impactful for the Joker if we're able to see this Octavia fully come online and start getting more of these things in, because now you've got access to the Chrono Boost and the Castellast and the quick strikes and the twin drive and all those other things, and the spark awakenings as well, which could potentially start building up in large ways. But we see a power play coming in from Demon's Raw. Slop gonna lose the strike ward to Snake. Very simple goal at the end of the day to put that one back. But meanwhile, again, I mean, what is the win condition here? The win condition is just score goals quickly? Is that the win condition?
You score. That's it. And you use Leo to potentially get some you know, cheeky kills off the side, get some knockback kills, potentially try to create an advantage for you. But you just got to score. Joker's got to stay alive and do your best that you can with it. They do have an energy advantage here, which is extremely important. Snake looking a little bit low with no evade as well, but I mean, a Vicious Vambrace just doesn't really need it. But they will be one barrier down. Snake still low and now staggered. Slop has that core or the flip as well, so they're looking to get the second barrier. They do, trying to finish this off, and that went in. I'm shocked, but they will take that first goal for them, and 1-1 here, K-Bot. It's kind of working.
Evil got away with one there. It looked like there wasn't quite synergy between Gumi and Kainu. Rare moment there where there wasn't synergy between the two of those two, as it looked like they both walked to the bottom side of the goal, and neither one of them was covering top side, and then they went, wait a minute, and then by that point it was just a little bit too late. See what happens here now, though, is Joker already in the flow state. We'll get the reset on it. Now here comes the B drop. Snake will go elusive, and now that will run out in that flow state. Meanwhile, Demon's Raw starting to build up a couple more energy bursts. Kainu does have his at his disposal. Slop cleared up to the top side, up to Joker. Now looks for the pass. Do you see Kainu using that secondary ability, and now, boy, what? What just sent the core that fast?
Gumi hooked it. I saw the hook there, and Gumi, it just flew. That thing was cooking. The Gumi just hooks it, but it's gonna be 2-1 now for Evil, and again, I'm just so shocked this is working, but they're able to stay alive just long enough, and they're getting the goals as needed. And Slop is doing a fantastic job of holding it down in the net, despite the constant pressure. I say that, man, I shouldn't have really said anything. I'm really sorry, Slop, if you watch this back. Loses 2 barriers and the goal. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm gonna get flamed. Oh no.
Well, you know, it happens to the best of us every once in a while. To that end, though, right, if you're Slop and you're dealing with an X in your face, the best thing you've got is to try to get that core away. You don't really have a lot of options when the X is in front of your face with the core standing underneath you. You don't have a lot of that shoving things that most melee goalies are known for. And Snake, once again, going to capitalize on it. Now finds a beautiful strike angle out of that X Maximus in this corner. Demon's Raw pick up their first set in this second game. They're looking to close out the night early.
Yeah, really well played from the side of Demon's Raw to make sure that they confirm that set. X, again, looking for the prime time. I swear, Kainu gets this every single time he plays. Actually, it's not Kainu, it's Snake. But Demon's Raw gets this every time on their X that they play this character. Aerials onto the Octavia, going to be really useful to potentially get that flow state cooking a little bit quicker. But the Timeless onto Now. No creation, you know, deniers really on the side of Evil. So now it's kind of just going to free reign the Timeless and Monuse, but Big Fish onto Slop with that Rasmus. He has an incredibly strong build here for the Rasmus goalie. So, you know, definitely a really good pickup for him, but it's just a lot of damage coming down in that draft there, Keva, and it's going to look scarier and scarier for Evil as it continues to go on.
We'll see whether or not they're able to do it. Again here, key for Slop, especially with that size pickup, get the core and keep the core away at all costs, which is much easier said than done when you've got Snake sitting on your face, especially on Demon days where everyone's going to be in close quarters. You see Demons Raw pick up the barriers. Now KO comes through. Leon taken off the pitch. Kainoob will find the pass to himself. Almost tries to shove it into this top corner. The Slop is there, and now Snake will win the strike war versus Slop to send it right back.
Yeah, really well played there from Snake. Good patience, managing to get the strike war win. Has been getting a lot of those strike war wins in that corner as well, K-Bot. So, you know, doing a really good job there. He also has the core flip, and it will come down to take the first barrier. And already, I mean, we talked about the damage. Look at how low they all are, and they lose their second barrier already. Open net. Slop has the core, the core flip, but I don't know how much it's gonna be able to do if your forwards are just constantly staggered here, K-Bot.
The KOs are starting to come through. The extra damage is starting to come through. And Demon's Raw, once again, is getting the core into the corner right where Snake can start influencing it. Another beautiful bell ringer to hit the core and hit everyone in the way of the core at the same time. And now it's another set point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, they're just looking to run away with this right now, trying their very best to keep the damage flowing, make sure that they keep the forwards of the side of Evil kind of out of the game as much as possible. And Snake has just been doing a fantastic job of constantly putting pressure down. The damage that's coming out from it is absolutely crazy. Joker is running for his life. Ariel's doing a good job of getting him more flow state, but there's only so much you can get out of that if you're like staggered to this point. Has to burn the core flip to just live in general, doesn't really get anything else out of it, and that's good. Oh my good Snake, what? He gets to dribble off the barrier and puts it right through as it was opening up. Really well played from Snake, and they take the third set here, looking to end this match early.
Now the Chrono Boost comes back online. Joker still can't get exactly what he wants because you mentioned his pickup of the aerials in the last draft, but that only gets him moving a little bit faster. That doesn't actually increase the duration of things at all. Doesn't provide a larger margin for error. And so now you see that Chrono Boost get denied while Snake picks up the build difference to bully around in the enemy goal box even more. I guess Joker picks up Super Surge, so we'll be moving real fast on that flow state now, but it's still not going to have any longer duration unless he can try to keep it up with these strikes and with other things happening at the same time.
Yeah, and Snake's going to be absolutely huge. Has already been winning so many strike wars and winning so many interactions for those goals. It's just going to be so much harder now for Slop to actually beat him out. But, you know, Snake, we saw him low. The now healing comes through, and Leon goes down. And now Slop and Joker are left in a 2v3 that looks extremely difficult for their side. They do lose the first barrier and the second barrier, and it is just looking so dire for the side of Evil right now, K-Bud.
Tell you what, Slop will like that little bit of extra speed he picks up with that knife edge. Just got to be careful of making sure he's not too far back, especially as Snake starts to close that gap with the Bell Ringer and the increased size with that build different. See whether or not he's able to keep it away. Now, well, do so. Perhaps a little sloppy there, but we'll get the job done. And now Joker will trip onto the top side. Kainoob closes the gap. And the pendulum swing comes out, back to the other barrier, but Kainoob responds with Joker's energy burst, and now flow state is out. Will Joker be able to get something done with this? Looks like actually one barrier falls. Leon in position, strikes it up the top side, but it'll go slightly wide, and all three members of Demon's Raw are back, while no members of Evil can actually get in to close the gap. Slop is there on the goal line, still holding strong for now. Can't quite get it up to Leon. It just looks like the speed is too much on the other side of the pitch. Leon can't really do much. Now gets pulled back with a death touch. Low on stagger, knocked back by Gumi's pendulum swing. Can't get anywhere close to the goal box. Even if he did, Gumi's got the energy burst, but he'll find a KO. This maybe is the power play that Evil needs, and he'll find the way to slide in there to punch it back.
Wow, really, really well played there from Leo. Found the opportunity, gets the hit stun down with the dash, and punches it through. I mean, they're playing out of their minds right now, K-Bot, despite what seems like a pretty heavy disadvantage in comp and currently awakening builds. They take the first barrier as well, and I mean, we talk about how, like, it's going to be constant damage, right? They are just staggered all the time. They're doing a really good job, though, of making sure that they're prioritizing orbs, but it's not going to matter as Snake just puts it down. Slop has to kind of guess when the flip's going to come through, and Kainu waits it out patiently. 1-1 here. When Demon's Raw scores, K-Bot, it looks easy. But when Evil scores, it looks like they're having to work an insanely hard amount to make it happen. And I don't know how sustainable that is right now.
But here's the thing I'm noticing about all of this, is that it feels like on most points, they're focusing their damage against Leo Leon. You might think, oh, why would they do that? It's much easier to kill the Octavia. Sure, you might be right. Oh my, that one was close. Oof, we'll go off of the goal gate. It's now open goal situation. Here comes a beat drop. Joker will take it himself, and there's one goal. But as I was saying, it seems like they're focusing Leo Leon. You might be like, oh, well, it's easier to kill the Julie, or it's easier to kill the Octavia, so we might as well go for the Octavia. But in reality, I think Demon's Raw realizes that the only way Evil wins is if Leo comes up with a KO and finds a power play opportunity. And then Joker is also online with the flow state in order to get something done. Otherwise, if they're able to take Leo Leon off the pitch completely or make it so that he can't actually find that kind of KO, the win condition is virtually non-existent for this Evil team here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Leo go down. As you mentioned, they're putting the focus down onto the damage focus down onto Leo there. There is a flip here for Joker, but it's going to be really difficult to see the value. I say that, but the primary into the flip does get the KO. Joker will lose his life for it, but Leo is back up and ready. Snake brings out Slop. It's forward in the net moment, and when you're Julie, you don't have a lot of options. 2-2 now for this set in a must-win situation for Evil. And it's crazy how much KOs and how much damage is coming down for the Demon's Raw side. You see Joker just loses his entire health bar right off the rip, and is now going to be playing the entire point pretty much staggered. They're pushing forward as well to put the damage down, but none of the barriers go down. Insane hold here from Evil, but they do lose a member in the end, K-Bot, and this might spell the beginning of the end for Evil in this tournament.
Barrier 1 down. Barrier 2 gets down outside of the Fiery Flurry. Coming in from Leo Leon, but the Joker's back online, immediately pops the flow state, tries to go in, tries to find a way to just score this barrier before anything else happens. But Snake finds the KO with the X Maximus. Kainu tries to get it right back up to him, but can't there. Now Gumi over to Kainu, interrupted by the Joker for a moment. Here comes the beat drop. Again, as the Joker tries to get in position, Slop gets overwhelmed in the goal box once more, and Snake will put it back. Demons Raw are your champions at John Fortnite's Super Surge Sunday.
Wow, extremely well played from the side of Demons Raw. But, you know, not to count out Evil, they came through with what we thought was an incredibly, you know, like, disadvantaged comp, and were managed to make it look like, they were in the game the whole time. So really well played from them. They take out Sad Boys in the third place match, come through into Demon's Raw, and also put on an extremely good showing. So I'm extremely excited to see how they perform as they move forward through these tournaments. But Demon's Raw, I mean, they just looked so dominant the entire time. Kainu, Snake, and Gumi are just, I mean, they're just playing out of this world right now, K-Bot, and it's hard to imagine anybody beating them.
I think what Demon's Raw does is one of the teams right now specifically is, no pun intended, they are quite literally taking some of the largest ideas and the most current ideas and implementing them right away into their play. They might have stolen the composition from Europe, but they were the first in North America to play that double brawler composition with the Era goalie on Night Market. They're now the first to have, or the first with a lot of success, to have a midfielding now that basically looks like she might as well be a brawler in that slot. Right? They're doing all of these things and they're continuing to innovate on their own play. And that's one of the things that makes this team most scary. Right now, this team looks like they're the ones that are the most adaptable. Of course, this one comes with a little bit of an asterisk. You can say this and that about ping and servers and all of these things and how we can't play on Denver right now because everyone hates Denver. But that aside, it should be interesting to watch how this new evolution, or what we assume to be this new evolution of Core Overflow, is going to look with a dedicated, locked-in roster that hopefully they can play in week after week once we get towards the later stages, and once we get into the opening of the North American Strikers League in Season 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really well played by everybody. Appreciate everybody coming out. K-Bot, I know you've got some shout outs for some people, so let's get those started because there was a lot of hard work that was put into this tournament.
There was. First of all, of course, have to shout out the namesake. John Fortnite was the one to put up the prize pool and come up with the idea for the event overall. So if you enjoyed the tournament, it was his job to make that all a reality in the first place. There's plenty of other TOs that have helped out, including some newer TOs that have helped step up to the task here for the BestieInSlot crew to help make this one a reality. Of course, also want to shout out Freak Nasty, who is the one to do all of the stream overlays and things that you see on broadcast. If you appreciated the pretty colors and a little bit of a refresh in the design, shout out to Freak Nasty, who you can commission your Liftoff logo if you're a team that's still looking for one of those. And you've got 2 weeks to do that because Liftoff will take place on December 2nd and Landing will take place on December 3rd. Those will be the next primary events coming in for the North American Strikers League circuit. But of course, there's one more coming in before then. Don't forget about Play Better, Win More Octagon Edition. Draft on next Sunday. The games, 1v1 games, will happen next Monday on Vaughn's channel. That'll be an event, a really cool one that you won't want to miss. I don't think I'm missing anything except for all of the other casters, including yourself, Wallaby Gangsta, for coming on out. You got any shout outs or things you want to say before we close things off?
No, I thanks to you as well, K-Bot. Awesome job by everybody. Really, really huge thanks to the players. And we're actually going to be pulling in, like you said, the namesake of the tournament himself, John Fortnite, to see what he has to say here. So let's get him in as soon as possible.
I don't actually know how we're doing this transition because I think there's only 2 of us that are supposed to be on the stream overlays things, so I don't know what's going to happen. Saya might just say, "Hey, we're just gonna cut to John Fortnite," and that's what's gonna happen. So I know for confidence that John Fortnite can hear us. So, John, you got any other shout outs or sign offs you want to give here?
Well, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to everyone for participating. It's been a fun one. I'm very glad that I could do something big for the community here. And yeah, that's about it. I'm glad I could be here.
Woohoo! Yay!
Thank you, everyone.
Confetti! Pew! Imagine there's confetti happening on the stream right now.
It's somewhere.
It's somewhere. Folks, that's going to do it for all of us here at the BestieInSlot crew. Thank you all so much for joining us. Shoutouts, John Fortnite, for the event. And shoutouts to Demons Raw for becoming victorious once more. We will see you all next week for Play Better, Win More, and in 2 weeks for perhaps the most important tournament to set up the next 4 months of Omega Strikers in Liftoff and Landing. We will see you all then. Take care of yourselves, folks, and have a good night.